Chapter 1935. Innate talent, purgatory staring at the fiery Iswanani that was instantly killed by the black flames. Jiang Yan's jaw dropped. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Big Brother Long, you want to enter the inner region of the fiery cloud region. Jiang Yan was also an intelligent person. Earlier, Zhuowen only said that he would send her back to the other shore, but didn't mention himself. She could already guess that Zhuowen wanted to enter the inner region of the fiery cloud region. Not only that, from the strength Zhuowen displayed, Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't treat Zhuowen as a demigod. Zhuowen nodded. I came to the fiery cloud region this time because I have something to do. Hence, I have to enter the inner region. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes flickered. Gritting her teeth, she took out a jade slip and passed it to Zhuowen. Big Brother Zhua, this jade slip records an ancient ruin in the inner region of the fiery cloud region. This ancient ruin contains the inheritance of a supreme, void, heavenly expert. My daughter is incompetent and is unable to enter the inner region of the fiery cloud region. I can only pass it to Big Brother Zhua. Zhuowen received the jade slip and stared at Jiang Yan in astonishment. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan would have such a jade slip on her. Big Brother Long must be very puzzled. This jade slip isn't obtained by me, but was passed down by my ancestor. Back then, my Jiang clan also had a false, true god ancestor. This ancestor would often roam the fiery cloud region. Under a lucky coincidence, he managed to find this jade slip in a market outside the fiery cloud region. As she spoke until here, Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed. Unfortunately, in order to search for the ancient ruin, my ancestor entered the fiery cloud region alone. In the end, his whereabouts were unknown. This time, I came here because I wanted to rely on Taishang Shui to enter the fiery cloud region to search for him. However, I didn't expect that Taishang Shui and the others. Zhuowen kept the jade slip and calmly asked, Miss Jiang, I won't accept this jade slip for nothing. If what's recorded in this jade slip is true, what do you want? Zhuowen was very clear that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since Jiang Yan had handed over this jade slip to him, it was definitely not for free. Hearing Zhuowen mention it, Jiang Yan's heart relaxed. She was most afraid that Zhuowen would take the jade slip for himself and not give her any remuneration. Luckily, she had been in contact with Zhuowen during this period of time and knew that Zhuowen wasn't an ungrateful person. Hence, she decided to try her luck and take out the jade slip. If Brother Long can enter the ancient ruins, can you give me the fire spirit juice and God's fire spark? Also, if we can find the remains of my ancestor, I hope we can bring him back. His name is Jiang Su. Jiang Yan asked with uncertainty. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. At this moment, Zhuowen had already stepped on the Thunderfire sword and passed through the Sea of Fire, landing on the other side of the Sea of Fire. Miss Jiang, please leave this place first and wait for me on the meteorite land outside. I will look for you when I come out. After speaking, Zhuowen once again stepped on the Thunderfire sword and transformed into a rainbow as he returned. That terrifying flame beast no longer chased after him after reaching the shore. It was as if the Sea of Fire was a forbidden area for this flame beast, not daring to casually enter. When Zhuowen stepped on the Thunderfire sword and returned, the flame beast's eyes flashed with a tyrannical light as it abruptly blasted towards Zhuowen. This flame beast's strength was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to tangle with it. He circulated the entirety of his divine soul and executed the illusory technique from the shapeless world. The flame beast's body froze, while Zhuowen transformed into a rainbow as he instantly entered through the stone door. Behind the stone door, there was an extremely vast passageway. Not only that, this passageway shone with a golden light, extremely bright. A wave of temperature, even more terrifying than the temperature outside the stone door, gushed in. Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he arrived at the end of the passageway. He saw that at the end of the passageway there was actually a golden star suspended in midair. This star was definitely stronger than any star that Zhuowen had encountered along the way. Zhuowen was very clear that this star was considered powerful even in the fiery cloud region. Moreover, he also discovered that this star's interior was actually tied up with chains. Zhuowen knew that the flame beast should be tied up in this star. This star's terrifying weight caused the flame beast's range of movement to become very small. However, the chains that were derived from the star's interior had already been completely shattered. It should have been destroyed by Han Wang and the other four. Outside the passageway, there was a dark, starry sky. There weren't many stars in the starry sky here, and there were even fewer than before. However, Zhuowen discovered that the star's mass and energy here were far more terrifying than the ones outside, and the star that bound the flame beast in front of him was much stronger than the other stars here. Han Wang and Xiulan and the other four had already disappeared. Zhuowen knew that they should have gone to look for the fire god essence juice. Now, Zhuowen wasn't too worried that they would find the fire god essence juice. This was because, according to Jiang Yan's jade slip, the fire god essence juice was mainly stored in the ancient ruins. It wouldn't be easy to enter the ancient ruins. At least, Zhuowen didn't think that Han Wang and Xiulan and the other four would be able to enter the depths of the ancient ruins so quickly. Now that Zhuowen's strength was too weak, he planned to advance to the heavenly god realm in this starry sky. Roar! Within the passageway, the flame beast's roar suddenly sounded. Zhuowen knew that the flame beast had awakened from the illusion and was angry out of humiliation. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a demonic light, and then his body began to expand. In an instant, he transformed from a human body into a huge infant devourer. The infant devourer's body was even more terrifying than the flame beast. Although its aura was weaker than the flame beast, it had the terrifying aura of a superior being. Roar! Devourer roared all of a sudden. As soon as his roar echoed, it reverberated through the entire sky. The stars around him shook hard, and the passageway in front of him exploded. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as the flame beast got out of the passageway, it was shaken by Devourer's roar. It could feel the endless prestige and power of that roar. The flaming beast looked at Devourer in fright, retreating continuously. Although its aura was more intimidating than Devourer's, Devourer's innate aura of a superior being was enough to suppress it, leaving it with less than 10% of its power. Devourer roared one more time. The flame beast thudded, kneeling on the ground as it submitted to Devour. Zhuowen looked at the flame beast indifferently. He knew that in front of Devour's aura, the flame beast couldn't do anything. Devour glided to the most dazzling star. Then the heaven-devouring eye opened. Terrifying purple-black lightning bolts shot out, covering the star in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhuowen didn't reserve anything. He was using the adult Devour's energy in the heaven-devouring eye to urge the purple-black lightning bolts. He understood that if he wanted to refine a star, he had to use all of his power. Otherwise, he would fail easily. Zhuowen spent half a day to make the purple-black lightning bolt cover the star completely. Then Devour swallowed the star. A black vortex appeared in his mouth, and the star was swallowed directly into the void space inside his body. Seeing Devour swallow the star that had trapped it, the flaming beast was more frightened. Then Zhuowen used the same method, using the purple-black lightning bolts as a medium to wrap the star and swallow it into his body. After devouring the 9 stars, Zhuowen felt his entire body burning. It was as if his internal organs were being set on fire. It was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhuowen released all of the adult Devour's energy in the heaven-devouring eye to help Devour refine the 9 stars in his body. As he refined the 9 stars, Devour's aura skyrocketed, breaking through the demigod realm and reaching the early heavenly god realm. Not only that, but his aura was still rising from the early heavenly god realm to the middle heavenly god realm. Eventually, it stopped at the late heavenly god realm. The moment Devour opened his eyes, he faced the sky and roared. The other stars in the starry sky shivered as if they were afraid of Devour. The flame beast knelt on all fours, lowering its head. It didn't dare to look at Devour. Devour's aura was too terrifying. It was even stronger than an ordinary true god realm's aura. Devour's eyes revealed a satisfied look. He knew that the reason why he could advance so quickly was because of the adult Devour's energy. If it weren't for the support of the adult Devour's vast energy, it would be almost impossible for Zhuowen to reach the late heavenly god realm. He was clear that Devour was different from ordinary cultivators. The energy required for each advancement was hundreds or thousands of times more than ordinary cultivators. It could be said that Devour was a terrifying glutton, worthy of being called one of the strongest races in the starry sky. This Devour is too terrifying. He's just a late heavenly god, but he makes me feel like I've met a true god twice calamity. Xiao He sat on the thunder fire sword, looking at Zhuowen in amazement. After successfully advancing to the heavenly god realm, Devour's huge body kept shrinking. Finally, under the effect of the shapeless all-life, he turned into a black-robed young man. This black-robed young man was naturally Zhuowen. "Kid, you should have used up all the energy of the adult Devour, right? I'm afraid the road to advancement will be full of thorns." Xiao He said with a frown. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I know. My main body is too weak, and I need more strength to take Heavenly Armor Star and the others away. That's why I've cultivated Devour first. However, after this trip to the Long River Galaxy, I'll cultivate my main body again. Moreover, Devour's innate ability is extremely terrifying. After advancing to the heavenly god realm, Devour's innate ability appeared in his inherited memories." Xiao He's eyes flashed with surprise. "What kind of innate ability is that?" Zhuowen smiled and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the starry sky within a radius of 10 million miles around him collapsed. Then, countless ferocious-looking refined souls appeared from the collapsed space. Oh! The instant the purgatory behemoth appeared, a look of terror appeared in its eyes as it trembled. The purgatory behemoth's strength was actually being taken away by the purgatory behemoth, while Zhuowen's strength was increasing exponentially. The moment the refined souls appeared, Xiao He felt a chill run down her spine. She could feel the energy in her body gradually draining away. Moreover, this kind of draining couldn't be stopped. Xiao He could only slow it down. Chapter 1936. Ancient Ruins. What a terrifying innate ability! Xiao He's eyes were filled with fear. Based on this terrifying innate ability alone, even an ordinary true god of two disasters might not be Zhuowen's match. "It's time to take a look at the ancient ruins." Zhuowen smiled faintly and waved at the flame beast at the end of the tunnel. The flame beast whimpered and rushed to Zhuowen's feet, bowing down to show its submission. Whoosh! The moment the flame beast reached Zhuowen's side, a figure suddenly rushed out from the tunnel ahead. It was a tall man with a long blade on his back. He had just rushed out of the tunnel when he saw Zhuowen, and his eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. However, this person quickly noticed the flame beast beside Zhuowen, and his face turned pale, not daring to approach. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed the ferocity in the man's eyes when he saw him. Obviously, this person knew him, but Zhuowen did not. Zhuowen stepped onto the flame beast casually, looked at the tall man and said, "Who are you?" When Zhuowen stepped onto the flame beast, the tall man's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then he slowly retreated. "Retreat!" He shouted and immediately retreated, but he was cursing in his heart. How did Longwen, a mere demigod, manage to tame a true god-level flame beast? When the tall man immediately retreated, Zhuowen realized that something was wrong. He coldly snorted, pointed at the tall man, and said to the flame beast, "Capture him alive." The flame beast roared and instantly disappeared into the tunnel. After a while, it arrived in front of Zhuowen with the battered man in its mouth. At this moment, the tall man was dying and his eyes were dazed. This tall man's cultivation was not weak, and he had reached the level of a false true god. If it was before becoming a heavenly god, Zhuowen would have a hard time dealing with this person. But now, he could crush this person to death with one hand. Don't kill me! When the tall man saw Zhuowen in front of him, he exclaimed in horror. You're right. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the tall man. His right hand formed a claw and pinched the man's head, immediately searching his soul. After advancing to the late heavenly god realm, Zhuowen's god soul had also evolved to the late heavenly god realm. With Devour's power, his god soul had far surpassed the late heavenly god realm. Even a false true god might not be as powerful as Zhuowen's god soul. After searching his soul, Zhuowen destroyed the man's spiritual soul. Then he leaped onto the giant flame beast and said, Let's go. Let's enter the ancient ruins. This person's name was Pan Hu, and he had come with Han Wang and the others. He had a very high status in the Gold Sun Galaxy and was also invited by Panda to kill him. Now, Panda was simply a jumping clown to him. Originally, Zhuowen didn't want to pay attention to a clown like Panda, but since Panda took the initiative to hit the spearhead, then don't blame Zhuowen for being merciless. Of course, Zhuowen would deal with Panda after they came out of the ancient ruins. The inheritance of a void heaven almighty is just right for this sovereign to inherit. Standing on the giant flame beast, Zhuowen's gaze pierced through the starry sky and landed on the ancient ruins at the end. Whether the ancient ruins were real or not, with Zhuowen's current strength, he didn't fear them at all. The central region of the fiery cloud territory was completely different from the outside. There was a huge ring-shaped region here. There weren't any stars in this region, but the temperature here was much more terrifying than the outside. In the center of this region, there was a huge ancient ruins. There were many dilapidated buildings scattered in this ancient ruins. Moreover, these buildings were all made of fire source crystals. On the surface, it looked as if they had been burned. There really are ancient ruins here. It seems like the information we received wasn't wrong. Some lucky cultivators obtain the fire source essence juice in the outer region. I'm afraid it was leaked from this ancient ruins. After Han Wang and the other four arrived at the central region, their eyes suddenly became blazing. And Xiaolan seemed to have discovered something. She waved her right hand and pinched a ball of flame that swept out. Then she spread it out and discovered that the ball of flame was actually a palm-sized liquid. However, this liquid was extremely strange. It was wrapped in flames as if the outer layer of flames had become a bag of fire source essence juice. Fire source essence juice, and Xiaolan was excited. She immediately put the fire source essence juice into her spirit ring. At the same time, she stared at the people around her with vigilance. And Xiaolan, you're really useless. The fire source essence juice here isn't just a little bit in your hand. Are we going to ignore the essentials and chase after the trifles and snatch it from you? Hua Shang sneered. He also waved his sleeve and collected the ball of flame that passed by not far away. Sure enough, it was also a ball of fire source essence juice. With this discovery, the five of them started to collect the fire source essence juice. After about an hour, Han Wang suddenly said, It's too slow for us to collect it like this. Since this fire source essence juice came from the ancient ruins, we might be able to find the source if we work together. I agree with Han Wang. Xiang Mengchen nodded. Since Han Wang took the lead, and Xiaolan, Taishang Shui, and the others naturally had no objections, the ancient ruins were very big. After the five of them landed on a fiery path in the ancient ruins, they started to search. Soon, the five of them arrived at a spacious area. They saw a huge flame palace in front of them. However, this flame palace was now extremely dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. What a grand palace! Even a true god might not be able to build such a magnificent palace. And Xiulan sighed. However, Xiang Mengchen said, this might be the ancient ruins of a void sky expert. It might contain the inheritance of a void sky expert. The inheritance of a void sky expert, and Xiulan, Huashang, and Taishang Xue's eyes burned with passion. On the other hand, Han Wang frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Look, isn't that the pool of fire source essence juice? And Xiulan suddenly pointed to the side. The other four looked over. Indeed, there was a fiery red pool not far from the dilapidated palace. The pool was burning with a fiery red flame that was surging violently. It looked like a wave that was constantly surging. It really is fire source essence juice. Let's go take a look. Han Wang's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed toward the pool. The other four were not to be outdone. There is a restriction around this pool of fire source essence juice. This restriction is very powerful. We can't break it with our strength. After checking the pool, Han Wang's face darkened. The others had similar expressions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bubble appeared in the fiery red pool. Then flames wrapped around a bit of fire source essence juice and rushed out of the ancient ruins. Han Wang intercepted the fire source essence juice and sighed. It seems that the fire source essence juice outside is leaking from this pool. And Xiulan and the others were helpless. They knew that although there were many pools of fire source essence juice, the restriction was too powerful. They could see it, but could not touch it. Everyone, this restriction must have been set up by the ancient ruins owner. Since that's the case, why don't we enter the palace and take a look? Perhaps the palace has a way to break the restriction. Xiang Mengchen suddenly smiled sweetly. Pavilion Master Xiang is right. Let's enter the palace and take a look. Huashang quickly replied, and Xiulan and Taishang Xue did not have much opinion. Instead, it was Han Wang who frowned. He did not know why, but after entering the ancient ruins he felt uneasy. Han Wang, is there a problem? And Xiulan noticed Han Wang's expression and asked. Han Wang shook his head. I just feel uneasy. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me. There's only this palace left. Let's go in and take a look. The group of 5 slowly entered the palace. However, the moment they entered the palace, Xiang Mingchuan's mouth revealed a strange arc. Rumble! A stream of light instantly entered the ancient ruins. Zhuowen stood on the fire beast. His gaze fell on the dilapidated buildings in front of him. He asked curiously, "This is the ancient ruins that Jiang Yan mentioned?" The moment they entered the ancient ruins, Zhuowen had some doubts. Logically speaking, since the fiery cloud domain existed in the Long River system, and Qi was the master of the system, it was impossible for him to not notice the ancient ruins in the depths of the fiery cloud domain. With the strength of Qi's real body, entering this place should not be too big of a problem. Moreover, taking away the inheritance of the ancient ruins should not be too difficult. However, the fiery cloud domain had existed in the Long River system for such a long time. However, Qi did not do so. This made Zhuowen feel that it was strange. Seems like this place is not simple. Zhuowen looked around the ancient ruins. However, he was secretly vigilant. He guessed that with Qi's power, he definitely knew that there was an ancient ruins here. Since the ancient ruins still existed in the core region of the fiery cloud domain, there was only one explanation. That was that the ancient ruins were not that easy to take. Even a true god like Qi would find it difficult to take down the ancient ruins. Roar! Suddenly, the fiery beast roared at Zhuowen. There was fear in its eyes, and it used its right claw to point at the palace in front of it. Its body was shivering as though it was afraid of the palace. Zhuowen walked down from the fiery beast and walked towards the palace slowly. At the same time, he took out the thunder fire sword and held the iron Lu sword in his right hand. He was observing the surroundings at all times. "Young man, This place is obviously very hot. However, it gives me a feeling that it is a bit gloomy. Xiao Hei floated on the Thunderfire sword and said with fear in its small eyes. Zhuowen nodded. Very soon, he noticed the pool of fire spirit juice that was not far away. This is fire spirit juice? There's so much of it. Zhuowen stared at the pool in front of him that was a few feet wide. There was quite a lot of fire spirit juice in it. If such a large amount of fire spirit juice were to be released, it would definitely cause countless heaven gods in the entire system to go crazy. Even the cultivators in the surrounding systems would not be calm. There is a prohibition. Zhuowen quickly noticed that there was a transparent light flowing around the pool. It was obvious that there was a strong prohibition around the pool. Chapter 1937. Offering Zhuowen nodded. Although the restriction was strong, it had been eroded by the passage of time and was already broken. Perhaps it was still very strong for those below the true god realm, but it wasn't too strong for the true gods who were rather strong. When he thought of this, Zhuowen suddenly slashed out with the iron Lu sword in his right hand and executed the destruction sword, art's fourth move, Dark Moon Times. A crescent moon slowly rose from the sword light. At the same time, Zhuowen even used the fourth level Dao Insight's energy on Dark Moon Times, causing the crescent moon to become even more fierce and terrifying. Xiao Hei controlled the Thunderfire sword, and countless black flames revolved around it. These black flames were densely packed and completely enveloped the Thunderfire sword, turning into a terrifying black beast. It struck out with its claws, smashing heavily on the restriction. Rumble. The restriction around the fire spirit juice pool trembled violently. Then, with a cracking sound, the entire restriction collapsed and shattered. Splash! Xiao Hei was like a hungry wolf as she suddenly pounced into the pool. Then, she leisurely swam in various postures in the fire spirit juice pool. Of course, all of this was an illusion. Zhuowen clearly felt that the Thunderfire sword controlled by Xiao Hei was rapidly absorbing the fire spirit juice in the pool. How cunning! Zhuowen curled his lips and immediately took out empty barrels from his spirit ring. Then he poured the fire spirit juice into these huge, empty barrels. However, the fire spirit juice was extremely deep. After filling more than 10 barrels, Zhuowen realized that the pool didn't decrease at all. Dig up the entire pool! Zhuowen's eyes revealed a burning gaze. Xiao Hei also understood tacitly. The Thunderfire sword suddenly spewed out terrifying black flames and transformed into a huge sword that was 100 feet long in the air. The sword suddenly stabbed into the edge of the pool and then drew a circle around the pool. Then, with a light drag, it directly dug out the pool where the fire spirit juice was. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and a black whirlpool appeared beside him. He then swallowed the fire spirit juice pool into the space in his body. Haha, the fire spirit juice's effect is great. With so much fire spirit juice, I think it's enough to repair the Thunderfire sword to a true god weapon, Xiao Hei said happily. Zhuowen was also in a good mood. With so much fire spirit energy juice, Zhuowen felt that it would be enough for him to reach the true god stage in the future. When he reached the peak of the heavenly god stage, he would be able to start absorbing the fire spirit energy juice. Swoosh! Suddenly, at the entrance of the Broken Palace entrance in front of the Broken Palace. Splash! However, the figure that the shadow, the devil, his translation, 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 King translation, Wang, translation, 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 Wang, translation, 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 ding, translation, 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 translation. Translation Zhuowen arrived in front of Han Wang. His pupils constricted as he discovered that Han Wang's face had already turned dark green. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Han Wang's breathing quickened. He also saw Zhuowen walking over. He cried out loudly and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. He said sinisterly, "Hurry up, leave this place." Just as he finished speaking, Han Wang breathed his last. Zhuowen frowned, his gaze landing on the palace in front of him. Since King Han had fallen because of this, he was afraid that in Xiulan, Taishanxue, Huashang, and Xiangmengchen were all doomed. It seems like this might really be the remains of an almighty void heaven expert. Let's go in and take a look. Zhuowen instructed the giant flame beast to stay outside and then stepped into the palace with a thunder fire sword. With Zhuowen's current abilities, unless it was a top-notch real god, it would be impossible to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't believe that a mere remnant of a fallen void sky almighty could do anything to him. After walking into the gloomy palace, Zhuowen quickly arrived at a dark hall. There were 6 side doors and the main door in front of him. At this moment, the side doors were not open, but the main door in front of him was opened by a crack. Zhuowen knew that the main door should have been opened by Han Wang and the others. Zhuowen did not directly enter the main door. Instead, he casually went to the side door closest to him and violently blasted it open. Whoosh! The side door shattered, and a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rushed in. Then, it rushed towards Zhuowen's vital points. This was a fierce black arrow rain, and it almost covered Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen's pupils constricted. He took a few steps back. At the same time, Xiao He controlled the thunder fire sword to slash fiercely, instantly destroying the black arrow rain. This arrow rain is not simple. If an ordinary peak heaven god is not careful, he will probably die in this arrow rain, Xiao He said in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze fell on the back of the door, and he gloomily discovered that there was nothing behind the door. Zhuowen held the iron Lu sword and became even more alert. He began to blast open the other 5 side doors one by one. However, the other side doors were the same as the first one. The moment he blasted open, there were similar mechanisms, but there was nothing behind them. When Zhuowen blasted open the last side door, the iron Lu sword in his hand was already brandishing a sword flower. When he was ready to defend himself at any time, he discovered that there was no mechanism behind this side door. This is a herb garden. He saw that behind this last side door was a herb garden with all kinds of divine herbs. After entering this place, Zhuowen discovered that this herb garden was not small. The lowest grade of divine herbs here was level 3, and the highest grade was even level 7. However, what disappointed Zhuowen was that the level 6 and 7 divine herbs were all withered and dead. Zhuowen was very clear that the higher the grade of the divine herb, the higher the requirement for the soil and environment. Before this herb garden was abandoned, it should be an extremely high-grade herb garden. However, with the passage of time and the destruction of the ruins, this herb garden was abandoned. Level 6 and 7 divine herbs were extremely precious. In such a harsh environment, it was impossible for them to survive. However, there were some level 5 divine herbs that survived, but the amount was very small. The ones that survived the most were level 3 and level 4 divine herbs. For example, 100-mile bamboo, green jade wormwood, wind willow rabbit run, 3 softwater immortal leaves, chi shiwagon, hidden gallfire spring flower, jeje green, and so on. Zhuowen even saw the god fire flower that Jiang Yan needed in this herb garden. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. The god fire flower was a level 4 divine herb. Its entire body was like fire. From afar, it looked like a cluster of intense flames. With a wave of his hand, Zhuowen kept all the divine herbs in the herb garden into his spirit ring. Of course, those withered level 6 and 7 divine herbs were not spared by Zhuowen. Although they were withered, they were still level 6 and 7 divine herbs. Who knows, they might be useful in the future. After keeping the divine herbs, Zhuowen came to the front of the main door. His eyes flickered, but he still pushed the door open. Since even King Han had fallen, the place behind the main door was definitely not a good place. Creak! The strange sound of the stone door rolling could be heard. In this quiet hall it was especially eerie. Behind the main door was a huge hall. This hall was surrounded by stone pillars. Moreover, it was filled with a dim fog, making it impossible to see the true appearance of this hall. However, there was a red carpet in front of the main door. Only this red carpet path did not exist in the fog. Following the red carpet, Zhuowen landed at the end. There was a half-meter tall temple. This temple was extremely exquisite, but there was indeed nothing inside. It faintly revealed a trace of strangeness. Suddenly, footsteps came from the side. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he saw a beautiful figure appear in his field of vision. "Little brother Longwen, why are you here?" When the beautiful figure saw Zhuowen, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This beautiful figure was none other than the pavilion master of Douya Pavilion, Xiang Mengchen. Pavilion Master Xiang, Zhuowen subconsciously frowned. He felt that this Xiang Mengchen was a little strange. Logically speaking, King Han had fallen here. How could this Xiang Mengchen be safe and sound? Just as Zhuowen was about to ask, Xiang Mengchen sighed softly and said, "You shouldn't have come here. This palace is too strange. Other than me, Huashang, Taishang Xue, and Inshuran are all dead. Only King Han desperately escaped from the palace." Zhuowen was startled. He looked Xiang Mengchen up and down and suddenly pulled out the iron loose sword and slashed at Xiang Mengchen. Bang! Xiang Mengchuan's face changed slightly. She immediately took out the green bead and said angrily, "Little brother Longwen, what is the meaning of this? Are you crazy?" Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. He completely ignored Xiang Mengchen and took a step forward. He immediately used the 3 major sword moves. Sword, piercing brambles. First appearance of sword light, and midday Sunday bang bang bang. Suddenly, Xiang Mengchuan's green bead trembled violently, and Xiang Mengchen retreated. She was shocked that Zhuowen's strength had become so terrifying. "You were the one who told the 4-star lords about this ruin, and you were the one who broke the chain of the flame beast, right? Pavilion Lord Xiang, who are you?" Zhuowen swung the iron loose sword in his right hand and used the 4th move of the Tao of Destruction, sword art, sometimes the dark moon. A crescent moon rose, attached to the sword light, and slashed in front of Xiang Mengchen. Crack! Suddenly, the light shield in front of Xiang Mengchen shattered, and the green bead was sent flying. However, the green bead that was sent flying immediately flew back. In an instant, the green aura around Xiang Mengchuan's body expanded, forming an extremely powerful defense. "How did you know?" Xiang Mengchuan's eyes suddenly became strange, and she sneered. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. "Of course I didn't know. I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to really answer me." Xiang Mengchuan's face froze, and her eyes spat fire. This Zhuowen dared to trick her. How hateful! "Then tell me your goal," Zhuowen said coldly. Xiang Mengchen didn't speak anymore. She slowly retreated and landed in front of the temple at the end of the red carpet, saying, "Goal? I just need a sacrifice. I don't have a clear goal. Since you've come to this temple, don't think about leaving." Creek. Chapter 1938. The illusory sky, bridge the gray, fog churned and instantly turned into a sea of fire. Zhuowen could even feel the scorching heat from the sea of fire. The sea of fire was very terrifying. It instantly lit Zhuowen up, and Zhuowen was like a man on fire. However, Zhuowen sneered. After cultivating the shapeless all-life, Zhuowen could tell with a glance that this sea of fire was simply an illusion. Moreover, it was not a simple illusion. Once you fell into the illusion due to fear, the illusion would become real and burn you to death. As Zhuowen could see through the illusion with a glance, he was completely unaffected by the flames that enveloped him. The sea of fire suddenly retreated, and what followed was an extreme world of ice and snow. Zhuowen was frozen into an ice man. Then came hidden weapons, war, slaughter, tsunamis. All the disasters in the world were inflicted on Zhuowen at this moment. However, Zhuowen was completely unaffected. He just walked along the red carpet and walked towards the temple. Xiang Mingquan's face sank. She did not expect Zhuowen to be so resistant to illusions. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the temple, Xiang Mingquan hurriedly took a few steps back. Her face was filled with fear as she said, "Don't come over." Zhuowen glanced at Xiang Mingquan, then pointed at the temple that was half the height of a person and asked, "What is this?" Xiang Mingquan's beautiful eyes were filled with fear, especially when Zhuowen asked about the temple. Her fear was filled with panic, as if something precious on her was being peeped at by Zhuowen. Seeing Xiang Mingquan's expression, Zhuowen immediately knew that this temple was not simple. It was possible that this temple had something to do with the inheritance of the master of the ruins here. Zhuowen gently placed his right hand on the temple. Immediately, an extremely strange and cold aura surged out from the temple. Then, a gray line quickly followed Zhuowen's right hand and rapidly entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. It was so fast that Zhuowen did not expect it to be so fast. The moment the gray line entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows, Zhuowen froze on the spot. I really fell for it. This temple contains a trace of the master of the ruins' remnant consciousness. Any cultivator who comes into contact with this temple will have their soul invaded by the remnant consciousness. Moreover, their soul will be devoured and become nutrients for the remnant consciousness. This kid is dead for sure. However, this lad was only a demigod before. Now he's already a late heavenly god. His battle prowess is too terrifying. Even my low-grade true god weapon couldn't withstand his attacks. This is really strange. I'm afraid this lad has a huge secret. Zhuowen. Zhuowen's translation. Is Zhuowen's translation Xiang translation. Just as Xiang Mingquan was about to take away Zhuowen's spirit ring, the thunder fire sword floating beside Zhuowen suddenly slashed out and cut off Xiang Mingquan's right hand. The green bead fell to the side. At the same time, the thunder fire sword erupted with terrifying black flames that instantly enveloped Xiang Mingquan. Xiang Mingquan did not even have time to react. Not only was her right hand cut off, but she also lost her life. Stinking woman, do you think this dragon lord is a useless person? If you want to touch Zhuowen, you have to ask your grandpa dragon first. Xiao Hei sat on the sword hilt. Then she waved her little paw and called the green bead over. She then looked at Zhuowen worriedly. The gray line that flew out of the temple was too fast. Even Xiao Hei did not have time to react before Zhuowen was hit. Although it's just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it's still the remnant consciousness of a void sky almighty. I don't know if this brat can withstand it, Xiao Hei whispered worriedly. At this moment, a gray figure rushed out of Zhuowen's spirit space and arrived in the spirit space in an instant. It was a gray-robed, middle-aged man. His gloomy eyes coldly scanned the spirit space, but soon he revealed a surprised expression. Zhuowen's spirit space was really too strange. It was actually a starry sky with countless twinkling stars. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded. In the starry sky, a giant beast with 12 long horns stepped through the starry sky and arrived in front of the gray-robed middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the giant beast rushed over, a huge purple-black lightning bolt flashed out and instantly charged towards the gray-robed middle-aged man. Isn't this Devour? How is this possible? The gray-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. He immediately raised his hands, and gray energy gushed out in an attempt to block the black lightning bolt. Bang! The purple-black lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. As soon as the gray-robed, middle-aged man collided with it, he was immediately sent flying. You're just a remnant consciousness, yet you want to nibble away at me? You're simply courting death. Zhuowen, who had transformed into Devour, sneered. He stomped his right foot and opened his mouth. A terrifying devouring power that seemed to be able to swallow the world gushed out. A terrifying black vortex appeared in Devour's mouth. Then the gray-robed, middle-aged man involuntarily flew towards Devour, his eyes filled with fear. He originally thought that Zhuowen was just an ordinary late heavenly god, so he didn't hesitate to use his remnant consciousness to devour his soul. However, he didn't expect that this brat was so extraordinary and had such a big secret. It should be known that in Xiulan, Exalted Snow and Huashang souls were easily devoured by Devour after touching the temple. As for Han Wang, he was smarter and let go in time. However, he was still poisoned to death. Only Zhuowen wasn't a cultivator, but Devour, one of the most powerful races in the starry sky. With Devour's enormous soul, how could his remnant consciousness devour it? Moreover, Devour's ability was devouring. Entering Devour's soul space as a remnant consciousness was simply courting death. Wait, Your Excellency, and I will mind our own business. Let me go, and I won't cause any trouble for Your Excellency in the future. I will even leave my inheritance to you, the gray-robed man immediately shouted. Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to this person. As long as he devoured this person's soul, he would be able to obtain his memories. At that time, the inheritance would still be his. Why should he listen to this person's suggestion and let him go? Moreover, this person was treacherous and cunning. It was obvious that he had worked together with Xiang Mengchen to bring people here. Their purpose was to let this remnant consciousness absorb the soul and recover. Zhuowen didn't want to have any cooperation with this person, or he would definitely be stabbed in the back. After devouring the gray-robed man's soul, Zhuowen woke up. Brat, you're finally awake. Seeing Zhuowen wake up, Xiao He threw the green bead she obtained from Xiang Mengchen to Zhuowen. After receiving the green bead, Zhuowen didn't need to think to know that it should be Xiang Mingquan's low-grade, true god weapon. The defensive power of this item was quite strong, but for him, it wasn't very useful. He intended to give this green bead to Moyan Wushang. After all, Moyan Wushang's strength was too weak. With this bead, it would be difficult for anyone below the true god realm to threaten her. Xiao He, thank you. Although Zhuowen was caught in the soul battle, he also knew that Xiang Mengchen would definitely attack him. Now that the green bead was in Xiao He's hands and Xiang Mengchen wasn't there, it was obvious that she had been killed by Xiao He. However, Xiao He waved her hand and asked curiously, "It seems that your soul is really strong. Although it was only a trace of consciousness, it was still an elite in the virtual sky world when it was alive, right? You actually killed it so quickly." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "This person's soul was too damaged. Moreover, this person was also the lowest existence in the virtual sky world. It's pardonable that she was killed by me. Now, let's enter this person's inner hall first. I'm prepared to let my original body accept this person's inheritance." Xiao He nodded and then entered the deepest part of the hall with her sword. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a secret door that ordinary people couldn't detect. The space inside the secret door was a void space. In this space, the only thing that existed was a huge, fiery red arch bridge. This arch bridge had a total of 9 steps, but now only the first step of the arch bridge was lit up. The other 8 steps were dim. "This is the virtual sky bridge." Zhuowen stared at the virtual sky bridge in the void space, his eyes flickering. The owner of the soul he devoured was called Liang Shui. He wasn't a cultivator from the Huaxia Heaven region, but a cultivator from the Dafan Heaven region, which was very far away from the Huaxia Heaven region. Moreover, this Liang Shui offended an elite in the virtual sky world who was stronger than him and was hunted down and seriously injured. In the end, he escaped to the Changhe Galaxy, which was at the border of the Huaxia Heaven region. The fiery cloud region was also created because of Liang Shui's will. Qi, the ruler of the Changhe Galaxy, naturally knew the reason why the fiery cloud region was formed. However, Qi was fooled by Liang Shui's threat. After learning that the other party was an elite in the virtual sky world, he didn't dare to approach the fiery cloud region at all for fear that he would be killed with a slap. After obtaining Liang Shui's memories, Zhuowen had a much clearer understanding of the virtual sky world. The most important thing for virtual sky world cultivators was the virtual sky bridge floating in the void space in front of them. The virtual sky bridge contained all the energy that an elite in the virtual sky world cultivated for countless years. It was something even more important than the soul. The virtual sky bridge had a total of 9 steps, and each step corresponded to a realm on the virtual sky bridge. It was called the Virtual Sky 9 Steps by Virtual Sky World cultivators. It was said that the first step on the Virtual Sky Bridge allowed one to live for 10,000 years. The second step allowed one to have an immortal body. The third step allowed one to pierce through the starry sky. The 9th step allowed one to comprehend life and death. Liang Shui's Virtual Sky Bridge only had 1 step lit up. Obviously, his realm had only reached the longevity realm. Back then, Liang Shui was seriously injured, and even his soul was badly damaged. However, he still managed to preserve the virtual sky bridge in his body so that when his soul was complete one day, he could rebuild his physical body and ascend to the virtual sky bridge again. Unfortunately, all of this had become a wedding dress for Zhuowen. "Kid, why don't you use Devour's physical body to absorb the energy of the virtual sky bridge?" "With Devour's physical body, I'm afraid that once it advances, it will be much stronger than your original body, right?" Xiao He asked doubtfully. Zhuowen sighed softly. "It's not that easy for Devour to advance. Devour must absorb a specific type of energy, or the star force of a planet, to continuously advance. The energy of a cultivator's virtual sky bridge isn't suitable for Devour." Chapter 1939. "Come out." Xiao He nodded as if she understood, but she didn't say anything else. Zhuowen, on the other hand, sighed softly. In fact, he was a little puzzled. In Devour's inherited memories, Devour was extremely powerful, and his innate talent was terrifying. However, because he was too powerful and terrifying, it was much more difficult for Devour to advance compared to other cultivators. Generally, the time needed for an infant Devourer to become an adult Devourer was often calculated in billions of years, which was an extremely terrifying number. If Devourer didn't have any fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for him to reach adulthood. Because Zhuowen knew this, he didn't plan to put his focus on Devourer, but on his main body. First, he would let his main body's cultivation increase. When the time came, it would be much easier to find suitable energy or planets for Devour to absorb. Fortunately, Zhuowen's divine soul was extremely powerful, so he could multitask. Moreover, Zhuowen was a human, so he was more inclined to let his main body's cultivation increase. Previously, if his main body wasn't too weak and he urgently needed more strength, he wouldn't have spent so much time on Devour. However, he had to do so. After all, the heavenly Devourer had the power of an adult Devourer. Once the infant Devourer became a heavenly god, not only would he have the innate divine ability, but he would also be able to absorb the adult Devourer's power and advance rapidly, giving Zhuowen the strength of a true god. It was precisely because of his current strength that Zhuowen was able to enter the Long River system without fear. He was also more confident in taking away the heavenly armor planet. First, absorb this illusory heavenly bridge into Devour's body. Then, let my main body cultivate on it. After saying that, Zhuowen's body enlarged, revealing Devour's main body. Devour opened his mouth, and a black vortex appeared. Then the illusory heavenly bridge was swallowed into Devour's body without any surprise. At this moment, Zhuowen's main body, clad in white, slowly stepped out from Devour's body and stepped onto Liang Shui's illusory heavenly bridge. Then he sat cross-legged on the first step of the illusory heavenly bridge and began to absorb the energy within it to cultivate. It's a pity that Liang Shui's void sky grade weapon was destroyed during the chase. Otherwise, I would also be able to obtain a void sky grade weapon. In Liang Shui's memories, Liang Shui originally possessed a void sky grade weapon. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the great master who chased after him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh. It's time for us to leave this place. After leaving the secret door, Zhuowen searched the entire palace again. He found the corpses of Huashang, Taishang Shui, and Enxiulan. In addition to these three, there were many corpses in the hall that had already turned into skeletons. Obviously, these corpses were the same as Huashang and the others, pitiful creatures whose souls had been devoured by Liang Shui's remnant consciousness. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed a skeleton kneeling on one knee. There was a jade pendant on the skeleton's waist. The word Jiang was engraved on the jade pendant. Wasn't that Jiang Yan's ancestor Jiang Su? With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen put away Jiang Su's corpse and checked the surroundings. After making sure that there was nothing left, Zhuowen left the palace. By the time Zhuowen walked out of the palace, the flame beast was still waiting outside. Seeing Zhuowen come out, the flame beast prostrated itself on the ground, its eyes filled with awe. "Leave this fiery cloud territory." Zhuowen sat on the flame beast's back and ordered indifferently. The flame beast roared and stomped its right foot, leaving this place in an instant. However, when the gigantic flame beast returned to the sea of fire, it hesitated. The reason why it was trapped here was because of Liang Shui. Before Liang Shui had fallen, he had trapped the flame beast here, making it the flame beast's guardian. He had also ordered it not to leave the sea of flames. Now, the flame beast had a deep memory of that. Facing the sea of flames in front of it, it hesitated. Liang Shui is already dead. His orders are nothing but a fart. "Just take me away," Zhuowen said indifferently. The flame beast shivered, then rushed into the sea of flames without hesitation. Even Liang Shui had died in this man's hands. The flame beast knew that this man was not to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. Especially when it had felt the terrifying pressure from Devour, the flame beast was even more frightened. Although there were still many fiery-eyed Swanee in the sea of flames, they didn't dare to come out when the flame beast appeared. They all shrank back into the sea of flames. Looking at the countless stars along the way, Zhuowen sighed inwardly. The energy of the stars was too strong. He had to use Devour's power to refine 9 stars. With his current strength, it was too difficult to devour more stars. As for the life planets, Zhuowen didn't dare to act recklessly. This was the heaven domain of China. Once he devoured a planet, his true identity would be recognized. Therefore, he had to be careful on his path of advancement. Outside the fiery cloud domain, there were still several meteorite continents floating. Not far from the passage Zhuowen had entered, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on a bluestone. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the entrance of the passage with worry. Although she wasn't sure what the ancient ruins in the fiery cloud domain were like, she was clear that her ancestor had disappeared. She was afraid that Longwen wouldn't be able to come out. "Let's wait for another month. If Brother Long still hasn't come out, I'll leave." Jiang Yan shook her head, sighing inwardly. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying rumbling sound came from the entire fiery cloud domain. Soon after, the cultivators in the fiery cloud domain were shocked. They found that the flames in the fiery cloud domain were even fiercer. The stars in the fiery cloud domain were even more violent, as if something had detonated them. What's going on? What's happening in the fiery cloud domain? Many cultivators who had planned to enter the fiery cloud domain all returned to the meteorite continents through the passage. They looked at the scene with fear. They couldn't imagine what was happening in the fiery cloud domain. Rumble. Suddenly, many passages outside the fiery cloud domain collapsed. Some of the cultivators who were still in the passages, because they couldn't escape in time, were directly annihilated. This scene caused many cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air, their hearts thumping wildly. Even Jiang Yan stood up and quickly retreated to the edge of the meteorite continents. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the broken passages. Her heart thumped. She knew that with the passage destroyed, the cultivators in the fiery cloud domain would have a hard time coming out. And Zhuowen, who was in the depths of the fiery cloud domain, most likely had met with misfortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan's heart was full of sighs. She knew that there was no need for her to wait any longer. "Brother Long, it's my fault." After saying that, Jiang Yan was about to leave. "Look, what is that?" "What a terrifying giant beast. It's actually not afraid of the terrifying flames in the fiery cloud domain." Suddenly, the cultivators on the meteorite continents exclaimed, attracting Jiang Yan's attention. Jiang Yan looked up and saw the giant beast that everyone was talking about. Her body trembled. Flame giant beast? How did it come out? Jiang Yan cried out in shock, but soon she noticed that within the flame giant beast, there seemed to be a figure standing there. And this figure was not unfamiliar to her. "Brother Long," Jiang Yan's heart trembled. She didn't expect Long Wen to be able to tame such a terrifying flame giant beast. The flame giant beast instantly landed on the meteorite continents. In an instant, the cultivators on the meteorite continents all retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Zhuowen, who was on top of the flame giant beast. Everyone was guessing which supreme existence this person was, to actually be able to tame such a terrifying flame giant beast. Zhuowen beckoned to Jiang Yan. "Miss Jiang, I'm fortunate to have completed my mission." Jiang Yan gasped, but she didn't dare to get close to the flame giant beast. She was very clear how terrifying this flame giant beast was. This was an existence comparable to a true god. With just a pinch of its finger, she would be squashed to death. Zhuowen walked down from the flame giant beast and took out the interspatial pouch that he had prepared beforehand. He passed it to Jiang Yan and transmitted his voice. "Miss Jiang, there's the divine flame that you want in this interspatial pouch, as well as a barrel of fire spirit juice." At the same time, Zhuowen took out a jade pendant and passed it to Jiang Yan. "I found this in one of the corpses. Does this belong to your ancestor Jiangsu?" Jiang Yan inspected the divine flame and fire spirit juice in the interspatial pouch. She was instantly stunned. There were a total of 10 divine flames and a barrel of fire spirit juice. This barrel wasn't simple at all. It was as thick as a person hugging it and 1/2 meter tall. It was filled to the brim with fire spirit juice. Without a doubt, this was the most amount of fire spirit juice Jiang Yan had ever seen. But very quickly, Jiang Yan's attention was attracted by the jade pendant. She took it and inspected it seriously. With an agitated expression, she said, "This jade pendant really belongs to my ancestor Jiangsu. My ancestor is dead?" Zhuowen nodded. He passed Jiangsu's corpse to Jiang Yan. "This jade pendant was found in this corpse. This person should be your ancestor Jiangsu." Jiang Yan received the corpse. Her eyes instantly reddened as she sighed. "Although I knew that my ancestor might have fallen, but after receiving confirmation, I still feel sad. Let's leave this place first. Everyone here saw me pass the interspatial pouch to you. I'm afraid there will be people coveting your treasures." Zhuowen waved his hand at the giant flame beast. The giant flame beast roared and came to Zhuowen's side. Soon after, it lowered its body and appeared extremely docile. Jiang Yan's body trembled. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he stepped onto the flame beast. Zhuowen was right. With Zhuowen's attitude, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to guess that the treasures Zhuowen obtained must be extraordinary. And Zhuowen gave the interspatial pouch to Jiang Yan. It was impossible for others not to covet it. Others might not dare to touch Zhuowen, but that didn't mean they wouldn't dare to touch her, Jiang Yan. The two of them rode on the flame beast and soon disappeared from the meteorite continent. Outside a dark green planet, a huge flaming beast was quietly passing by. "Brother Long, this is my planet." On the flame beast, Jiang Yan pointed at the dark green planet and said in a relaxed manner. Zhuowen nodded and said, Miss Jiang, let's part ways here. I still have some matters to deal with. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes widened. Somewhat downcast, she said, Brother Long, can't you come to my house for a visit? Is it urgent? It is indeed urgent. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit, Zhuowen said. Jiang Yan sighed and smiled. Thank you, Brother Long. In the future, you must come here and let me be the host. If fate allows, I will come. After saying that, Zhuowen rode on the flame beast and left. Chapter 1940. Pantheon had fallen. That day, Long River Star Main City was bustling with noise and excitement. On the streets, there were 2 rows of guards in heavy armor. The guards were lined up on both sides of the street. Their waists were straight like pine trees. Both sides of the street were filled with cultivators. Everyone was in a heated discussion, and some of them even looked excited. I heard that the real gods of the 5 galaxies nearby are planning to leave Long River Galaxy today. The ruler of Long River Galaxy, Mr. Chi, will personally send off the 5 real gods. I never expected 5 real gods to leave Long River Galaxy at the same time. In other words, we will see 6 real gods today. This is so exciting. It's my first time seeing so many real gods. Yes. Once I become a real god, I will have the right to rule the galaxy. I wonder when I will be able to become a real god. It's not easy to become a real god. There are so many heaven gods in a galaxy, but only one can become a real god. Our galaxy is not like a star area. Real gods are very rare. However, the discussion died down very quickly. Everyone's gaze was attracted by a huge beast at the end of the street. The beast was 1,000 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It took up almost 90% of the street. On the back of the beast, there was a luxurious sedan. There were more than 10 figures standing on the sedan. Among them, there were 6 figures who had grand auras. Looking at the 6 figures, many cultivators on the street were excited. The 6 figures were the 6 real gods that they had discussed enthusiastically previously. They were real god Chi from the Long River Galaxy, real god Pantheon from the Golden Sun Galaxy, real god Shaorun from the Black Light Galaxy, real god Luyang from the Green Cloud Galaxy, real god Zijing from the Purple Electric Galaxy, and real god Huoyao from the Fire Jade Galaxy. Real god Chi, who was in white, raised a bronze wine cup and said to the other 5 real gods, I thank the 5 of you for coming to visit me personally. You have also brought me many valuable gifts. I am very grateful. Since the 5 of you are leaving, I would like to propose a toast to the 5 of you. Pantheon was a huge man who was 9 feet tall. He laughed and raised his wine cup. Brother Chi, you are too courteous. The 5 of us might have to rely on you in the future. Brother Pan is right. We will have to rely on Brother Chi in the future. I hope Brother Chi will not forget us when you are rich. Haha. The other 4 real gods also picked up their wine bottles one after another. They did not dare to slack off at all as they downed their wine bottles one after another. Chi smiled and drank the wine. He knew very well why the 5 true gods were so polite to him and even flattering him. It was because Tai Ching and Yu Qing had stayed in the Long River Galaxy for a period of time. At this moment, in a rather remote place within the palanquin, Panda, Yurong, and Zhou silently watched all of this with eyes filled with reverence. At the same time, Panda was a little anxious. He was wondering why Pan Hua hadn't returned yet. There wasn't even any news of him. Half a month ago, he was still in contact with Pan Hu, but in this half a month, he had completely lost contact with Pan Hu. Even when he took the initiative to contact Pan Hu, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. What is going on with Pan Hua? I haven't been able to contact him for half a month. Panda whispered with a frown. Zhou hurriedly said, Young master, rest assured. With Lord Pan Hu's strength, wouldn't killing that Long still be effortless? I'm afraid that Lord Pan Hu is still in the fiery cloud region, so we can't contact him. Panda nodded and said, I know that. No matter how strong Longwen is, Can he be stronger than a false, real god? It's just that I've been a little uneasy for the past few days. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering beast, roar, came from outside the Long River Star. The terrifying sound wave formed layers of ring-shaped ripples and spread across the entire Long River Star, causing the Long River Star to shake. Countless cultivators in the Long River Star were terrified and involuntarily covered their ears. The sound wave was so powerful that it caused their eardrums to hurt. The faces of the 6 true gods who were drinking wine froze as they looked beyond the starry sky. With their powerful divine senses, they immediately sensed that outside the Long River Star, there was a terrifying flaming beast. It was like a meteor that was rushing toward the Long River Star. Moreover, the aura of the flaming beast was so strong that it made the 6 of them fearful. They knew that the flaming beast was definitely a divine beast of their level. It might even be stronger than them. Chi-Chi's face changed drastically. He immediately recognized the origin of the flaming beast. Wasn't it the divine beast that had been guarding the core ancient ruins of the fiery cloud region? Why would it come to the Long River Star? When the flaming beast approached, the 6 of them realized that there was a tall figure standing on the flaming beast. It was a young man in a black robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders and fluttered in the wind. Although he wasn't handsome, he was charming. He was the type that the more you looked at him, the more comfortable you felt. However, what surprised the 6 real gods was that the young man's aura wasn't strong. He was only a late-stage divine realm expert. However, Chi-Chi frowned slightly. He felt that the young man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. Although Chi-Chi had seen Zhuowen before, Zhuowen had deliberately changed his appearance before coming to the Long River Star. Therefore, Chi-Chi couldn't recognize Zhuowen immediately. Boom! When the flaming beast stopped in the sky above the Long River Star, raging flames erupted from the flaming beast's body. In the eyes of the cultivators in the Long River Star was filled with endless flames, as if it was burning the sky. At that moment, the cultivators in the Long River Star saw Zhuowen on the flaming beast. When they realized that Zhuowen was only a late-stage divine realm expert, they were in an uproar. Obviously, they didn't expect the owner of such a terrifying beast to be a late-stage divine realm expert. Chi-Chi raised his hand and cupped his hands toward Zhuowen on the flaming beast. He said, "My friend, I am real god Chi-Chi, the ruler of the Long River Star. May I know why you are here?" Although Zhuowen's aura was only that of a late-stage divine realm expert, Chi-Chi didn't dare to be impolite because of the flaming beast. "Today, I'm only here to kill 3 people." However, just as Chi-Chi finished his sentence, the young man on the flaming beast stomped his right foot and purple intent spread out from the bottom of his foot. After that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the flaming beast's body. Purple intent. Could this be level 4 Tao meaning? Chi couldn't help but exclaim. Not only him, but even Pantheon and the other 4 real gods behind him were shocked. In the Huaxia heavenly region, those who could comprehend level 4 Tao meaning were demonic geniuses. Even in the core star region of the Huaxia heavenly region, Taiching celestial realm, they were considered geniuses who were highly valued. While the 6 real gods were stunned, Zhuowen, who was originally supported by the purple intent, had already appeared on the bridal sedan. Uft, uft, uft. Everyone saw 3 flashes of sword light. After that, the heads of Panda, Yurong, and Zowin, who were still in doubt, flew into the sky. Their heads rolled a few times in the sky and exploded. Their souls were shattered, and they couldn't be more dead. After killing Panda and the other 2, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and landed on the flaming beast again. His actions could be said to be smooth and smooth. After Panda and the other 2 died, everyone realized that the young man actually wanted to kill the 3 of them. After killing Panda and the other 2, Zhuowen planned to leave. The reason why he changed his appearance was mainly because he didn't want Chi-Chi to recognize him. In other words, it was unnecessary. When everyone saw Zhuowen driving the flaming beast away from the Long River Star, they all looked at Pan Tian, who was on the bridal sedan. Everyone knew that Panda and the other two were from the Pan family in the Gold Sun Galaxy. They were descendants who were related to Pan Tian by blood. Sure enough, Pan Tian's face was extremely ugly. His face was green and white. When he saw Zhuowen driving the flaming beast away, he snorted coldly and stomped his right foot. In an instant, he dashed towards Zhuowen and shouted angrily, "Wait!" Zhuowen turned around and looked at Pan Tian indifferently. "What else do you want?" Zhuowen didn't know Pan Tian. Hence, he didn't particularly care about the man in front of him. Seeing Zhuowen's indifferent appearance, Pan Tian was enraged. He roared, "You're going too far. Panda is my junior. You didn't even say a word before killing him in front of me. You didn't even give me an explanation. You're not putting me, Pan Tian, in your eyes at all, right? Do you think that you can do whatever you want with a true god-level divine beast? You are just a late heaven god. How dare you be so arrogant with an external force?" Zhuowen sized up Pan Tian. Pan Tian's aura wasn't very strong. It was much weaker than Jing Hai in the Tai Ching celestial realm. He probably hadn't even reached the true god level for 500 years and hadn't even survived a lightning disaster. With Zhuowen's current strength, he wasn't even afraid of an ordinary 2 disasters true god, let alone a mere Pan Tian. "Oh, what do you want as compensation?" Zhuowen didn't want to waste his breath on this person and asked directly. Pan Tian was stunned. He didn't expect this young man to be so easy to talk to. He licked his lips and looked at the flaming beast that Zhuowen was sitting on. He said, "If you give me this flaming beast, I will let bygones be bygones for killing Panda." Hustle and bustle. It seems that Panda isn't particularly important in your eyes. Zhuowen shook his head slowly and immediately pulled out the iron Lu sword. He stepped out with his right foot and plunged towards Pan Tian. Seeing that Zhuowen didn't rely on the flaming beast, but went directly towards Pan Tian, countless cultivators in Long River Star were in an uproar. They thought this young man was crazy. Even the other 5 real gods were surprised. They obviously didn't understand Zhuowen's actions. On the other hand, Pan Tian grinned. A heavy sword had unknowingly appeared in his hand as he softly muttered, "Since you are courting death, don't blame me. I will take care of this huge fire beast on your behalf. You can go in peace." Then Pan Tian swung his heavy sword and almost used all his strength. He wanted to kill Zhuowen with one hit. Seeing Pan Tian's move, Zhuowen knew that Pan Tian had the intention to kill. "If so, I won't hold back," Zhuowen said calmly, and immediately used time of the dark moon. A crescent moon rose and hit the heavy sword heavily. Bang, bang. Pan Tian groaned and immediately retreated a few thousand feet. He looked at the young man, who didn't retreat at all, in shock. Just as he was about to continue his attack, the young man was already in front of him. Chapter 1941. 6 Desires Palace. As soon as Pan Tian died, the flame behemoth tacitly carried Zhuowen on its back and disappeared from the sight of the countless cultivators on Long River Star. True God Pan of the Gold Sun Galaxy was killed just like that. The entire Long River Star was terrifyingly silent. However, the silence only lasted for a moment. Then, like a volcano erupting, it surged out and spread across the entire Long River Star. The result of the battle between a true god and a late divine god was as they had expected. However, the person who was defeated was out of their expectation. Pan Tian, who was a true god, was killed by a late divine god youth in an instant. This scene would be imprinted in the memory of all the cultivators on the Long River Star. Chi and the other 4 were frozen on the spot. Their hearts were beating fast. Pan Tian's strength was not weaker than any of the 5 of them, but in the hands of the young man who only had the aura of a late god, he had actually been killed in a few exchanges. It was simply too unbelievable. This person's back is so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Chi murmured with a complicated look. The flaming beast was extremely fast. It was even faster than most astrolabes. In less than half a day, Zhuowen's soul consciousness had already seen the outline of the heavenly armor star in the distance. Zhuowen sat on the flaming beast and released the blood immortal. Xiao He had already brought the thunder fire sword into Devourer's space. She was soaking in the pool of fire spirit juice. If there was nothing urgent, Xiao He would not have come out. At this moment, the blood immortal came out and looked around. She was confused when she found that she was in a starry sky. Since Zhuowen had put her in the spiritual ring had been cut off from the outside world. Therefore, she did not know what had happened after leaving the starry sky. However, the blood immortal soon found that the surrounding temperature was extremely hot. The heat was not only on her body, but also on her soul. Only now did the blood immortal notice that under his feet there was a giant beast that was burning with flames all over its body. And this giant beast's aura was so strong that it made his heart beat faster. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a monster that was far more powerful than him. "Master, where are we now?" Seeing that he and Zhuowen were standing on the fire beast, the blood immortal knew that this fire beast was probably Zhuowen's new mount. To be able to tame such a terrifying mount, it was obvious that Zhuowen's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Therefore, he spoke very carefully. Zhuowen glanced at the blood immortal and said, "Blood immortal, I have promised to set you free a long time ago. It has dragged on for so long. It is time to fulfill my promise." The blood immortal's heart skipped a beat. She immediately knew that Zhuowen was going to get rid of her. Plop! Without hesitation, the blood immortal knelt down on the ground and cried out in tears, "Master! Little blood disciple has been with Master for so long. He can't leave Master. You can't abandon little blood disciple. Little blood disciple is only a demigod. He's just cannon fodder outside. Although little blood disciple is not strong enough, he has done a lot of things for Master, especially at critical moments. Little blood disciple has never screwed up. Master, little blood disciple is loyal. Please don't chase me away." As she spoke, the blood immortal had already come to Zhuowen's feet and hugged his right leg. Her voice was filled with sorrow, like an abandoned woman. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he didn't like blood immortal's personality, blood immortal did help him a lot when he was on the verge of death. It was also because of this that Zhuowen didn't kill the blood immortal when she tried to bite him several times. "You also know that you are not strong enough. You will only be a burden if you stay with me. Don't worry. I have 2 spirit congealing pills here. They can help you reach soul formation. Also, I will give you a lot of godstones. It will be enough for you to live in the long river system." After Zhuowen spoke, he took out an astrolabe and planned to give it to the blood immortal. Unfortunately, the blood immortal hugged him even tighter. She said quickly, "Master, are you really not worried about letting me go? You know that I know Devourer's secret." Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out. The blood immortal let out a muffled groan as she flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, Zhuowen's face looked terrible. Although he thought that the secret of Devourer's possession was well hidden, he didn't expect the blood immortal to have guessed it. The blood immortal was frightened. She just blurted it out to test Zhuowen's reaction. She didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a big reaction. She immediately knew that Devourer's disappearance had something to do with Zhuowen. The infant Devourer might have been subdued by Zhuowen. As for the possession, she had never thought about it. After all, it was too difficult. If Zhuowen hadn't relied on the strength of his soul, the celestial star meditation diagram, and the formless all-life, it would have been a fool's dream to try to possess the body of an infant. Even so, the process of his possession was extremely thrilling. "Master, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. As long as you don't let me go, I will keep this secret." Seeing Zhuowen's expression, the blood immortal knew that Devourer had been subdued by Zhuowen. The reason why she didn't want to leave Zhuowen was because of Devourer. The infant Devourer's blood power was too strong. If she cultivated inside Devour's body, her cultivation speed would be countless times faster. After tasting such benefits, the Blood Immortal knew that it was a great opportunity. She couldn't let it slip away from her hands. Zhuowen slightly frowned. As he was about to speak, the Thunder Fire sword suddenly flew out from his body. Xiao He sat on the hilt, looking at the Blood Immortal below with a mocking smile. Zhuowen, it happens that I lack a little brother. Let the Blood Immortal be my little brother. The Blood Immortal immediately walked forward, smiling at Xiao He flatteringly. Greetings, Dragon Master. Little Blood Immortal greets you. Dragon Master, you must take me in. In the future, Little Blood Immortal will do anything for you. I won't even frown. Xiao He laughed, patting the Blood Immortal's shoulder. Well said, well said. Follow me, Dragon Master, and I will let you live a good life. Then the Thunder Fire sword spewed out black flames, wrapping around the Blood Immortal and disappearing back into Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen knew that Xiao He had entered Devour's inner world again. He had specially divided the rules for Xiao He in his inner world. As long as it was Xiao He, there wouldn't be any restrictions when entering his inner world. After all, Xiao He was also very powerful. If he was in danger, Xiao He could attack him unexpectedly and help him. After Xiao He returned to his inner world, she sent a message to Zhuowen. Kid, you were too careless. Since the Blood Immortal knew about Devour's existence, you shouldn't have let him go. Luckily, he seemed to value the Devour's inner world. He didn't want to leave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhuowen's eyes widened in shock. What Xiao He said was true. He had been possessed for a moment. Before Shi Yan had enough power, he shouldn't reveal Devour's secret to others. If it was a true god, it would be fine. If it was coveted by a void sky almighty, it would be terrible. Xiao He, I didn't think it through. Zhuowen said, slightly ashamed. You should pay attention next time. Also, the Blood Immortal's aptitude is very strong. In addition to the Devour's inner world's inner world, the Blood Immortal isn't stupid. He won't want to leave you. However, the Blood Immortal was born rebellious and dishonest. I will teach him a good lesson. After saying that, Xiao He laughed wickedly. Then, the laughter gradually disappeared. Zhuowen shook his head. He raised his head and saw the heavenly armor star not far away. He knew that he had arrived. However, when Zhuowen's divine sense swept over, he found that there were two figures floating above the heavenly armor star. One of the figures was carrying a zither on his back. He was extremely beautiful. It was Moyin Wushang. When Zhuowen's divine sense fell on the figure beside Moyin Wushang, his eyes suddenly narrowed into a dangerous arc. This figure was a person in a black robe. His entire body was wrapped so tightly that it was impossible to see his true appearance. However, Zhuowen could tell from the mysterious black-robed person's graceful figure that this person should be a woman. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that this black-robed person gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. Even though Zhuowen had many trump cards, this sense of danger rose in his heart for no reason. Obviously, the black-robed person in front of him was very strong. It was even beyond Zhuowen's imagination. This person was not a true peak true god expert, but a powerful void sky almighty. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was a little shocked. He was very confused about the origin of this black-robed person. How could such a terrifying expert suddenly appear in such a remote and desolate place like the Long River Galaxy? Moyin Wushang also saw Zhuowen, who was riding on the flame beast. Her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise. The mysterious black-robed person looked at Zhuowen indifferently. Then she said to Moyin Wushang, "Don't waste too much time. Because you want to wait for this man, I have deliberately delayed a lot of time. I hope you can do as you say this time." Moyin Wushang nodded slightly. Then she swept in front of Zhuowen. Her pair of autumn eyes stared at Zhuowen's face. It was as if she wanted to imprint Zhuowen's appearance into her memory. Wushang, who is she? Zhuowen frowned and asked. Moyen Wushang shook her head slightly and said, Zhuowen, she is not an enemy. Don't be impulsive. The reason why I waited on the heavenly armor planet was actually to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Wushang, what do you mean? Zhuowen was a little panicked. He knew that Moyen Wushang was going to leave, but he did not know why. But when he thought of her leaving, Zhuowen felt a little empty in his heart. Although Moyen Wushang's talent is not high, her understanding of music is the best I have ever seen. If she were to stay here, it would be a waste of her talent in music. You must have heard the trace of Taoist rhyme from Wushang's music. I know you have Taoist rhyme, but you don't know that Taoist rhyme is even rarer than your Taoist rhyme. Moreover, her music is even rarer. If such a monstrous talent doesn't enter the Six Desires Palace, it would be a waste. Chapter 1942. A Phoenix Seeking a Phoenix, Six Desires Palace. Zhuowen was shocked. He naturally knew about the Six Desires Palace. It was a force established by the master of the Six Desires Heaven. It was the most powerful and terrifying force in the Six Desires Heaven. It dominated all the forces in the Six Desires Heaven. Its status was similar to the Hall of Virtue in the Hua Xia heavenly region. However, the Six Desires Palace's restrictions were much stronger than the Hua Xia heavenly regions. It was not as casual and natural as the Taiching Palace. When he was in the Taiching Celestial Realms Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, he learned a lot about the eight heavens. Moreover, the Six Desires Heaven happened to be one of the strongest heavens in the eight heavens. Naturally, he paid attention to the Six Desires Palace. The Six Desires Palace was made up of female cultivators. Most of their attacks were based on music. All kinds of music instruments could be used by the disciples of the Six Desires Palace to kill. Although Moyen Wushang's cultivation was low, the rhythm he had comprehended was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the black-robed man had taken a fancy to him. Although logic told Zhuowen that it was indeed the best choice for Moyen Wushang to go to the Six Desires Palace, Zhuowen was still worried. Wushang, is this your own decision and not forced by others? The black-robed man sneered. Since you know about the Six Desires Palace, you should know that there are many cultivators in the eight heavens who want to join the Six Desires Palace but can't. As for forcing you to do something so despicable, I won't do it. Moyen Wushang nodded. Then he avoided Zhuowen's gaze and said, Zhuowen, I'm willing. After saying this, Moyen Wushang suddenly looked at Zhuowen with a serious expression and said, I'm too weak. I can't do anything for you and elder sister Qinshui. I can't even help you with anything. I hate being this weak and I want to become stronger. I don't want the gap between us to become bigger and bigger. Zhuowen silently looked at the serious Moyen Wushang in front of him. He sighed in his heart. Although Moyen Wushang said that he wanted to become stronger, he was actually running away from his feelings for Mu Qinshui. Moyen Wushang did like Zhuowen, and he liked him a lot. However, she could see that Zhuowen had always been conflicted. She could see that Zhuowen loved Mu Qinshui very much. Moyen Wushang, Moyen Wushang. Moyen Wushang had done many things that had stimulated Zhuowen's heart. And Moyen Wushang's is Wushang, Wushang, Wushang. Wushang, Moyen Wushang. Moyen Wushang was Wushang, World Wushang, and Wushang times Studio was, and Studio Wushang was studio. She also knew that Zhuowen went to the Brahma domain to find the sun and moon grass that could balance the yin and yang of Mu Qinshui's soul. Once he found it, Mu Qinshui would wake up again. Therefore, Moyen Wushang chose to run away in order not to make things difficult for Zhuowen. She didn't want Zhuowen to be conflicted. Yes, she was running away. Although she wanted to stay by Zhuowen's side, she didn't want the person she liked to be conflicted because of her. Wushang, since it's your decision, I will respect it. However, after I deal with the matters at hand, I will go to the Six Desires Palace to find you. No matter what, I think we should face it. Whether it's you or me, it's the same, Zhuowen said softly. Moyen Wushang was startled and her eyes turned red. She knew that Zhuowen's words were very plain. However, he had already made a promise to her. In other words, he had already started to accept her. All of this had to wait until Mu Chinchua woke up. Zhuowen took out the green pearl and handed it to Moyen Wushang. He said, "Wushang, this is a low-grade, true divine weapon. It should be of great help to you." "Zhuowen, brother Zhua, I like you. I have always liked you. Thank you for your promise. I will wait for you in the Six Desires Palace. I know you will definitely come. I am very happy now." Moyen Wushang's tears flowed down. She also threw herself into Zhuowen's arms. She was like an injured kitten, her delicate body twitching. Zhuowen gently stroked Moyen Wushang's back. A trace of pity rose in his heart. Moyen Wushang had done too much for him. He wasn't a cold-hearted person. He had seen what Moyen Wushang had done. Moreover, Moyen Wushang had done things for him without asking for anything in return. She had always been willing to be a green leaf, silently contributing for him. Zhuowen didn't want to let down such a woman. He didn't want her to suffer any harm because Moyen Wushang had invisibly entered his heart. Chinchua. Wushang, Zhuowen suddenly felt guilty. Whether it was Mu Chinchua or Moyen Wushang, they had done a lot for him. However, he, Zhuowen, had not been able to repay their efforts. "Wushang, we should go." The black-robed person looked at this scene. Her heart seemed to be moved. Her voice also became much softer. "Give me time for a song." Moyen Wushang and Zhuowen separated. Then she sat cross-legged in the void. She took down the zither on her back. Her slender, jade-like hands began to strum and jump between the strings. The pleasant sound of the zither continued to reverberate. The black-robed person opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She just stood silently to the side and waited. Zhuowen quietly looked at Moyen Wushang. At this moment, he could clearly feel the powerful rhythm that was constantly touching the will in his body. At this moment, Moyen Wushang was playing a solo for him. The rhythm that he had comprehended was all contained in this song. Zhuowen simply released the fourth level of the will in his body. The purple will was like a purple snake that constantly swam around Zhuowen's body. It made Zhuowen's whole body filled with a mysterious color. The sound of the zither floated. The rhythm was faint. The purple will was misty. It was like water and milk. At this moment, the will on Zhuowen's body seemed to have resonated with the rhythm of Moyen Wushang's music. They were constantly intertwining, and in this intertwining, the power of the rhythm and the will was expanding. It was as if the two were complementing each other. The rhythm and the will are actually complementing each other and expanding. The black-robed person's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. The song ended and the crowd dispersed. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Moyen Wushang and the black-robed person had already left. However, his body was still surrounded by a thick purple will. This purple will was getting thicker and thicker. It almost dyed Zhuowen's entire body purple. "Fifth level of the will," Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He looked into the distance. It was as if he could see the beautiful figure leaving. He knew that Moyen Wushang was deliberately helping him to improve his will. Feng, she returns to her hometown, roams the 4 seas in search of another phoenix. When I didn't meet her, there was no general. How could I comprehend today's rising hall? Feng, she perches with me. I'll entrust her to be my concubine forever. Friendship is mutual and harmonious. Who is the one who understands each other in the middle of the night? Zhuowen softly recited the lyrics of Feng. She feng. His heart became more determined. Then he turned into a stream of light and entered the heavenly armor planet. Zhuowen stayed on the heavenly armor planet for a few days. He told the higher-ups of the heavenly armor planet everything about him and his plans to take the heavenly armor planet away. At the same time, Zhuowen gave the congealing spirit pills to Long Xiaotian, Yuan Hongwen, Ji Chenyan, and the others. He hoped that they could reach the divine transformation realm soon. Although everyone felt that the matter of Devour's possession was unbelievable, they all chose to believe in Zhuowen. This made Zhuowen feel much more relieved. 3 days later, Zhuowen stood in the sky above the heavenly armor planet. He waved his sleeve and a huge black vortex appeared. It directly sucked the entire heavenly armor planet into it and stored it in his inner world. Then he rode the giant flame beast and completely left the Huaxia heavenly territory. Master, why don't you let me see Junior Brother? Isn't Junior Brother still alive? 2 figures stood at the edge of the Huaxia heavenly territory. One of them was an old Taoist with a casual expression. The other was a woman in the same Taoist robe. However, this woman had an otherworldly temperament and was extremely beautiful. Lianmeng, he is no longer my disciple, nor is he your junior brother. Back then he said that that was the last time he would call me master. Tai Ching shook his head. A rare, complicated look appeared in his eyes. He finally understood why Zhuowen would sacrifice himself so generously. It turned out that he still had a trick up his sleeve. This was something that he had never expected. Lianmeng waved her fist and pouted, "He's my junior brother." Tai Ching patted Lianmeng's head and said, "There are some things that you still don't understand. However, I do know that he will definitely return to the Huaxia heavenly territory. At that time, you will be able to see him. However, with his current progress, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses you." Lianmeng refused to accept this and said, "Then I will cultivate properly. If junior brother really returns, my cultivation will definitely be higher than his. I don't need his protection. At that time, I will be the one to protect him." Tai Ching smiled. He knew that he had completely aroused Lianmeng's urge to cultivate. However, he was also shocked. He did not expect Zhuowen to improve so quickly. Now he was actually able to instantly kill a true god like Pantheon. Furthermore, he also discovered the obscure aura on Zhuowen's body. He was very familiar with that aura, but he did not expose it. Disciple, calamities and blessings depend on each other, and blessings are hidden within calamities. At the same time that you have obtained a great opportunity, you will also have to bear a great calamity. If you can survive it, perhaps you will truly have the qualifications to speak with me as an equal. Tai Ching silently looked at Zhuowen's back in the distance. His eyes were filled with calmness. Zhuowen, who was on the flame beast, frowned. He kept having the feeling that he was being spied on. However, when he used his powerful divine sense to continuously scan the area, he did not find any clues. Could it be my misperception? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. In the ice-cold and dark starry sky, countless stars flickered, emitting a terrifying light. A fiery light streaked across the starry sky, leaving behind an insignificant mark in the vast starry sky. The barrier between the heaven regions should be here. However, this barrier is extremely hard. It is almost impossible to break it and cross the heaven regions, unless it is a powerful void heaven expert. When Zhuowen landed not far from the barrier, he clearly felt a powerful stagnation coming from the barrier. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on him, causing his speed to sharply decrease. It is said that there is a special passage between the heaven domain and the heaven domain. However, that passage is extremely dangerous. Those below the true God realm will definitely die. Even the true God realm has a high chance of falling. Only those extremely powerful true God realm experts have a high chance of passing through the passage. Chapter 1943. Space Turbulence. Zhuowen's soul consciousness was extremely powerful, so he found the specific passage in just a blink of an eye. It was a cave that emitted colorful lights. The structure inside was like countless spirals spinning unceasingly. Sure, Yin couldn't see what was inside the cave. Zhuowen was clear that this was the passage between the heaven territories, which was filled with space turbulence. The power of the space turbulence was so intimidating that warriors below the true god realm couldn't bear it. Entering the cave meant certain death. Zhuo had also heard of the passage between the heavenly domain and the heavenly domain. The turbulence in the starry sky was too terrifying, but Zhuo reckoned that with his current physique, he should still be able to withstand the turbulence. Thinking about that, Zhuo took a step forward and jumped into the cave. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment Zhuo entered the cave, he immediately sensed a multicolored substance that resembled airflow around him. There was no air in the starry sky, so there was no airflow. However, Shi could feel the intimidating airflow in this passage. Moreover, it was the colorful airflow. This 5-colored airflow isn't simple. It contains a powerful, strangling power. The moment Zhuo sensed the 5-colored air current, he could feel the terrifying destructive force that bombarded his body wherever the air current passed. Fortunately, before Zhuo entered the cave, he had secretly activated Devour's body. With Devour's powerful body, he could resist the strangling power of the 5-colored airflow. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, Zhuo started to move deeper into the cave. However, this airflow was against the wind. Thus, when Zhuo was moving forward, he met a strong resistance, which slowed down his speed. After flying for around 10 days, Zhuo suddenly realized that the 5-colored airflow's force had become stronger. Zhuo's speed slowed down unceasingly, as if he was walking on the spot. Why did the resistance suddenly become so strong? Zhuo furrowed his brows, his eyes frightened. He had to use the 5th level of Tao intent. The thick, purple intent spread all over his body. Zhuo moved as fast as lightning, getting rid of the resistance of the 5-colored airflow. However, after flying for half a day, Zhuo realized that something was wrong. This was because the 5-colored air current seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. It was surging violently as if a storm was coming. Space storm! Zhuo stopped abruptly as he saw the terrifying 5-colored storm surging several 100,000 feet in front of him. Moreover, there wasn't only one 5-colored storm, but 3. The 3 starry sky storms surged and blocked the entire passageway outside. The road ahead was also sealed tightly. Not good. Zhuo's face darkened. Of course, he had heard of the space storm. Generally speaking, in the passageways between the heavenly domain and the heavenly domain, the most common thing that appeared was the chaotic flow of space. Although the space turbulence was intimidating, a slightly stronger true god could still pass through the space turbulence. However, once the space storm appeared, unless it was a top true god, most true gods wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying impact of the space storm. Now, not only was there a space storm in front of Zhuo, but there were 3 of them. To Zhuo, it was definitely a double disaster. If I want to avoid this calamity, I can only pass through the space storm. Zhuo sighed. He knew that he had to use all of his strength to fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, endless black air appeared around Zhuo. The black air spread quickly, covering an area of 10,000 feet in an instant. Countless refined souls appeared in the black air. Innate super ability, Purgatory. Zhuo used Devour's innate super ability. Then, the purple intent around his body became more intense. He took out the thunder fire sword with his right hand, and endless black flames surrounded him. With the weakening effect of Purgatory and the support of Tao intent, Zhuo immediately used the 4 sword moves. Sword Piercing Brambles. First appearance of sword light, like the sun in the sky and time of the dark moon. At the same time, he also released the purplish-black lightning from the Massacre Finger and Heaven-Devouring Eye. After doing all this, Zhui activated the indestructible yellow art. Waves of yellow gas that emitted a dignified aura surrounded his body, causing him to shine with a golden light. He was like a god in heaven, inviolable. Zhuo's attacks were launched with terrifying power. Even a true god of 2 disasters might not be able to survive under such attacks. It could be seen how terrifying the attacks were. Rumble. The terrifying roars continued to resound. The 3 space storms that were coming with menacing momentum paused for a while. At the same time, the space storm in the center suddenly created a huge gap. The moment the gap appeared, Zhuowen kicked with his right foot and quickly entered the gap. Looking at the space storm that was gradually fading away, Zhuowen's face turned slightly pale. His forehead was even covered with fine cold sweat. The space storm was really terrifying. Even if he used all of his attacks, he could only create a gap. Zhuowen suddenly discovered something. His spiritual consciousness radiated out and landed on a circular protrusion not far in front of him on the right side. After taking the round bulge, Zhuowen realized that it was an oval-shaped, colored stone. The colored stone was flowing with colorful light and emitted a sweet smell. Space-quenching stone. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. As the name suggested, space-quenching stone was a stone that existed in the space turbulence and had been quenched for countless years. It could be said that space-quenching stone was rarer than the space storm. The stone's main function was to quench a cultivator's spiritual soul, making it purer and more stable. This is a good thing. Zhuowen's eyes twinkled. He pointed with his right hand and pressed the space-quenching stone deep between his eyebrows, placing it in his spiritual soul. The space-quenching stone had a subtle effect on spiritual soul-quenching, and it wouldn't have a great effect immediately. Hence, Zhuowen planned to place the space-quenching stone in his spiritual space. As time went by, he knew that the effect of space-quenching stone on his spiritual soul-quenching would become more obvious. After obtaining the space-quenching stone, Zhuowen was in a good mood. He knew that as long as he completely refined the space-quenching stone, his spiritual soul wouldn't be comparable to an ordinary real god's. The power that the soul-absorbing divine needle could unleash would naturally increase. Another 2 months passed. Zhuowen was extremely careful in the turbulent flow of the starry sky. Although he encountered a starry sky storm later on, he managed to avoid them one by one. Moreover, the starry sky storms that appeared later on were all solitary and were far less powerful than the first one. It seems that the end of the space turbulence is in front of me. Not far ahead, Zhuowen realized that it was no longer colorful, but a starry sky. He knew that he was about to reach the other side. In other words, he was about to reach the boundary of the great Brahma domain. Just as he was about to rush out of the passageway, a figure in a sorry state flew back and happened to crash into Zhuowen's arms. Zhuowen subconsciously hugged the figure, and a delicate fragrance slowly drifted into his nose. Only then did he realize that the person who was flying back was actually a woman. The lady was about 20 years old. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was short of breath, and obviously she was seriously injured. At that moment, the lady opened her bright eyes and looked into Zhuowen's eyes. She suddenly let out a soft cry and wanted to get up. However, she helplessly realized that her injuries were too serious, and she collapsed in Zhuowen's arms again. She didn't know why she suddenly appeared in the arms of a strange man. She clearly remembered that she was forced into the space turbulence known as the Land of Death. With her cultivation of peak divine realm, she would definitely die if she entered the space turbulence. This is the space turbulence. I'm still alive? The lady looked around and found that there were indeed colorful chi flows around her. This was the inside of the space turbulence. But logically speaking, she should have been strangled to death by these colorful chi flows. She didn't expect to be safe and sound. Even the colorful chi flows around her had bypassed her. The colorful chi flows were naturally not because of her. So she quickly thought of the strange man who was holding her in his arms. She immediately knew that the reason why the colorful chi flows didn't attack her was because of this man in front of her. Don't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can still protect you and block all the chi flows around you. If you don't want to die, you'd better lie on my body. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. Although he wasn't afraid of the colorful qi flows with his physical body, the sudden addition of another person put a lot of pressure on him. So he immediately warned the lady in his arms. The lady let out a low cry and immediately lay in Zhuowen's arms, not daring to move. Although this position was a little embarrassing, the lady had to do it. If the outside world knew that she was lying on a strange man's body in such a position, she really wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Zhuowen's right hand was around the lady's waist. He could clearly feel that the lady's body trembled the moment his right arm touched her waist. However, he didn't have any dirty thoughts. The exit of the space turbulence was close at hand. He didn't want to fail at the last moment. Let's go. Zhuowen exerted the heaven and earth immortality to the extreme. Golden qi surrounded the two of them. Then, like a vigorous ape, Zhuowen rushed out of the exit and entered the space outside. I'm still alive. Seeing the familiar starry sky, the lady's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. However, before she could smile, the arm that was holding her waist suddenly loosened. She cried out in surprise and almost fell into the starry sky. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have made a fool of herself. You! The lady's starry eyes stared at Zhuowen angrily. Just as she was about to say something, Zhuowen slowly took out the star plate and immediately rushed in a direction. He knew that this should be the great Brahma domain. He planned to find a nearby galaxy and by the star map of the great Brahma domain. After all, he didn't know the general map of the great Brahma domain, let alone the specific location of the Yin, Qing, Yuan, and Ke. Chapter 1944. Brahmastarjwa when stepped on the astrolabe and slowly moved forward. After he came out, his powerful divine sense had already discovered a planet not far away. He planned to go to that planet first, and then try to understand where he was in the great Brahma domain. Soon, the woman that he had saved blocked his path. Why are you stopping me? Zhuowen frowned. You can't go there. Your consciousness should have detected a planet in front, right? I'm telling you clearly, don't go to that planet or you'll regret it, the woman said in a deep voice. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so cautious. Could it be that the planet in front of him was a scourge? Seeing Zhuowen stop, the woman sighed softly. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He found a consciousness extremely wantonly sweeping over and firmly locking onto him and the woman. I didn't expect a little woman like you to still be alive. How did you walk out of that chaotic space? A surprised voice was heard. Then a figure flew over from not far away. It was a midget with a dark green face. He carried a giant axe on his back. He looked neither fish nor fowl. However, the midget's aura was extremely powerful. Zhuowen estimated that he should be a fake true god. The midget didn't even look at Zhuowen. This Zhuowen's aura was only a late-stage heavenly god. He was no threat to him at all. Shao Tong, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Hand over the ice flame, profound yellow Ganoderma. This thing is useless to you, the midget said indifferently. The woman called Shao Tong bit her cherry lips and said in a deep voice, Chi-Cheng, you're going too far. This ice flame, profound yellow Ganoderma, is our sect master's life-saving item. Don't even think about taking it away. The midget sneered and said, Your sect master is just a person who's about to die. Using this ice flame profound yellow Ganoderma is a waste. You might as well just hand it over to me. However, since you don't want to hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. This time, I won't give you the chance to escape into the turbulence of space. The midget was already impatient. He took out a huge axe with his right hand and swung it at Shao Tong. Although the midget's target was Shao Tong, because Shao Tong was very close to Zhuowen, the range of the midget's attack also included Zhuowen. Judging from the dwarf strength, it was obvious that he intended to kill Zhuowen as well. In other words, killing Zhuowen was just a side benefit to him. "I've implicated you. You should leave quickly. I'll do my best to stop Qiqing." Xiao Tong's pretty face was ghastly pale, but she clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. After she spoke to Zhuowen, she withdrew a green sword and intended to fight the dwarf to the death. Unfortunately, before Xiao Tong could make a move, Zhuowen's iron dew sword had already attacked, only to see his iron reed sword leave his hand, fiercely exploding in front of the dwarf. "It's merely a high-quality, heavenly divine artifact." The midget glanced at the iron dew sword with extreme disdain, then casually swung his huge axe down. Afterwards, the midget's pupils abruptly shrunk. He felt that the iron dew sword contained a terrifying energy. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. And it was precisely in the instant when the midget was sent flying that the iron dew sword's speed was extremely fast. It instantly streaked across the midget's forehead and completely destroyed his soul. From the moment the midget attacked to when he was killed by Zhuowen, it was merely an instant. Xiao Tong didn't even have time to react before the midget was killed. Seeing Zhuowen unhurriedly put away the midget's spiritual ring, Xiao Tong stood to the side in a daze. The young man before her clearly emitted an aura of a late heavenly deity. How could his strength be so terrifying? The false true god Xiao Tong was actually killed in a single strike. However, Xiao Tong soon recalled that it was this man before her who saved her in the turbulence of space. She had personally experienced how terrifying the turbulence of space was. For the man before her to be able to survive in there, and even save her, it could be seen that this man was extraordinary and powerful. After regaining her senses, Xiao Tong looked at Zhuowen with a gaze filled with reverence and a trace of passion. She knew that her eldest senior sister could be saved. After putting away the spiritual ring, Zhuowen took a quick glance at Xiao Tong. Then he continued to drive the astrolabe forward unhurriedly. Soon after, he said indifferently, "Earlier, you said that we can't go to that planet. Is it because of this person?" Xiao Tong shook her head and said, "Not entirely. That planet is called the Brahma Star. It's a border planet of the great Brahma domain. There are no laws or regulations on this planet. Everything depends on one's strength and power. It's an extremely chaotic planet. Heavenly deities are often in danger of dying on this planet." Zhuowen nodded. It seemed that Xiao Tong thought he was an ordinary late heavenly deity cultivator. That was why she advised him not to go to the Brahma Star. However, after seeing Zhuowen kill the dwarf, she didn't try to persuade him again. Obviously, she thought that Zhuowen was strong enough. Even Zhuowen could feel that after he showed his strength, Xiao Tong's eyes were blazing with passion. It was as if he was some kind of extremely precious treasure. "This little girl's name is Xiao Tong. I'm a disciple of the Crepe Myrtle sect in the Great Brahma Domain's second grade star system. May I know the name of my benefactor?" Xiao Tong said enthusiastically. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen said lightly. This place was the Great Brahma Domain, not the Huaxia Domain, so Zhuowen didn't need to hide his real name. "Big brother Zhua, your cultivation is so high. You must be from a famous sect, right?" Xiao Tong said as if they were close friends. "I'm just a rogue cultivator. By the way, miss, did you buy the ice flame profound yellow Ganoderma from the Brahma Star?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. From Xiao Tong's words, he could tell that the Brahma Star was different. Moreover, the Brahma Star was the only planet on the border. It was impossible for Xiao Tong to bring a level 5 divine herb to such a dangerous planet. Then there was only one possibility. Xiao Tong bought the ice flame profound yellow Ganoderma from the Brahma Star, and for some reason, it was targeted by the dwarf. When Zhuowen mentioned the ice flame profound yellow zoysia, Xiao Tong's expression immediately tensed up. She stammered, "Big brother Zhua is right. I did buy this from the Brahma Fiend Star, but I used our sect's divine stones to buy this ice flame profound yellow zoysia in hopes of saving our sect master. Seeing Xiao Tong like this, Zhuowen smiled slightly. He really didn't covet the ice flame profound yellow Ganoderma in Xiao Tong's hands. One had to know that in the fiery cloud region, Zhuowen had obtained many kinds of divine herbs, including many kinds of level 5 divine herbs. Zhuowen also had the ice flame mysterious yellow Ganoderma, and its quality was extremely high. Naturally, he would not take a fancy to the ice flame mysterious yellow Ganoderma in Xiao Tong's hands. Xiao Tong heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw that Zhuowen didn't mention the ice flame profound yellow Zoisha. She knew very well that with Zhuowen's strength, she had no room to refuse if he wanted her ice flame profound yellow Zoisha. Miss Xiao, I would like to purchase a star map of the waxing, waning, waxing, 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 and waning phases. Is there such a star map for the Brahma Fiend star? Zhuowen asked suddenly. Waxing and waning? Xiao Tong was stunned, and then she looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression and said, Big Brother Zhuo, the yin, yang, waxing, and crescent moons are extremely famous danger zones in the great Brahma region. That place is very dangerous, and it is said that many true gods have fallen there. Where are you going? Danger and opportunity coexist. Since you want an opportunity, you naturally have to pay a price. Moreover, I just want to take a look. I don't necessarily need to enter the waxing and waning, Zhuowen said lightly. Xiao Tong agreed and said in a deep voice, although the Brahma star is a border planet and is full of danger, the flow of cultivators is great. The shops and auctions here are extremely famous, even in the heaven domain. If Big Brother Zhuo needs the waxing and waning star map, the Brahma star will definitely sell it, but the price is not low. Moreover, I heard that the entrance to the waxing and waning is mysterious. It is not easy to enter. You need a specific method. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, a specific method? What kind of method is needed? Xiao Tong shook her head and said, I don't know. The waxing and waning are extremely far from here. The Brahma star is the eastern border of the great Brahma domain, but the waxing and waning are close to the western border. The distance between the two stretches across the entire heaven domain. With my meager strength, I am not qualified to go to the waxing and waning. I only know about it from others. Zhuowen hadn't expected the yin-yang, waxing moons, and crescent moons to be so far away from here. He had personally experienced the vastness of the heaven domain. Even a void heaven supreme expert would need a long time to travel across the heaven domain, let alone Zhuowen. According to Zhuowen's current speed, if Zhuowen didn't eat or drink for thousands of years, it would be difficult for him to travel across the great Brahma domain. Therefore, Zhuowen's expression became unsightly. Xiao Tong also noticed that Zhuowen's expression wasn't good. She smiled and said, Big Brother Zhuo, don't worry. There are ancient and powerful teleportation arrays in the core star field of the great Brahma domain. These teleportation arrays can teleport people from the surrounding star field to a designated location. If Big Brother Zhuo really wants to go to the waxing and waning, you can spend a certain amount of divine stones and use the ancient star field teleportation array to go to the star system near the waxing and waning. Generally, powerful cultivators who want to go to the waxing and waning do this. However, there seems to be some restrictions. I'm not too sure what the restrictions are. Hearing this, Zhuowen's expression eased a lot. He cupped his fists toward Xiao Tong and said, Many thanks for the reminder, Miss Xiao. Xiao Tong waved her hand embarrassedly and suddenly became hesitant. Miss Xiao, is there something wrong? Zhuowen asked. Xiao Tong sighed softly and said, Big Brother Zhuo, Qi Cheng, who you killed just now, wasn't a rogue cultivator. He was a member of the Jianghong Trading Company, one of the 3 great trading companies on the fiery fiend star. I hope Big Brother Zhuo will be careful when you enter the fiery fiend star. Zhuowen nodded, but he still stared at Xiao Tong. He could see that Xiao Tong still had something to say. Xiao Tong gritted her teeth. She suddenly bent down and bowed deeply to Zhuowen. She said, Big Brother Zhuo, Xiao Tong begs you to help me with something. You're so strong, so you'll definitely be able to help me. Chapter 1945. Jianghong Trading Company. Xiao Tong's face was pale and her body was trembling. She raised her head and looked at Zhuowen with a cold expression. She knew that her request was a little too much, but she really didn't know who else could help her. Although the Crepe Myrtle sect was a second-grade galaxy, and there were many true gods in the sect, they were at the border and were too far away from the Crepe Myrtle galaxy. If she relied on herself to fly, she wouldn't be able to return even after a few hundred years. She could only return through the teleportation array on the Brahma Terminus star. However, the teleportation array on the Brahma Terminus star was under the surveillance of the Jianghong Trading Company. Once she entered the teleportation array, she would be immediately discovered by the Jianghong Trading Company and captured. Moreover, the Crepe Myrtle sect disciples who came to the Brahma Terminus star to purchase the Ice Flame mysterious yellow Ganoderma were all captured by the Jianghong Trading Company. She was the only one who took the opportunity to slip away. However, she was forced into the turbulent space by Qi-Ching. Although she knew that her request was too much, she had no other choice. She could only beg the man in front of her. "Brother Zhua, I'm sorry. I went too far." Xiao Tong bit her lower lip and remained silent. She didn't dare to speak any more. Seeing Xiao Tong like this, Zhuowen shook his head and used the shapeless all-life to completely change Xiao Tong's aura and appearance. "Miss Xiao, this is a powerful technique to change one's appearance. Ordinary true gods wouldn't be able to detect it, so take care of yourself." After Zhuowen finished speaking, he entered the Brahma Terminus star, leaving Xiao Tong standing there in a daze. The moment Zhuowen entered the Brahma Terminus star, he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Then he looked up and saw that the entire sky of the Brahma Terminus star was filled with blood clouds. Most of the buildings on the planet were blood red. Most of the forces on the Brahma Terminus star were gathered in the Brahma Terminus city. The Brahma Terminus city was the core city of the Brahma Terminus star. There were many shops selling all kinds of things, such as divine herbs, divine pills, divine weapons, and even divine beasts. Here, as long as you had divine stones, there was almost nothing you couldn't buy. This was also the reason why the Brahma Fiend star was so famous in the entire Great Brahma domain. After all, this was considered the most prosperous planet in the Great Brahma domain. However, it was also the most chaotic and evil planet. The law of the jungle was much more blatant here than in other regions. It was all too common to kill without a word. Zhuowen had seen many such cases along the way. "You just arrived?" The guards of Fanfin City looked at Zhuowen from head to toe as they mocked him. Zhuowen glanced at a late heavenly god cultivator beside him. After handing over 100 god stones, he took out 100 god stones from his spirit ring and handed them to the guard. Zhuowen was about to enter. "Hold on. Since this is your first time here, you'll have to charge a little more. Take out 1,000 divine stones." The guard said calmly. Zhuowen slowly turned his head. An ray of terrifying divine light shot out from his eyes. Instantly, the guard's body trembled. He felt a terrifying pressure from Zhuowen's eyes that he had never felt before. This pressure was like a dark cloud that came crashing down mightily, occupying his entire heart. The guard took a few steps back, but Zhuowen didn't care at all. He slowly walked into Fanfin City. Another guard looked at the guard in surprise and said, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like a fool all of a sudden? You don't even ask for divine stones." The guard shook his head and looked at Zhuowen's back with fear. He said fearfully, "This man is too scary. I don't dare to provoke him." After entering Fanfin City, Zhuowen casually strolled through the streets. It was an eye-opener for him. In Fanfin City, there were indeed all kinds of shops. Moreover, there was a dazzling array of things inside. There were all kinds of things, and there were all kinds of things. Suddenly, a skinny man stopped in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the skinny man in front of him. This man's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a demigod. He didn't know why this man stopped him. "Sir, is this your first time in Fanfin City?" The skinny man immediately smiled obsequiously. Zhuowen nodded noncommittally. The obsequious smile on the skinny man's face deepened. He said, "I am Qian. I have been in Fanfin City for more than 70 years. I am very familiar with this place. If you want to quickly understand Fanfin City, I can help you. Also, if you need any information, I will try my best to get it for you." Although the scrawny man's strength wasn't strong, his ability to read people's expressions was top-notch. He could tell at a glance that Zhuowen was a newcomer and didn't know much about this place. He would definitely need a veteran like him, who had been through many hardships in Fanfin City, to lead the way. Zhuowen sized up the skinny man in front of him. It was his first time in Fanfin City. Indeed, he needed someone he knew to lead him. Moreover, he wanted to buy a star chart here. After walking around for a while, he realized that none of the shops sold star charts. Just as he was about to ask someone, the skinny man had already jumped out. "Sure. How do you calculate the cost?" Zhuowen knew that this skinny man, Qian, should be a specialist in this kind of business in Fanfin City. Hence, he directly asked for the price. Qian rubbed his hands and said, "My lord, it is not expensive. 1 divine stone per day is enough. As long as my lord has any orders, Qian will immediately do it for you. However, if there is any additional cost, my lord will have to pay for it." Zhuowen nodded and casually threw 10 divine stones to Qian. He said, "I will hire you for 10 days. First, help me find an inn." Qian took the 10 divine stones and smiled. He quickly nodded and bowed. "My lord, the inns here are very expensive. Qian has a more affordable place. It is just that the location is a little remote, so, sure, as long as you can find a place to stay." Qian quickly responded. He then led Zhuowen to the inn he was staying at. The inn Qian was staying at was indeed very remote. The price was also very cheap. Fortunately, Zhuowen wasn't picky about his accommodations. Hence, he didn't show any dissatisfaction. "Qian, I just walked around Fanfin City for a while. I didn't see any star charts being sold in the shops on both sides of the street. Are the star charts in Fanfin City so rare?" Zhuowen sat in the room and asked Qian. Qian was startled. He then said strangely, "My lord, in the Great Brahma region, star charts are relatively common. However, in Fanfin Star, they are extremely rare. This is because everything in Fanfin Star is controlled by the 3 major trading companies. Ordinary star charts can only be purchased from the 3 major trading companies." "The 3 major trading companies? Which is the nearest trading company?" Zhuowen asked. "My lord, it's the Jianhong Trading Company. Are you going there now?" Qian asked respectfully. Zhuowen shook his head and said no need. "Help me find out if the Jianhong Trading Company has the star map of the locations of the waning moons. I will go to the Jianhong Trading Company tomorrow to purchase them." Qian nodded and left the room. The next day, Qian came to Zhuowen's room and said with some hesitation, "My lord, I've asked around. The waning, waxing, waning, and waning star maps are extremely rare in the Jianhong Trading Company. Therefore, the Jianhong Trading Company's asking price is very high. How much?" Zhuowen replied with a flick of his sleeve, 300,000 godstones. Qian looked at Zhuowen, gritted his teeth, and announced the price. Zhuowen frowned. A mere star chart actually cost 300,000 divine stones. What was the difference between this and robbery? However, Zhuowen urgently needed this kind of star map. Although the price was expensive, Zhuowen still planned to buy it. "My lord, do you really plan to buy it?" Seeing Zhuowen step out of the room, Qian was astonished. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the Zhuowen in front of him could very well have 300,000 divine stones, or even more. Thinking of this, Qian became even more respectful of Zhuowen. He knew that a cultivator who could possess so many divine stones was definitely not simple. The Jianghong Trading Company was indeed not far. Qian and Zhuowen only walked for half an hour before they arrived at the Jianghong Trading Company. The Jianghong Trading Company was extremely large. Inside, there were layers upon layers of pavilions. It was extremely grand and majestic. There were people coming and going, and it was very lively. Under Qian's lead, Zhuowen came to a rather luxurious counter in the Jianghong Trading Company. A female cultivator with a professional smile stood in front of the counter. She looked at Zhuowen and said, "Customer, is there anything you need?" "I need the waning, waxing, waning, and waning star maps," Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, the female cultivator's eyes lit up. The value of a waning, waxing, waning, and waning star map was not low. A cultivator who could afford such an item must have a great background. "Customer, please wait a moment. I will go in and retrieve the star map for you." After the female cultivator finished speaking, she walked into the inner room. After a while, she came out again and handed an emerald green jade slip to Zhuowen. After receiving the jade slip, Zhuowen looked through it. Then he handed the storage bag with 300,000 divine stones to the female cultivator. "Dear customer, our company will be holding an auction 3 days from now. If you are interested, you can take this VIP card and participate in the auction 3 days from now." After receiving the divine stone, the female cultivator handed over a jade card and said with a smile. After buying the star map, Zhuowen was in a good mood. He took the jade card from the female cultivator. Zhuowen did not care much about this item. His main goal this time was the star map. Since he had bought the star map, he did not plan to stay here any longer. The Jianghong Trading Company is also holding an auction that is held once every 3 years. "My lord, I am afraid that there will be some good items in this auction," Qian suddenly said excitedly. Zhuowen was a little surprised by Qian's expression. However, after Qian's explanation, he realized that the auction held by the Jianghong Trading Company this time was not ordinary. Generally speaking, trading companies would often hold auctions. However, they were relatively small, and the items auctioned were not considered precious. However, this was an auction that was held once every 3 years. It was extremely grand. There would probably be many good items in this auction. Last year, the large-scale auction held by the Dazzling Light Trading Company had auctioned off a level 7 divine medicine, which caused countless experts to fight over it. Chapter 1946. Sequoia, esteemed guest. There are indeed some good things in this auction. According to my insider information, there will be a level 7 divine pill. If esteemed guest is really interested, you must attend in 3 days. The female cultivator winked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen showed a faint smile, although he knew that this female cultivator deliberately used this gimmick to attract him to the auction. But Zhuowen still intended to go to the auction to take a look. He was very clear on how precious a level 7 divine pill was. Even if he didn't have many divine stones on him, he still wanted to see what this legendary level 7 divine pill was. After leaving the Jianghong Trading Company, Zhuowen went straight back to the inn and immediately went into seclusion. He planned to use these 3 days to take a good look at the waning, waxing, waning star chart. 3 days later, Zhuowen walked out of his room, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. According to the star map, anyone who wanted to use the teleportation array in the core star field of the Great Brahma domain had to be a member of a star field or settle down in the core star field. Zhuowen hadn't achieved either of these, so once he reached the core star field, it would be wishful thinking to use the teleportation array there. Looks like we can only take 1 step at a time. After this auction, I will head to the core star field and see if there is a chance to use the teleportation array to go to the waning, 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 waning moon. Zhuowen rubbed his temples and muttered in a low voice, "My lord." When Zhuowen opened the door, Qian was like a cat that smelled blood. He immediately appeared in front of Zhuowen's door with a fawning smile. "When will the auction begin?" Zhuowen asked. Qian hurriedly said, Today is noon. There are still 4 hours. Zhuowen nodded and said in a low voice, "Seems like there's still some time. Do you know where I can buy the mysterious yellow qi?" Qian was startled and immediately said, "My lord, the black and yellow qi is rather common. Every shop in Fanfin City sells it." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I know. It's just that the amount of profound yellow qi in those shops is too little. I need more. Do you know where the profound yellow qi in those shops comes from?" Qian pondered for a moment before saying, "The mysterious yellow qi is mainly extracted from the mysterious yellow, or vein. The mysterious yellow, or vein, in the Brahma fiend star is not abundant. The only or vein is in the hands of the Song clan in Songrin City. The mysterious yellow qi in the shops in Brahma fiend star is basically transported from the Song clan in Songrin City." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head. He was still wary of the Song family. He was very clear that his indestructible mysterious yellow required a large amount of mysterious yellow qi. He was afraid that ordinary mysterious yellow qi would not be enough to satisfy him. Since there were still 4 hours before the auction would begin, Zhuowen and Qian began to stroll around Fanfin City. Soon enough, Zhuowen arrived at the Fanfin City's teleportation array. The teleportation array was extremely lively. There were crowds of people queuing up, forming a dark mass. It was obvious that there were many cultivators coming and going at the teleportation array. Did you guys know? It is said that Qi Qing from the Jianghong Trading Company has been killed. It is said that the person who killed Qi Qing is Xiao Tong from the Crepe Myrtle sect, who was previously wanted by the Jianghong Trading Company. It can't be. That Xiao Tong is only a late-stage heavenly god. How could she kill Qi Qing? Could it be that she used some despicable means? It should be. Yesterday, that Xiao Tong was caught by the people from the Jianghong Trading Company. That Xiao Tong admitted that she killed Qi Qing. So, suddenly a conversation between a pair of cultivators came from the side. When Zhuowen heard it, his pupils could not help but shrink. He did not expect that Xiao Tong would be caught. Logically speaking, his shapeless all-life was extremely secretive. As long as that Xiao Tong did not court death and immediately teleported away, she should not have been caught. However, the problem now was that not only had Xiao Tong been caught, but the whole city knew about it. At the same time, Zhuowen had a good impression of Xiao Tong for not ratting him out. "Forget it. This matter is somewhat related to me. If there's a chance, I should rescue her." Zhuowen sighed in his heart. Of course, Zhuowen would not act rashly because of this. Although he did feel sympathy for that Xiao Tong, if the Jianghong Trading Company was really that powerful, he would not seek his own death. Thinking of this, Zhuowen looked at Qian and asked, "Qian, do you know how powerful the Jianghong Trading Company is? Are there any void sky experts among them?" Qian was stunned. Soon after, he said hesitantly, "My lord, the founders of the 3 great trading companies are all void sky experts. However, there is only one of them. 3 void sky experts are the pinnacle experts in the Fanfin star. Although some void sky experts occasionally come to the Fanfin star, most of them come for the star's auction. Since the Jianghong Trading Company is auctioning a level 7 divine pill this time, I'm afraid some void sky experts will come to bid for it." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although his current strength was not bad, it was still too difficult for him to fight against a void sky expert. Moreover, it was not that there were no experts among the true gods. For example, a true god who had survived more than a dozen calamities would be a true freak. Moreover, although Zhuowen's speed was rather fast, it was only comparable to an ordinary true god. Even if he had the support of the 5th level Tao intent, it was still impossible for him to be comparable to a void sky expert. However, Zhuowen quickly thought of the void sky divine ability, Torch Dragon 9-headed infant. Up until now, Zhuowen had never cultivated the Torch Dragon 9-headed infant. The reason was not that Zhuowen was unwilling, but that he was unable to cultivate it at the moment. The torch dragon nine-headed infant was a powerful movement technique that required dragon wings to be used. Moreover, the wings had to be at the divine dragon level or above. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cultivate it. Of course, the introduction of the divine ability mentioned that the torch dragon wings were the best item to cultivate this divine ability. Unfortunately, the torch dragon was a powerful divine dragon in the legends. It was said that it had already surpassed the category of divine dragons. How could it have such a thing? The requirements for the divine dragon wings were much lower, but it was still very rare. Xiao Hei's original body was the great Nether Saint dragon, but it had not reached the divine dragon level. This showed how rare divine dragons were. Moreover, he had also heard that the legendary divine dragons were one of the most powerful races in the universe. They were a race as powerful as Devour. Although there were more of them than Devour, it was not much more. Zhuowen sighed softly. At this moment, he was somewhat hesitant. He could not afford to provoke a Void Sky expert at the moment. He really did not want to provoke a Void Sky expert because of Xiao Tong. However, since Zhuowen knew that Xiao Tong had been captured, he could not bear to see her being captured. I can use the shapeless all-life to sneak into the prison to take a look. If it doesn't work, I can use the divine stones to redeem Xiao Tong. Zhuowen thought to himself, after all, the Jianhong Trading Company was a business. Compared to people, he knew that the Jianhong Trading Company valued the divine stones more. Although Zhuowen did not have many divine stones, he had a lot of fire spirit juice and many divine herbs. His foundation could even be compared to a galaxy. However, Zhuowen had planted all his divine herbs in the heavenly armor star in Devour's internal world. Moreover, Zhuowen had placed many divine stones in the heavenly armor star. Under the influence of the divine stones, the heavenly armor star had subtly transformed into a denser and more powerful planet. He believed that as he continued to transform the heavenly armor star, it would definitely become an extremely powerful planet in the future. By then, there would be more and more heavenly gods. What he needed to do was to continuously increase the number of planets in his body and use other planets to serve the heavenly armor star. After strolling around for a while, Zhuowen and Ah Qian entered the auction house that the Jianhong Trading Company had set up. It had to be said that the Jianhong Trading Company's current flow of people was really terrifying. Fortunately, Zhuowen had a VIP card. After handing it to the staff of the trading company, the staff respectfully led him to the VIP box around the auction house. As for Ah Qian, Zhuowen sent him away. There were many arrays in the VIP box. They were mainly used to shield one's divine sense. This was to prevent others from spying on the owner of the box. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful. Moreover, it had been tempered by the starry sky, quenching stone. Not only was his divine sense powerful, but its penetrative power was also much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to enter the shielding array outside the box, he could do it. However, if he did so, he would definitely be discovered by the cultivators in the box. At that time, it would cause unnecessary trouble. As soon as noon arrived, the auction house instantly became lively and clamorous. In the middle of the auction house, an enchanting woman walked over. This woman was dressed in revealing clothes, and her walking posture was even more provocative as she twisted her waist like a water snake. She looked extremely seductive, and many cultivators couldn't help but be attracted to her. Fellow Taoists, my name is Hongshan, and I will be hosting this auction. If there is anything wrong with my hosting, please forgive me. Hongshan's voice was sweet and greasy, causing people to feel them all over. There were many cultivators below the stage who were not in the VIP seats, and they all stared at Hongshan with blazing eyes, unable to take their eyes off her. Miss Hongshan, are you the finale of this auction? Just name your price, and I'll only bid for your moment of spring. Suddenly, a cultivator jeered. Then, the other cultivators followed suit, and the surrounding atmosphere became extremely lively and playful. Hong Shan blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at the cultivator who jeered, and said in a tender voice, "Oh, young master, if you want Hong Shan's moment of spring, just come over, and I'll give it to you." As soon as these words came out, the cultivator who jeered swallowed his saliva and involuntarily stepped onto the auction stage. He stared at Hong Shan with infatuation and said, "Miss Hong Shan, you said it, you—" Unfortunately, before the cultivator could finish speaking, he took out a dagger and stabbed it at his glabella. Then he screamed and fell off the stage. He quickly pulled out the dagger, and blood spurted out from his glabella. The cultivator clutched his glabella and rolled on the ground, screaming. Obviously, the dagger had injured his divine soul. Chapter 1947. Candle Dragon's Broken Wings. "Is there anyone else who wants my daughter's night of passion?" Hong Shan giggled, the charm in her beautiful eyes becoming even stronger. Unfortunately, in the eyes of many cultivators below the stage, this smile had turned into the smile of a demon, and no one dared to make a ruckus. "Since there's no one else, then my daughter will start the auction." Hong Shan smiled, and with a light clap of her jade-like hand, the first auction item was brought up from the back. It was a crystal the size of a longan. However, Zhuowen could feel a surge of divine aura coming from it. Zhuowen was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a divine stone. But the divine energy within this crystal was too vast, countless times greater than all the divine stone on him combined. "This is high-grade divine stone?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the aura of this crystal. He had both low-grade divine stone and mid-grade divine stone on him, and this divine stone had an even denser aura than the two divine stone on him. It was either a high-grade divine stone or a top-grade divine stone. However, a top-grade divine stone was too rare. Zhuowen did not believe that a top-grade divine stone would be auctioned off in a mere auction, so he guessed that this was a high-grade divine stone. "This is a high-grade divine stone. There are a total of 10 high-grade divine stone in this auction. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade divine stone, and each bid is at least 5,000 divine stone." Hong Shan laughed. The moment the high-grade divine stone was taken out, Zhuowen immediately decided to bid for this high-grade divine stone. The transformation of the heavenly armor star required divine stone, and the higher the quality of the divine stone, the greater the transformation of the heavenly armor star. However, the starting price of this high-grade divine stone was also out of Zhuowen's expectations. It actually required 100,000 low-grade divine senses. This was a bit too much. 110,000, 120,000. Not long after, the price of this high-grade divine stone had already soared to 300,000. This soaring momentum was extremely fierce. Zhuowen frowned. He did not expect the price of the high-grade divine stone to soar so quickly. Although he had a lot of divine stone on him, he did not have many either. After spending 300,000 to buy the star map and taking out some divine stone to transform the heavenly armor star, he only had about 900,000 low-grade divine stone on him. When the price reached 700,000, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When it reached 800,000, there were only a few people bidding. 900,000. Zhuowen immediately added 100,000 lower-grade divine stone. And when he finished speaking, the surrounding people immediately quieted down, obviously not planning to continue bidding. After all, spending 1,000,000 lower-grade divine stone to buy 10 upper-grade divine stone was actually a loss. When the maid handed over the 10 high-grade divine stones to Zhuowen, Zhuowen straightforwardly paid the 900,000 high-grade divine stones, and the divine stones on his body had already run out. "If I want to auction something now, will the Jianghong Trading Company do it?" Zhuowen suddenly asked the maid. The maid was startled, and she said respectfully, "Esteemed guest, this is possible, but the item you are auctioning must be precious enough. Otherwise, Lord Sequoia will not stop the auction and come over to help you auction something." Zhuo nodded and immediately transmitted a message to the maidservant. Immediately, the maidservant's expression changed. She hurriedly said, "This item is indeed precious. I have to report it to Master Hongshan." With that, the maid hurriedly left the VIP seats. Zhuo sat quietly. He planned to auction the fire spirit juice. This thing could not only increase the chances of a heavenly god advancing to a true god, but it also had another effect, which was to increase a cultivator's comprehension for a short period of time. Although it was only for a short period of time, to those cultivators who had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, this short period of increase in comprehension had unimaginable benefits. This was because they could rely on the increased comprehension to completely break through the bottleneck. It could be said that the preciousness of the fire spirit juice was innumerable. Zhuo did not believe that Sequoia would not be moved. As expected, not long after the maid left, Sequoia stopped the auction and then excitedly rushed to the box where Zhuo was. Sequoia's behavior naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators to Zhuo's box. They knew that usually, when the auctioneer temporarily stopped the auction, there must be an esteemed guest auctioning a precious item. Inside the box, Sequoia looked at Zhuo with a smile and said coquettishly, "Esteemed guest, do you really have the fire spirit juice on you?" Zhuo smiled slightly and then took out half a barrel of fire spirit juice from his spirit ring and placed it in front of Sequoia. Sequoia looked at Sequoia Mountain, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time she had seen so much fire spirit juice. She looked up and down at the young man in front of her. This person's aura was only at the late stage of the heavenly god realm, but he could possess so much fire spirit juice. He must have many secrets on him. However, these were the secrets of their guests, and their trading company would not ask too much about them. Sequoia's smile grew wider and wider, and her limpid eyes looked at Zhuo with even more charm. She came to Zhuo's side, almost sticking to Zhuo's body, and said coquettishly, "Esteemed guest, can you sell this half-barrel of fire spirit juice to our Jianghong Trading Company? We will definitely give you a satisfactory price." Zhuo looked indifferently at the seductive Hongshan in front of him and said, "What price can your company offer me?" Sequoia Mountain chuckled and said, 5,000,000 divine stones. Are you satisfied with this price?" Zhuo sneered in his heart. Although he did not know the value of this half-barrel of fire spirit juice, he knew that it was definitely more than 5,000,000 divine stones. This Sequoia Mountain was trying to scam him. Hee, I still want to try putting it up for auction." Zhuo said indifferently. Sequoia Mountain's brows furrowed, but they quickly smoothed out. She twisted her slender waist and climbed onto Zhuo's chair. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her limpid eyes were watery. She said coquettishly, "Esteemed guest, are you still not satisfied with this price? Then what do you want me to do?" At this point, Sequoia Mountain's soft breasts almost touched Zhuo's chest. Zhuo was stunned. This Sequoia Mountain actually used a charm technique on him. She must be tired of living. Zhuo snorted coldly, and he secretly activated all being formless, and an illusion technique was released from the depths of his eyes. Sequoia Mountain took a few steps back, and her beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her with shock. She had indeed used a charm technique on Zhuo just now. Originally, she thought that it would be an easy task. After all, he was only a late-stage heavenly god cultivator. However, she soon realized that she was wrong. Not only did this young man break through her charm technique, he even backfired on her. "Miss Sequoia Mountain, what's wrong?" Zhuo pretended to be shocked and asked. Sequoia Mountain smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm fine. Since you want to put it up for auction, I'll naturally do as you say. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Sequoia Mountain put away the half-barrel of fire spirit juice and left the private room. After Sequoia Mountain left, Zhuo's lips curled into a cold smile. It looked like the Jianghong Trading Company was not that fair. If he hadn't cultivated all being formless, he might not have been able to resist her charm technique. Sequoia Mountain went up on stage again, and the auction continued. Zhuowen did not bid on the following items, as he was not interested in them. Moreover, he did not have many divine stones on him. The next item is a divine item that a previous guest wanted to put up for auction. Not only can this divine item increase the chances of a heavenly god advancing to a true god, but it can also increase a true god's comprehension for a short period of time, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. Sequoia Mountain's words immediately attracted the attention of the bidding cultivators. Some of the cultivators had already guessed the next item, and all of them revealed fiery expressions. The instant the half-barrel of fire spirit juice was placed on the auction stage, the surroundings fell silent. Many cultivators even gulped. This is half a barrel of fire spirit juice. I believe everyone knows about this item, so I won't waste any more time. The starting bid for this item is 1 million divine stones, and each bid must not be lower than 100,000 divine stones. Sequoia Mountain smiled. Zhuowen, who was sitting in the private room, laughed coldly. The starting bid for this half-barrel of fire spirit juice was 1 million divine stones. If it was put up for auction, the price would definitely not be lower than 10 million. Sequoia Mountain actually wanted to buy this half-barrel of fire spirit juice from him for 5 million divine stones. She was really greedy. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. As soon as the fire spirit juice was placed on the stage, the price soared rapidly. In an instant, it soared to 5 million divine stones, and the momentum of the price did not decrease. Soon, the price broke through 10 million divine stones, and then it rose to 15 million divine stones. However, after 15 million divine stones, the bidding voices decreased significantly. It was obvious that the price was high enough. 20 million. A crisp voice rang out from one of the private rooms. Instantly, no one made a bid. 20 million divine stones was obviously not something an ordinary person could bid. Zhuowen was also slightly shocked. He did not expect that this half-barrel of fire spirit juice could be sold for so many divine stones. It was really unexpected. At the same time, he thought about the pool of fire spirit juice that Xiaohei had used to bathe in. He knew that the value of that pool was immeasurable. Of course, if others found out that he had the pool of fire spirit juice, he would definitely be hunted down by countless true gods. Even Void Sky Almighty experts might not care about their reputation and come to snatch it. After the half-barrel of fire spirit juice was auctioned, a servant girl brought 19 million divine stones and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that the remaining 1 million divine stones should have been taken by the trading firm. After all, there was a handling fee for auctioning things. There was no other way. Not long after the fire spirit juice's popularity died down, another divine object appeared in the auction house, causing a complete uproar. Ladies and gentlemen, this object is a remnant wing of the Torch Dragon. The great master of the Jianghong trading firm, Lord Wuhan, accidentally obtained it in the dangerous Sunset Valley. There is no need for Sequoia Mountain to explain the Torch Dragon's reputation. Everyone should know about it. In the private room, Zhuowen stood up abruptly with an excited expression. He did not expect to encounter the Torch Dragon wing in this auction. Although it was only a remnant wing, it was enough to help him cultivate the Torch Dragon 9-headed infants. This object must be auctioned at all costs. Zhuowen clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The reserve price of the remnant wing of the Torch Dragon is 2 million divine stones, and each bid must not be lower than 100,000, Sequoia Mountain said with a smile. Chapter 1948. Qiyun Celestial Soil, 5 million divine stones. I want this Torch Dragon remnant wing. As soon as Hongshan started bidding, a powerful voice immediately increased the price by 4 million, raising the price to 5 million. 6 million. However, this domineering voice did not scare anyone. Another voice drowned out this domineering voice. It was neither salty nor light. 6,500,000. 7 million. The bidding became more and more heated, but Zhuowen did not bid. Instead, he waited silently. He knew very well that it was useless to join the bidding now. It was better to wait until later. When the price broke through 10 million, the bidding voice obviously decreased a lot. 15 million. Zhuowen instantly increased the price by 5 million, which immediately shocked many cultivators in the auction house. However, it only lasted for a while. The domineering voice from before spoke again. I've said it before. I, Hao Tianyuan, want this torch dragon remnant wing. I'm offering 16 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? As soon as Hao Tianyuan said this, many cultivators in the surroundings gasped. Obviously, Hao Tianyuan's reputation was not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many cultivators to show such a surprised expression. 20 million. Suddenly, a cold voice instantly increased the price by 4 million, completely ignoring Hao Tianyuan's name. Hao Tianyuan's face froze, and his eyes turned gloomy. He did not expect that there would still be people bidding after he announced his name. This was really arrogant and conceited. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect the price of this torch dragon remnant wing to rise so quickly. 20 million had already exceeded the sum of all the divine stones he had. However, Zhuowen did not want to give up this torch dragon remnant wing because this item was specially prepared for him to cultivate the torch dragon 9. Once he could cultivate the torch dragon 9 with this torch dragon remnant wing, his speed would probably be unparalleled below the void sky realm. Even a void sky almighty expert might not necessarily be faster than him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen shook the bell in the box. This bell was used temporarily for emergencies. It was mainly used to raise money for the auction. Not long after, a beautiful woman entered Zhuowen's box. I need a large amount of divine stones. How many divine stones do you plan to pay for this barrel of fire spirit juice? Zhuowen took out an entire barrel of fire spirit juice without hesitation. The beautiful woman was dumbfounded. She never thought that Zhuowen would have so much fire spirit juice on him. She knew that the VIP in this room had already auctioned off half a barrel of fire spirit juice. Please wait a moment. I need to ask my superior. The beautiful woman immediately took out a jade talisman and inquired inside. She then said to Zhuowen, "Esteemed guest, our company is willing to pay 30 million godstones for your fire spirit juice." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Just now, half a barrel of fire spirit juice was auctioned off for 20 million. Now that he had taken out a barrel of fire spirit juice, the Jianhong Trading Company was auctioning it off for 30 million. This was too much. However, Zhuowen also knew that this was not an auction, so he nodded and agreed to the price. After the transaction was completed, the price of the torch dragon wings had already broken the 30 million mark. The only bidders left were Hao Tianyuan and the cold voice. 31 million. Hao Tianyuan gritted his teeth. This was already close to the limit of the divine stones he had. He did not believe that the cold voice would continue to bid. Sure enough, after Hao Tianyuan called out this price, the cold voice no longer spoke. Hao Tianyuan also let out a light breath, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. 1 million is too stingy. I'll pay 35 million. Hao Tianyuan originally thought that no one would bid, but suddenly the cultivator in the box, who had been silent, suddenly increased the price. This caused Hao Tianyuan's face to freeze. Hao Tianyuan was furious. His divine sense violently swept towards Zhuowen's box, but unfortunately it was blocked outside. What about me? If you have divine stones, go ahead and add. Zhuowen said sarcastically. Hao Tianyuan suppressed his anger and said in a low muffled voice, 35 million, 40 million. However, Zhuowen sneered and immediately increased the bid to 40 million. Hao Tianyuan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He only had a total of 40 million divine level stones on him, and he could not take out any more to compete with Zhuowen. "Don't let me know who you are," Hao Tianyuan said coldly as he looked at Zhuowen's box. "Idiot, you don't have the money, yet you're still pretending in front of me." Zhuowen was not afraid of Hao Tianyuan's threat. He planned to leave this place after obtaining the Torch Dragon Remnant Wing. Then he would use the All-Life Formless to hide temporarily and prepare to cultivate the Torch Dragon 9 Infants technique. As for the final level, 7 Divine Pill, Zhuowen did not plan to bid for it. Not to mention whether he had enough Divine Stones, the level 7 Divine Pill alone would probably cause a Void Sky Almighty to bid for it. He did not want to be involved in such a dispute. Although the Torch Dragon Remnant Wing was precious, it was not enough to attract the attention of a Void Sky Almighty. However, the level 7 Divine Pill was different. Hao Tianyuan's aura was quite strong, but it was only at the level of a 2 calamities true god. Therefore, he did not take Hao Tianyuan's threat seriously. In a private room not far away, Hao Tianyuan suddenly slammed his fist on the table. His gaze was cold as he stared at Zhuowen's private room. However, he did not continue to ridicule Zhuowen. Instead, killing intent rose in his heart. He decided that no matter what, he would kill this reckless cultivator. The next item is called the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil. This is not ordinary soil. It is said that this soil once cultivated a level 7 divine medicine. It contains the aura of a level 7 divine medicine. I don't think I need to explain how precious this item is. Hong Shan chuckled and continued. The starting price of this item is 1 million divine stones. The increment must not be less than 10,000 divine stones. Zhuowen looked at the palm-sized soil and was even more surprised. He did not expect this soil to have cultivated a level 7 divine medicine. Coincidentally, he also remembered the withered level 7 divine medicine he obtained from the fiery cloud domain. If he obtained the Qian celestial land and used the celestial land to cultivate the withered level 7 divine medicine, would it be possible for it to be reborn? Zhuowen's eyes blazed with desire. However, the following bidding made Zhuowen flinch. The price of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil quickly broke through the 10 million mark. 20 million divine stones. Hao Tianyuan suddenly increased the price by 10 million. Instantly there was complete silence. Although the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil was rare, it was only the size of a palm. 20 million divine stones was actually a little expensive. Therefore, many cultivators gave up bidding. In the end, the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil was obtained by Hao Tianyuan. Zhuowen silently glanced at Hao Tianyuan, who had won the bid for the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil. His eyes flickered, but he got up and left the box. Since he couldn't obtain the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil, he could only give it up. In the future, he could look for soil similar to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Soil and use it to cultivate level 6 and level 7 divine medicine. As soon as Zhuowen left the box, the maid in Hao Tianyuan's box came in and said to Hao Tianyuan, "Lord Hao, that person has left the box." Hao Tianyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "My Hao Tianyuans, things aren't that easy to take." With that, Hao Tianyuan left the box. The moment Hao Tianyuan left the box, the auctioneer, Hong Shan, laughed and retreated behind the scenes. Another woman took over as the auctioneer. To be able to take out a barrel and a half of spirit juice, that esteemed guest is really rich. Our Jianghong Trading Company must treat him well. In the darkness, Hong Shan twisted her slender waist as she left the trading company. Behind her, a figure with a terrifying aura followed closely. In another box, not far from Hao Tianyuan, a black-clothed man with a cold expression gently stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist. Then he got up and left the box. The moment Zhuowen left the trading company, 3 powerful divine consciousnesses locked onto him. Zhuowen's gaze froze, and he sneered in his heart. He immediately took out the thunder fire sword and flew out of Fanshawe City with a swoosh. He, Zhuowen, wasn't someone who could be bullied easily. Since they had their eyes on him, Zhuowen, they had to be prepared to be killed. Zhuowen's speed wasn't slow, but it wasn't fast either. Very soon he was out of Fanshawe City. When he reached a place where there was no one, an air-piercing sound came and pierced toward his back. Zhuowen twisted his waist, and the thunder fire sword moved to the side. He dodged the air-piercing weapon behind him. Your reaction isn't bad. Originally, I thought it was some powerful real god who was bidding against me. I didn't expect it to be an ant in the late heavenly god realm. A cold voice could be heard. Zhuowen turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in blue. He knew that this man should be Hao Tianyuan. Hao Tianyuan's aura was extremely strong. His body had a dense aura of thunder and fire. This was a sign that he had passed through a thunder disaster and fire disaster. He knew that this person was a two calamities real god. However, the aura of Hao Tianyuan's thunder disaster and fire disaster wasn't strong. He probably hadn't passed through these two disasters many times. He could be considered a normal two calamities real god. Why, as a real god, you want to snatch the descendant of a mere heavenly god like me? Zhuowen said coldly. Hao Tianyuan laughed and said, Are you afraid? It's a pity that even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you still have to die. Because you have offended me, Hao Tianyuan. From the moment you insulted me, you were a dead man. Idiot, Zhuowen said indifferently. Hao Tianyuan's face froze. He looked at Zhuowen with a gloomy gaze and said, What did you say? You actually insulted me again. Do you not want to live anymore? Idiot, didn't you say that I would definitely die? Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well call you an idiot. Moreover, I feel that this term suits you very well, Zhuowen said sarcastically. Die. Hao Tianyuan was completely enraged. He took out an axe and plunged it toward Zhuowen. At the same time, the aura of thunder disaster and fire disaster on Hao Tianyuan's body instantly became violent, causing Hao Tianyuan to be wrapped in a shadow of thunder and fire. Zhuowen glanced around casually. With his powerful senses of the soul, he immediately discovered that there were three other presences hidden in the surroundings. However, the three presences were hidden in the void, silently observing everything. Bang! Zhuowen held the thunder fire sword and blocked slightly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. An ant will always be an ant. It's really not worth mentioning. Hao Tianyuan's gaze was filled with disdain. He carried the axe and continued to chase after Zhuowen. He wanted to kill this cultivator completely and take his spiritual ring. Chapter 1949. Snatch, however, just as Hao Tianyuan's axe was about to hit Zhuowen's body, a black blade and a red satin suddenly appeared from the clouds and knocked the axe away. Bang! Zhuowen fell to the ground. His face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The aura on his body was faint, as though he would die at any time. Hao Tianyuan looked at Zhuowen, who was lying on the ground. He knew that Zhuowen would not live for long. The fact that Zhuowen did not die under his axe meant that Zhuowen was quite powerful. After all, Hao Tianyuan was a true god of two disasters, while Zhuowen's aura was only at the later stage of the heavenly god realm. The difference between the two of them was too big. To Hao Tianyuan, such an ant could be killed with one finger. However, Hao Tianyuan's attention was no longer on Zhuowen, but on the void in front of him. He said coldly, Are the three of you done hiding? Why don't you come out? Just as Hao Tianyuan finished his sentence, the void in front of him split open and a cold man in black walked out. The man in black clenched his right hand, and the black blade that was originally used to attack the axe was held in his hand. It's really you. You lost to me in the bidding, and now you want to snatch it? Hao Tianyuan said sarcastically, This man has many secrets, but I only want the wings of the serpent dragon. Give it to me, and everything on him will belong to you. Moreover, I will help you chase away the other 2 people," the man in black said calmly. "In the hole." Zhuowen lifted his head and looked at the man in black silently. From the moment the man spoke, he knew that he was the owner of the cold voice who had bid for the wings of the serpent dragon at the auction. As for the other 2 people, they were Hong Shan from the Jianghong Trading Company and an elder that Zhuowen did not know. How Tianyin furrowed his brows. Just as he was hesitating, Hong Shan's coquettish voice rang out, "The 2 of you, aren't you treating me like an outsider? I'm just a weak girl. What right do I have to fight with you?" 2 figures slowly walked out of the void above the clouds. One of them was a woman with a graceful figure. She was none other than Hong Shan, who had previously hosted the auction in the Jianghong Trading Company. Following behind her was an expressionless, gray-robed elder. Hong Shan's aura was not strong. She was probably a true god of 1 disasters. However, the elder in a gray, true god of 2 disasters like Hao Tianyin. Moreover, the aura of the elder in a gray, the aura of the lightning and fire was of lightning and fire. The elder in a gray's light, lightning and fire. The elder in gray's 2. Fire and fire to fire 2's, 2 disasters. Hao Tianyun's was his god in a gray he, Tianyun's eyes as his to god to studio, 2's to studio, to his studio, and then studio da. To his studio to studio to Yang. To the side Hong. To of Hong to the ground to. Hong Yen. Was gray was. She smiled and said, "The 2 of you, can you give me some face? This person is very important to me. If the 2 of you give him to me, I will be very grateful." As she said that, Hong Shan's eyes were filled with charm. Her eyes were misty, and she gave off an extremely enchanting aura. The black-robed man and Hao Tianyin were stunned. However, they quickly came back to their senses. The 2 of them were cursing Hong Shan in their hearts. She had actually used her charm on the 2 of them. However, even though Sequoia's seduction techniques were very powerful, and she appeared to be very open, she was actually a pure and honest person. Up until now, no one had taken advantage of her in any way. Moreover, Hong Shan's background in the Jianghong Trading Company was not low. Although there were many experts in Fan Sha City who coveted Hong Shan's beauty, it was a pity that no one succeeded. Most of the men were fooled by her. "Miss Hong Shan, your words are a little too much. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. He snatched what we needed. He has some grudges with us. However, you have no grudges with this kid. Why do you want us to give him to you instead of you giving him to us?" Hao Tianyun said with a fake smile. Hong Shan chuckled. Her laughter was as clear as silver bells. She did not mind Hao Tianyun's sarcastic remarks. "Ah, then there's no other way. Uncle Zhang, I'll leave these 2 to you. I'll take this kid with me." Hong Shan chuckled and landed lightly beside Zhuowen. Hao Tianyin and the black-robed man's faces changed slightly. Just as they moved towards Hong Shan, they were stopped in midair by the gray-robed elder. "Get lost!" Hao Tianyin shouted coldly. The divine axe in his right hand blasted out. Terrifying murderous runes intertwined and spread out in all directions. It was as if the surroundings were about to collapse. The gray-robed elder was silent. However, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He pulled out the gray trident and threw it out. Instantly, gray gas spread out and formed a gray sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. A monstrous gray tsunami surged from the surface of this gray sea. It came crashing down and actually forced the divine axe to retreat continuously. Even Hao Tianyin let out a muffled groan and was forced to retreat continuously. "Why aren't you helping me?" Hao Tianyin shouted at the black-robed man not far away. The black-robed man understood and immediately took out a black sharp blade. The black sharp blade was like a crescent moon in the night sky. In an instant, it shuttled through the void. Its speed was frightening. Bang! With the black-robed man's help, the gray-robed elder was instantly stabilized. However, it was a pity that the gray-robed elder was too strong. Although Hao Tianyin and the black-robed man had teamed up, they were still suppressed by the gray-robed elder. The battle between the three real gods was extremely intense. The battle of the real god weapons and the collision of strong divine powers created a dazzling radiance in the void. Hong Shan came before Zhuowen and squatted down gently. Her beautiful eyes sized up Zhuowen, who was in a severely injured state. She smiled and said, "Esteemed guest, to be able to take out a bucket and a half of fire spirit juice in one go, you are not an ordinary rich person." As she spoke, Hong Shan extended her slender hands and played with Zhuowen's chest gently. It was as if she was teasing Zhuowen. The teasing look in Hong Shan's eyes became more intense. "You look very young. You are the first Empyrean god I have ever seen who is so rich." As she spoke, Hong Shan's hand suddenly landed on Zhuowen's face. Her beautiful face slowly moved closer to Zhuowen's face. The seductive look on her face became even more intense. It was like autumn water that made people want to pinch her face in their hands and rub it fiercely. "I am very unhappy. When we were in the private room, you actually broke my seduction technique. It seems like you are quite capable. However, I don't believe that you can still resist my seduction technique when you are already in such a state." "Hee hee." Hong Shan giggled and exhaled. The hot air that she breathed on Zhuowen's face was soft and moist. It was filled with unimaginable temptation. Hong Shan could clearly feel Zhuowen's fiery aura in front of her. A trace of pride rose in her heart. The unhappiness that she felt when she was ignored by Zhuowen in the private room suddenly disappeared. "It's time to take this kid's spiritual ring. I wonder how much fire spirit juice is left in his spiritual ring." Hong Shan thought to herself. Her hand reached towards the spiritual ring on Zhuowen's right hand. She wanted to take the spiritual ring on Zhuowen's right hand. She knew very well that Zhuowen was only a god. He had a great need for fire spirit juice. However, this kid could take out a bucket and a half of fire spirit juice to auction. This meant that he still had a lot of fire spirit juice on him. However, the moment her hand reached for Zhuowen's right hand, she found that Zhuowen's right hand suddenly grabbed her hand. Then Zhuowen's left hand wrapped around Hong Shan's slender waist with lightning speed. Hong Shan let out a soft cry. Just as she was about to break free, she discovered that the hand was like an iron hoop, firmly holding on to her. Then, with a sudden force, Hong Shan was brought over to Zhuowen, face to face. You are courting death." Hong Shan's face reddened. It was the first time she had been taken advantage of by a man. She was enraged. The god power in her body surged as she tried to break free from Zhuowen. However, Hong Shan soon realized that something was wrong. Even though the god power in her body was surging, she still couldn't break free from Zhuowen's embrace. "Miss Hong Shan, it's you who is taking advantage of me, okay?" Zhuowen looked at Hong Shan mockingly. He quietly released Devour's innate ability, Purgatory. Countless refined souls flew out, absorbing the god power in Hong Shan's body. Soon, Hong Shan felt powerless. At the same time, Zhuowen used his powerful god power to create a terrifying confining force, locking Hong Shan in this confining force. Then he put Hong Shan into the spiritual ring and jumped up, leaving this place quickly. "Miss." The moment Zhuowen put Hong Shan away, the gray-robed old man, who was fighting with Hao Tianyin and the black-clothed man, was enraged. He stomped his right foot and shot out like an arrow, chasing after Zhuowen. Bang! Hao Tianyin and the black-clothed man couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at the gray-robed old man. Their eyes twinkled as they followed him. At the same time, Hao Tianyin was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Zhuowen could run away so fast, even though he had severely injured him. As for Hong Shan, although he didn't pay much attention to her. He knew that she had gone too far, which gave Zhuowen a chance to capture her. He didn't think that Zhuowen was strong enough to take Hongshan away. The powerful soul consciousness fell on Zhuowen like a tide, locking him down. Zhuowen furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the gray-robed old man to be so fast. Apparently, this old man wasn't an ordinary two-disaster true god. Hand over, miss, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The gray-robed old man's eyes were cold as he shouted at Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. Looking at the gray-robed old man, he wasn't afraid. Die. When the gray-robed elder was within reach of Zhuowen, the gray-robed elder slammed his palm towards Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's right foot was instantly suffused with a purple aura as he used 4 layers of purple aura. His speed instantly changed, and he flew in the opposite direction. The gray-robed elder's attack naturally missed. You're coming towards us. You're courting death. How Tianyin saw Zhuowen plunging towards them, and he sneered. He immediately took out his axe and swung it at Zhuowen. As for the black-clothed man, he stopped not far away and didn't take any action. In his opinion, there was no need for him and Hao Tianyin to team up against a mere late heaven god. However, at the moment when the axe was about to hit Zhuowen, the thunder fire sword in Zhuowen's body plunged out and clashed with the axe. Zhuowen's momentum didn't decrease, and he instantly plunged in front of Hao Tianyin. Dark Moon Time. Chapter 1950. Glorious Purple Galaxy. Divine. Hao Tianyin's eyes bulged as he looked at the lower half of his body in disbelief. He had been too careless. He had always thought that Zhuowen was just an ordinary, early heavenly god. He had never thought that Zhuowen would suddenly explode with such power and cut him in half. Explode! Hao Tianyin's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he was cut in half, he came back to his senses and immediately detonated the axe. Hao Tianyin's divine axe was a low-grade, true god weapon. When it exploded, the power it produced was not small. It was enough to kill a heavenly god and severely injure an ordinary, one-disaster true god. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He immediately used heaven and earth everlasting. Waves of golden gas surrounded his body and formed a strong defense. When the energy of the divine axe's explosion completely engulfed Zhuowen, the soul-absorbing god needle between Zhuowen's eyebrows shot out at an extremely fast speed. The moment the soul-absorbing god needle shot out, Zhuowen was also enveloped by the energy of the explosion. Hao Tianyin had never thought that Zhuowen could still attack at this moment, so he did not guard against the soul-absorbing god needle. Puchi! Blood splattered as a bloody hole appeared between Hao Tianyin's eyebrows. The soul-absorbing god needle was messing around in his divine soul, completely destroying it. Rumble! Hao Tianyin was dead, and Zhuowen's fist landed on the explosion, creating a human-sized hole in the explosion. Zhuowen then crawled out and immediately put away Hao Tianyin's spirit ring. He then released his 5th-level Dao intent and instantly disappeared from where he stood. The moment Zhuowen left, the black-robed man also came back to his senses. His body trembled as he stared at Zhuowen, who had disappeared in fear. Hao Tianyin's strength was not much different from his, but he was killed in a few moves. It was unbelievable. Although Hao Tianyin was careless, it was still terrifying because Zhuowen's aura was only at the late heavenly god realm. To a two calamities true god, a late-stage heavenly god was just an ant that could be killed with a wave of his hand. But today the roles were reversed. Hao Tianyin was killed by a late-stage heavenly god ant. It was because of this hesitation that the black-robed man's spiritual sense completely lost track of Zhuowen's figure. You didn't stop that person? At this moment, the gray-robed elder had also rushed to the black-robed man's side. His gaze was extremely cold. That Zhuowen was too cunning. He had actually held back on his movement technique. At the beginning, Zhuowen didn't use his full strength to flee. At the instant the gray-robed old man was about to catch up to him and attack him, Zhuowen suddenly utilized the energy of Dao insight to raise his speed to the limit and flashed in the opposite direction. Furthermore, the time that Zhuowen and Hao Tianyin exchanged blows was extremely short. It could be said that Zhuowen had taken advantage of Hao Tianyin's carelessness to kill Hao Tianyin in an instant. Even though the gray-robed elder rushed over with all his might, he still lost track of Zhuowen. However, if the black-robed man had locked onto Zhuowen with his spiritual sense from the beginning, the gray-robed elder might not have lost track of him. The black-robed man took a few steps back. Black, sharp blades revolved around his body as he looked at the gray-robed elder cautiously. Thinking about how Zhuowen had robbed Sequoia, the gray-robed elder's gaze became extremely gloomy. He stared eerily at the black-robed man and said, "You die." The gray-robed elder roared furiously and threw the trident at the black-robed man. At this moment, the gray-robed elder attacked with all his might. In an instant, a monstrous gray tsunami surged in the surroundings and came crashing down. The black-robed man's face turned ugly. The power that the gray-robed elder had unleashed at this moment was even stronger than before. The black sharp blades instantly transformed into countless blade shadows. Then they merged and condensed into a monstrous, giant sword shadow that slashed towards the gray tsunami. Uft! Unfortunately, the gray tsunami was too powerful. The huge sword image was directly shattered, and the black blade was also shattered. The black-clothed man was sent flying, and he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with fear. He knew that the gray-robed elder was not a simple two-disaster true god, but he did not expect him to be so strong. How long had this person been in the two-disaster true god realm for him to have such terrifying power? I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I've cultivated for 3,000 years as a two-disaster true god and survived 6 great fires. You're just a one-fire true god. You're just an ant in front of me. The gray-robed elder had appeared above the black-robed man. His right hand formed a claw and pressed in between the black-robed man's eyebrows. With a bang, the black-robed man's eyebrows ruptured. Blood spurted out, and his god's soul was completely destroyed. However, his face still maintained that terrified expression. After killing the black-robed man, the gray-robed elder's murderous intent did not disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. At the same time, he was worried. Although Hongshan looked like an auctioneer of the Jianghong trading firm, he knew that Hongshan had a high position in the Jianghong trading firm. She was the granddaughter of the owner of the Jianghong trading firm, Wu Han. Moreover, Wu Han doted on Hongshan. As long as it was a request from Hongshan, Wu Han would try his best to fulfill it. Now that Hongshan had been kidnapped by a young man in the late divine realm, if Wu Han knew about it, the gray-robed elder would be in a miserable state. Fortunately, Lord Wu Han is not in the Fansha star. However, Lord Wu Han should be back soon. I have to find that bastard before Lord Wu Han returns. The gray-robed elder's eyes were cold. Then he left the place. He decided to return to the Jianghong trading firm and use the power of the Jianghong trading firm to arrest Zhuowen in the entire Fansha star. He also locked down the Fansha city. Because the teleportation array that connected the Fansha star to the outside world only existed in the Fansha city, if the cultivator wanted to leave the Fansha star, he had to return to the Fansha city. Therefore, the gray-robed elder's first task was to lock down the Fansha city. Back in Fanfin City, Zhuowen's aura and appearance instantly changed into that of a young man with a cold and gloomy expression. Even his aura became gloomy. Even if the gray-robed old man was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to recognize the current Zhuowen. After changing his appearance, Zhuowen found a random inn and stayed there temporarily. As for Ah Qian and the inn on the other side, Zhuowen did not plan to return. He knew very well that once the gray-robed elder returned, he would definitely investigate the inn on Ah Qian's side. Therefore, if he returned, he would be walking into a trap. In the room of the inn, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. A black whirlpool appeared, and his original body, dressed in white, slowly walked out. His original body's cultivation had increased very quickly. During the time he was cultivating on the illusory sky bridge, his original body's cultivation had constantly improved and had already reached the level of a demigod. It would not be long before he would be able to become a true god. Although Zhuowen's mind power clone had not been preserved after his rebirth, his original body still had the memories of the devouring curse forbidden seal. Moreover, when his original body was cultivating on the illusory heavenly bridge, he had been using the fire spirit juice all the time, so his comprehension was always at an unimaginable level. Therefore, when his original body began to cultivate the devouring curse forbidden art again, he immediately cultivated it to perfection. At the same time, his original body had also become a heaven saint master and was not far from becoming a celestial saint master. Although it was difficult to start from the beginning, Zhuowen had the foundation and experience of a profound saint master. Although his mind power clone had been destroyed before his rebirth, causing Zhuowen's mind power cultivation to fall short of success, he still had his foundation. In addition to the effects of the illusory sky bridge and the fire spirit juice, Zhuowen's cultivation of the devouring curse forbidden seal was naturally not slow. His mind power also increased very quickly. Zhuowen's gaze was calm. He landed in the room and began to set up a powerful formation in the room with the devouring curse forbidden seal. The devouring curse forbidden seal's characteristics were to devour and absorb. If someone broke in, Zhuowen would immediately know. After setting up the formation, Zhuowen returned to devour space. Zhuowen first took out Hao Tianyun's spirit ring. There were only about 20 million divine stones left in Hao Tianyun's spirit ring. Zhuowen was most concerned about the scarlet cloud, celestial soil that Hao Tianyun had won. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items in Hao Tianyun's spirit ring. Although there were some divine herbs, they were much worse than the ones Zhuowen had obtained in the fiery cloud territory. However, Zhuowen still put them away. This is. When Zhuowen moved all the items in Hao Tianyun's spirit ring into his own spirit ring, he suddenly noticed a bright spot. Zhuowen took the bright spot and found that it was a thumb-sized stone. This stone exuded a metallic texture and felt heavy in his hand. Zhuowen immediately knew that this stone was not simple. When he used his soul consciousness to investigate this stone, he found that his soul consciousness had been devoured by this stone. Devouring soul consciousness? Zhuowen's eyes widened in surprise as he muttered in disbelief. "Oh, isn't this the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand?" The thunder fire sword instantly flew out. Xiao He sat on the sword's hilt, looking at the small stone in Zhuowen's hand in surprise. "Xiao He, do you know this thing?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. Xiao He chuckled and said, "In the inheritance of the thunder fire sword, I know many refining materials like the back of my hand. I only learned about this glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand after I inherited the memories of the thunder fire sword. This thing is not simple. Boy, the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand is extremely rare and is an extremely powerful refining material. If you refine this glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand into a divine sword, the divine sword will have the terrifying effect of severing soul consciousness. Unfortunately, the amount of glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand you have now is too little. It's only the size of a thumb." Speaking of this, Xiao He shook his head and felt that it was a pity. "Then can I use this glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand into my soul-absorbing God needle?" After learning about the miraculous effects of the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. It could be said that this glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand was prepared for his soul-absorbing God needle. Once the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand was integrated into the soul-absorbing God needle, the soul-absorbing God needle would not need to directly enter the soul space of a cultivator. As long as it touched the cultivator's soul consciousness, it would most likely be able to injure the cultivator's soul that was connected to the soul consciousness. Yes, you can give me the soul-absorbing God Needle. The inheritance of the Thunderfire Sword is not only the cultivation method, but also the powerful refining method. Xiao He patted his chest and said, Chapter 1951, Sealed City the Scarlet Cloud Celestial Soil, was as red as fire. It felt warm and soft in his hand. In particular, Zhuowen was moved by the surging divine power contained in the Scarlet Cloud Celestial Soil. He had never seen such divine power before. I wonder if the Scarlet Cloud Celestial Soil can really revive a withered Level 7 divine herb. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he took out a withered, black divine herb from his spiritual ring. It was called the Dragon King Grass. He carefully removed the Scarlet Cloud Celestial Soil and then planted the roots of the Dragon King Grass into the soil. Zhuowen did not know if it was an illusion, but he found that the withered Dragon King Grass gave off a trace of vitality the moment it was planted in the Scarlet Cloud Celestial Soil. It seems to be effective. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He observed for a while and found that the vitality of the Dragon King Grass was gradually reviving. However, the speed of revival was extremely slow, like a snail moving forward. Zhuowen looked for a while and then put away the Dragon King Grass. He knew that the Dragon King Grass was completely withered and it would take a long time to revive it. After putting away the Dragon King Grass, Zhuowen took out the torch dragon wings and stared at them with a burning gaze. He knew very well that with the torch dragon wings he could practice the torch dragon nine-headed infant technique. Zhuowen opened his mouth and spat out the divine fire in his dantian. The divine fire completely enveloped the torch dragon wings and completely refined them. The first step of the torch dragon 9 infants required the cultivator to refine the dragon wings. Then, through the secret technique of the torch dragon 9 infants, they would use their own star god power to nurture 9 torch dragon larvae. Jiao-ing meant 9 torch dragon larvae. As for the 9 torch dragon larvae, they would attach themselves to the dragon wings. With torch dragon strength, they would soar into the 9 heavens and shake the firmament. As the cultivator continued to practice, the 9 infant torch dragons attached to the dragon wings would gradually grow, and the speed of the cultivator would increase exponentially with the growth of the dragon wings. Zhuowen spent half a month to barely refine the remnant wings of the torch dragon. The divine fire carried the torch dragon's wings and slowly approached Zhuowen. Then it landed behind Zhuowen. The bones of the torch dragon's wings had completely fused with Zhuowen's spine. Zhuowen even had a feeling that the dragon wings were innate. Zhuowen even had a heroic feeling. As long as he gently flapped the wings on his back, he would be able to soar through the 9 heavens and roam freely. The only flaw was that the torch dragon remnant wings were incomplete and could not fully unleash the speed of torch dragon 9-headed infants. However, it was still much faster than Zhuowen's current speed. On the torch dragon wings 9 dragon, whelps were constantly circling around, looking very cheerful. Zhuowen knew very well that these 9 dragon whelps were the energy source that powered the torch dragon wings. With a thought, the torch dragon wings slowly shrank and finally merged into Zhuowen's back. Speaking of which, the torch dragon wings were similar to the tempest wings derived from the tempest sacred talisman. However, the torch dragon wings were illusory wings derived from a void heaven mystique and contained extremely powerful starry sky laws. The tempest wings, on the other hand, were far inferior to the torch dragon wings. Naturally, its speed could not be compared to the torch dragon wings. After refining the torch dragon wings, Zhuowen was in a good mood and immediately summoned Sequoia, who had been imprisoned, from his spirit ring. At this moment, Hong Shan was glaring at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. If not for the fact that she was imprisoned and unable to move, she would have pounced on Zhuowen and bitten him. Miss Hong Shan, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. I have something to ask you. You'd better cooperate. Zhuowen said indifferently. Immediately, he released the gag on Hong Shan's mouth and let her speak. You've got guts. Do you know who I am? If you let me go now, you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll definitely die, Hong Shan said through gritted teeth. Zhuowen sized up Hong Shan in astonishment. In fact, when Hong Shan brought a two calamities true god, he already knew that this woman's position in the Jianghong trading firm wasn't low. So what? Aren't you still in my hands now? Zhuowen said nonchalantly. Hong Shan sneered and said, The ignorant are truly fearless. Do you know the owner of the Jianghong trading firm? His name is Wu Han, although I usually address him as Lord Wu Han. He's actually my grandfather. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect Hong Shan to be the granddaughter of the Jianghong trading firm's owner. He had heard from Chen that Wu Han was extremely powerful. He was a void sky realm existence. In addition, he was the founder of the Jianghong trading firm. He was extremely famous on the Brahmastar. Hong Shan also saw the astonishment on Zhuowen's face. The coldness at the corner of her mouth became even more intense. She said complacently, Since you know my background, you still dare to be so impudent with me? Although you're strong, you're only a heavenly god. How can you be a match for a void sky realm expert? Zhuowen looked at Hong Shan calmly and said indifferently, Are you done? Hong Shan was stunned and subconsciously nodded. However, she quickly said angrily, Didn't you hear what I said? I have a void sky expert behind me. How dare you treat me like this? I know. So what? Zhuowen said coldly. Hong Shan was stunned. She stared at Zhuowen and found that he really didn't put her background in his eyes. She felt dejected. I have something to ask you. If you answer me honestly, I won't continue to touch you. However, if you don't cooperate, I don't think I won't act recklessly. After saying that, Zhuowen's gaze impudently sized up Hong Shan's body. Hong Shan's face was filled with shame and anger. Although she was extremely charming in the eyes of outsiders and appeared to be passionate and open, in reality, no man had ever touched her body in all these years, and no one had been as impudent as Zhuowen. After all, her identity caused many cultivators who had designs on her to shrink back at the sight of her. After this period of contact, Hong Shan knew Zhuowen's character. He was definitely someone who would do what he said. She was very confident in her charm. If Zhuowen really did something to her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, she was now a fish on the chopping block, while Zhuowen was a knife. Ask away. After this period of contact, Hong Shan more or less understood the character of the young man in front of her. She knew that it was impossible to scare him and could only do as he said. I remember that your Jianhong Trading Company caught a girl named Xiao Tong. Where are you keeping her? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Who is she to you? Hong Shan asked subconsciously. However, she quickly found that her question was a little inappropriate. Her cheeks turned red, and she quickly changed her question. Why are you asking about her? Zhuowen didn't care about Hong Shan's strange behavior and said indifferently, She is a friend I met on the road. Just answer me honestly. Hong Shan frowned. Under Zhuowen's sharp gaze, she sighed and said, She and the people from the Crepe Myrtle sect were not imprisoned in the Jianghong Trading Company. They were taken away by Song Ling of the Song family of Song Rincheng. And this time, it was the Song family who asked our Jianhong Trading Company to deal with the Crepe Myrtle sect. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned and said, So Xiao Tong has been sent to Song Rincheng? Yes, Hong Shan nodded. With that, Zhuowen directly put Hong Shan into the spirit ring and walked out of the inn. Walking on the street, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Fansha City had become extremely solemn. There was a sense of panic at the slightest sound. Arriving at the city gate of Fansha City, Zhuowen found that the city gate had been sealed. There were also heavy guards on both sides of the city gate. This person is really bold. He actually dared to kidnap Hong Shan of the Jianghong Trading Company. You have to know that Hong Shan's background is not small. She is Wu Han's granddaughter. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion by the city gate. Zhuowen walked over and found that there was a piece of wallpaper pasted on the city wall. On the wallpaper, there was a drawing of his portrait. Fortunately, after Zhuowen left the inn, he had changed his appearance. So, although many people were talking about him, they didn't recognize him. And from the surrounding discussion, Zhuowen could tell that Fansha City had been completely sealed off by the Jianghong Trading Company. If one wanted to enter or leave the city, they had to go through a strict inspection. Once they were found to be of unknown origin, they would be immediately captured by the Jianghong Trading Company. Zhuowen frowned. He didn't expect the Jianghong Trading Company to be so ruthless as to seal off the entire Fansha City. Zhuowen's shapeless all-life had a very strong concealment effect. It was almost impossible for anyone below the Void Sky realm to recognize him. Therefore, the only person Zhuowen was afraid of was the owner of the Jianghong Trading Company, Wu Han. However, from Hongshan, he found out that Wu Han wasn't in the Fansha Star at the moment. However, he would be back soon. Zhuowen planned to settle Xiaotong and the others' matters before Wu Han returned. Then he planned to head to the core star region of the Great Brahma Domain. After all, his destination was the Great Brahma Domains Yin, Qing, Yuan, and Quebec. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. At the end of the street, a group of tall horses galloped over. These horses weren't ordinary horses. Each of them was tall, mighty, and spirited. This was a fleet of carriages. The guards inside were all powerful. They were basically at the late heaven god realm and above. There were even a few true gods. The Dazzling Light Trading Company is here for business. Please open the door. At the front of the fleet of carriages, a middle-aged man with eyes like torches spoke coldly to the soldiers blocking the city gate. It's actually the Dazzling Light Trading Company. The Jianghong Trading Company wouldn't offend the Dazzling Light Trading Company just because they sealed off the city. Chapter 1952. Song Rinqingzhuan used his divine sense to check the convoy and found that the strongest person in the convoy was only a true god, 2 disasters. Judging from his aura, he should be similar to Hao Tianyin, who had chased after him. As for the guards at the city gate, although they were heavily guarded, they were not very strong. There was only a true god, 1 disaster, standing guard. It was impossible for there to be stronger cultivators in the surroundings. After all, this was just the city gate. Thinking of this, Zhuowen revealed a determined look. Then his divine sense began to quietly spread out and enveloped the surroundings. All life has no form. All things have a beginning. A low voice slowly sounded. Suddenly, the area within 1,000 meters of the city gate was enveloped by Zhuowen's divine sense. Then a huge illusion appeared. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators all looked absent-minded. Even the true god, 2 disasters at the front of the convoy, could not help but look absent-minded. At this moment, Zhuowen threw the spirit ring in his hand into the nearest carriage that was transporting living things. Then he activated a technique and entered the spirit ring space. The illusion disappeared. Many of the surrounding cultivators looked confused. Just now they seemed to be dizzy. They all held their foreheads and felt a little strange and surprised. The cold middle-aged man at the front of the convoy frowned slightly. He was actually absent-minded just now. At his level of cultivation, it was rare for him to be absent-minded. However, he had just experienced such a situation. Although he was puzzled, the middle-aged man did not feel anything wrong and did not pay too much attention to it. The true god, 1 disaster in charge of the city gate, walked out. He sized up the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "Since it is the Dazzling Light Trading Company, we should not obstruct you. However, you also know about our Jianghong Trading Company. Let us search your convoy. When the time comes, we will naturally let you go. Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His right palm suddenly blasted out. Powerful star god power roared and slammed heavily on the true god, 1 disaster. The true god, 1 disaster, spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. He stared gloomily at the middle-aged man and said, "Isn't your dazzling light trading company too arrogant?" "Humph. I advise your Jianghong Trading Company not to provoke our dazzling light trading company. Our trading company's master, Lord Luo Pengfei, has already ascended the void sky twice. He's not someone your Jianghong Trading Company's Wuhan can compare to." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Everyone knew that the cultivations of the three great trading companies were on par with each other, and all of them were at the 10,000 longevity stage. They never expected that the dazzling light trading company's Luo Pengfei had actually broken through. It looked like the tripartite balance of power of the three great trading companies would be tilted to one side. Just as the true God was about to speak, a gray-robed old man arrived at the city gates. He glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man and said, "Open the gates and let them out." This was the gray-robed elder who had followed Sequoia to hunt down Zhuowen. Hearing this, the one disastered true God did not dare to speak nonsense and hurriedly opened the city gate. The middle-aged man rode on a large horse and cupped his hands together towards the gray-robed old man from a distance. He shouted and led the convoy out of the city with a whistle. The gray-robed old man silently looked at the departing convoy, his eyes full of gloominess. Although the middle-aged man was also a true god of two disasters, his strength was definitely not as strong as the gray-robed old man. The reason why the middle-aged man was so arrogant was mainly because Luo Pengfei of the Dazzling Light Trading Company had successfully ascended the void sky twice. In addition, Wu Han of the Jianghong Trading Company was not in the Fanshawe star at the moment. Now that the Jianghong Trading Company was weak, the gray-robed old man was so patient. In the spirit ring, Zhuowen's soul consciousness slowly emerged. When he found that the convoy was already far away from the Fanshawe city, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although his cultivation was not high, his soul consciousness was extremely powerful, especially after being tempered by the starry sky, quenching stone. Zhuowen's soul consciousness was even more powerful. Even a true god of two disasters would find it difficult to detect his soul consciousness. The Dazzling Light Trading Company should be going to the Songrin city this time. You can wait for the convoy to arrive at the Songrin city. In front of Zhuowen, Sequoia's beautiful eyes were filled with indifference as she spoke coldly. Sequoia seemed to have accepted her fate. She did not beg Zhuowen to let her go. Instead, she looked extremely calm. Zhuowen looked at Sequoia indifferently. Then he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he took out a bucket of fire spirit juice and started to absorb it to cultivate. The fire spirit juice contained extremely powerful energy. Moreover, it could increase the chances of advancing to the true god realm. Although it was difficult for Devour to advance to the true god realm with his powerful talent, absorbing the fire spirit juice was still beneficial to him. Sequoia's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She stared at the bucket of fire spirit juice next to Zhuowen, especially when she saw how extravagant Zhuowen was using the fire spirit juice. Sequoia's mouth twitched. The fire spirit juice was extremely precious. Even though Sequoia was the granddaughter of the Jianghong Trading Company, she did not dare to use the fire spirit juice as extravagantly as Zhuowen. How much fire spirit juice does this guy have? Sequoia was a little shocked as she thought to herself. 5 days later, the Dazzling Light Trading Company's convoy arrived at the Songrin city. Zhuowen found out from Sequoia that the Dazzling Light Trading Company had come to the Song family to discuss the matter of the black and yellow aura. Therefore, Zhuowen did not leave the convoy. He planned to find an opportunity to leave after entering the Song family. Moreover, he also found out from Sequoia that the Song family did not have any Void Sky experts. Since there weren't any Void Sky experts, Zhuowen wasn't afraid. His all-life formless had already been cultivated to the final stage of mastery. If he deliberately concealed himself, cultivators below the Void Sky realm wouldn't be able to detect him. Zhuowen's divine sense discovered that the Song family's master had personally come out to welcome the middle-aged man. Moreover, he had invited all the true gods of the Dazzling Light Trading Company to enter the Song family. As for the goods of the Dazzling Light Trading Company, the Song family's master had arranged for several people to unload them. After the goods in Zhuowen's spiritual ring were placed in an empty warehouse, Zhuowen came out of the spiritual ring. Beside him was the enchanting Sequoia. "Do you really know where Xiao Tong and the others are being held by the Song family?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. Sequoia chuckled and said, "Of course. The Song family does not only cooperate with the Dazzling Light Trading Company. They also have dealings with the other 2 trading companies. When I was transporting goods, I also came to the Song family. I know the Song family better than you do." After saying this, Sequoia moved closer to Zhuowen and said with a charming smile, "Didn't you seal my divine power? Are you afraid that I will run away? However, you have to be responsible for me. My strength is not present, so you have to protect me well. Lead the way." Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed Sequoia's slender waist. After saying this, he quietly left this place. While the Song family's master was discussing matters with the people of the Dazzling Light Trading Company, a young man was holding a charming woman by the waist and shuttling back and forth within the Song family. Strangely, the patrolling guards of the Song family did not notice this strange man and woman at all. "Your concealment technique is really powerful. Even a true god can't find you." Sequoia very naturally hooked her hands around Zhuowen's neck and put her beautiful face next to Zhuowen's ear, breathing hot air. However, just as Sequoia finished speaking, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly loosened. Sequoia let out a low cry and almost fell to the ground. You bastard!" Sequoia's face was red. She coldly stared at Zhuowen, the anger in her eyes even more intense. Zhuowen ignored her and said slowly, "This should be the residence of the Song family's young master. Are you sure Xiao Tong and the others are being held here?" Soon, Sequoia's expression returned to normal. She chuckled and said, "The Song family's young master is famous for being a pervert. The Crepe Myrtle Sect's senior sister Yun Chiu is unparalleled in beauty. Even I was moved when I saw her. The Song family's young master fell in love at first sight. Then he asked our Jianhong Trading Company to take down the Crepe Myrtle Sect and the others. The price was that they planned to give up 10 feet of black-yellow Oregon." Zhuowen nodded. His divine sense enveloped the entire residence in front of him and searched inside and out. He did not find Xiao Tong, who he was looking for in this residence. However, Zhuowen did not lose his patience. Instead, he searched the area again and soon discovered something unusual. "Let's go in," Zhuowen said and led Sequoia into the residence. The 2 entered an elegant study. Sequoia looked around the study and looked at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. She wondered what Zhuowen was going to do. Zhuowen came to the bookshelf and gently turned the incense burner on it. The mechanism behind the bookshelf sounded and revealed a dark passage. Zhuowen's divine sense extended into the passage and reached the end. He found that there was a large basement below. Not only that, but Zhuowen also found many things that made him frown, because in this basement there were many torture instruments. Other than torture instruments, there were also many props. Zhuowen saw these props and knew that these props were used to toy with women. In addition, there are more than 10 female corpses hanging in the basement. These female corpses were covered with wounds and looked frightened. They had most likely been tortured horribly when they were alive. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. This Song family's young master was really perverted. He actually took pleasure in torturing women. Zhuowen also found Xiao Tong's figure in a huge iron cell in the basement. Other than Xiao Tong, there were 7 or 8 other women in the cell. What attracted Zhuowen's attention was the woman beside Xiao Tong. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was definitely one of the most beautiful women Zhuowen had ever seen in his life. She was almost the same as Zhuowen's wife, Mu Qinxue. Although Moyan Wushang was also very beautiful, his beauty was mainly reflected in his temperament. However, the woman in front of him was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was definitely at the level of a calamity. Sequoia, who was beside Zhuowen, was also a rare beauty. However, in front of this woman, she was still inferior. Zhuowen knew that this beautiful woman should be the crepe myrtle sect's senior sister, Yun Qiu. What's wrong with you? Sequoia also noticed the abnormality on his face and could not help but ask. Chapter 1953. Saving someone. A strange look appeared in Hong Shan's eyes. This was the first time she had seen Zhuowen show such an expression. She curled her lips and giggled. What's there that's not suitable for me to see? I'm going to take a look. With that, Hong Shan took the lead and entered the underground passageway. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to stop her, he discovered that Hong Shan had completely disappeared into the passageway. He had no choice but to follow her. Although Hong Shan seemed to be rather curious about the things below, Zhuowen could still sense that she was extremely vigilant. She was secretly paying attention to the passageway in case there were any traps or mechanisms. When Hong Shan completely entered the underground passageway, she suddenly cried out. However, Zhuowen immediately covered her mouth and nose. The two of them finally arrived in the underground passageway. Hong Shan stared in horror at the dozen or so female corpses that had been hung up in the air. These female corpses had died extremely miserably. They were covered in wounds. It was obvious that they had been tortured terribly when they were alive. It could be said that the torturer was a complete pervert. Didn't I tell you that the things in this underground passageway aren't suitable for you to see? Zhuowen said indifferently. Hong Shan's body softened as she gently leaned against Zhuowen's chest. She actually felt strangely at ease when she felt his broad chest. Song Yan really isn't human. I knew he was lustful, but I never thought he was a pervert. Hong Shan's eyes were filled with anger as she cursed softly. Zhuowen shook his head. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of fire shot out and burned all the female corpses to ashes. Rather than leaving their corpses in this underground passageway, it would be better for Zhuowen to cremate them so that they could rest in peace. After dealing with the female corpses, Zhuowen walked towards the prison at the front of the underground passageway. Big brother, Zhua. Within the prison, Xiao Tong immediately recognized Zhuowen. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. The beautiful woman sitting beside Xiao Tong, Yun Qiu, gently raised her head and carefully stared at the young man before her. During this period of time in the dungeon, she had heard Xiao Tong mention Zhuowen a lot, especially when she heard that Zhuowen had killed Qi Qing, who was at the peak of the heaven god realm as a late heaven god. She was quite surprised, but she did not feel that it was too impressive. A late heavenly god could also kill a peak heavenly god. After all, her talent in the crepe myrtle sect was top-notch. Her strength far surpassed other heavenly gods of the same level. She had once killed a peak heavenly god. It's very dangerous here. You won't be able to do anything even if you come in. Moreover, this prison was set up by the arcane masters of the Song family. You won't be able to save us. Zhuowen had just arrived in front of the dungeon when Yun Qiu shook her head and sighed softly. Xiao Tong's beautiful eyes dimmed. Yun Qiu was right. Their dungeon had restrictions set up by arcane divine masters, and those below the level of true divinity would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, even if they tried to break through by force, Song Yan would probably immediately know. Once they alerted the enemy, they would be surrounded by the people of the Song family. They were still fine, as they had already been captured by Song Yan. However, this would also harm Xiao Tong. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said, "If you don't try, how do you know that I won't be able to save you?" As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the iron dew sword with his right hand and condensed his star god energy into it. "Are you crazy? You won't be able to break through this restriction. Instead, you'll attract Song Yan's attention. Yun Chiyu's beautiful face changed slightly, and she could not help but shout at him. Zhuowen completely ignored Yun Chiyu. The person he had come to save this time was Xiao Tong. Although he, Zhuowen, was not a good person, he was not a bad person either. Since Xiao Tong did not expose him after being captured by the Jianghong Trading Company, it could be seen that Xiao Tong clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. She did not implicate Zhuowen because of this. It was because of Xiao Tong's seemingly insignificant actions that touched Zhuowen's heart. In the world of martial arts, the path of cultivation had always been cold-blooded and selfish. In the face of life and death benefits, many cultivators would throw away some of their good qualities. They would always think of themselves and would not consider others. However, Xiao Tong was different. Therefore, even though Zhuowen knew that Xiao Tong had offended the Jianghong Trading Company, he still acted without hesitation to save her. Big brother, Shua! Xiao Tong looked worriedly at Zhuowen, who had swung the iron-due sword. Her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt. She was not worried about herself, but she was worried that she would implicate Zhuowen. Sometimes the dark moon. Zhuowen swung his sword and a crescent moon rose. The blade of the sword was like a ray of light as it fiercely slammed into the dungeon. Rumble. The surface of the dungeon was overflowing with light, and a terrifying restriction appeared, blocking that terrifying crescent moon. The entire basement shook violently because of this terrifying collision, and the huge mansion above the basement shook even more violently because of it. In the mansion, a man who was lying in the hall and enjoying the clothes of several maids suddenly stood up. His gaze was dark as he said, "Someone broke into the basement." As he spoke, the man slapped away the maid who was serving him and hurriedly rushed to the study. At the same time, several shadows were faintly discernible beside the man. The aura of these shadows was extremely terrifying. They were all true God-level existences. In the meeting hall, the Song family's patriarch, Song Jiahao, was discussing the details of the next transaction with the black-clothed man from the Dazzling Light Trading Company when he suddenly felt the ground shake. "Patriarch Song, what's going on?" the black-clothed man asked with a frown. Song Jiahao frowned. His divine sense was extended, and he naturally sensed that the tremor came from his eldest son's mansion. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Tang, there's no need to be surprised. Perhaps it's just my son messing around." The black-clothed man nodded. He had heard a little about the Song family's eldest son. It was said that the Song family's eldest son was extremely talented and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, he was extremely lecherous and often kidnapped female cultivators back to his mansion. As for the fate of those female cultivators, the black-clothed man did not need to guess to know that they most likely did not end well. Thinking about how the Song family's eldest son had caused such a big commotion because of women, a trace of disdain flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes. In his opinion, cultivators should prioritize their cultivation. Women were just for fun, and there was no need to specifically spend energy on them. At this moment, in the basement, Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared at the restriction in front of the dungeon with a strange gaze. He did not expect the restrictions set up by the divine Arcana Master to be so strong. "Brother Zhuo, hurry up and run. Song Yan should already know that someone has broken the restriction here. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late," Xiao Tong hurriedly said. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. "You're overestimating yourself. You're simply harming others and yourself. However, seeing that you saved Xiao Tong's life, I won't blame you. Hurry up and leave this place and go to the Crepe Myrtle sect. Inform them of what happened between Xiao Tong and me. Our Crepe Myrtle sect's patriarch will definitely not treat you unfairly." "It's already too late. Why don't I just break the restriction?" Zhuowen laughed loudly. Wielding the Telu sword, he slashed out again, and a crescent moon rose up once more. This time, the surface of the crescent moon was filled with a dense purple intent. From afar, it looked like a rising purple moon. Slash! Zhuowen slashed out again. This time, he added all 5 layers of Tao intent to the sometimes of the dark moon. The power of this purple moon was 5 times stronger than before. You! Seeing Zhuowen's stubbornness, Yun Chuyu was so angry that her face paled. Was this person deaf? Could he not understand her words? Crack! The instant the purple moon slashed onto the restriction, a world-shaking tremor spread throughout the entire dungeon. Then the restriction collapsed in an instant. It broke. Yun Chuyu stared blankly at the scene. She forcefully swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach. Even Xiao Tong and the other women locked up in the dungeon revealed expressions of disbelief. However, they were quickly filled with joy. Rumble. The purple moon was far too powerful. After breaking through the restriction, it suddenly erupted, forming a powerful energy. If one looked from outside the dungeon, they would be able to see a huge purple moon slowly rise up. As for Song Yan's estate, it had been reduced to dust the moment the purple moon rose up. It had been reduced to ruins. Swish! Song Yan, who was originally rushing to the study, suddenly jumped and dodged the collapsed house. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the mansion that had completely turned into ruins. He gnashed his teeth and roared. Which bastard not only broke into this young master's basement, but also destroyed this young master's mansion? Damn it! Bang! The ruins suddenly broke open, and then a young man rushed out of the ruins with a few figures. Who are you? Song Yan stared fixedly at Zhuowen, his eyes blazing. However, he quickly calmed down because he saw Xiao Tong, Yun Chuyu, and 7 or 8 other female cultivators that he had imprisoned in the dungeon. He knew very well how powerful the restriction in the dungeon was. It was impossible for anyone below true God to destroy it. However, the young man before him was only a late heavenly God. How had he managed to destroy the restriction? Has this person concealed his cultivation? Song Yan asked softly. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Song Yan finished speaking, 3 figures shot out from the void behind him. One of them, who was clearly the leader, said in a deep voice, I can't see any signs of this person concealing his cultivation. All right, then capture him alive. I want to slowly torture him to death. Song Yan ordered indifferently. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded and immediately shot towards Zhuowen with 2 other black-clothed men. What should we do? Xiao Tong asked in a panic. Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes flickered. For a moment, she could not make up her mind. Meanwhile, Hong Shan stood where she was with a smile, not worried at all. She had more or less experienced Zhuowen's strength. These 3 black-clothed men were only true gods. She knew that they were no match for Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and released the fire beast. He said to Xiao Tong, Miss Xiao, you guys go up first. I'll meet up with you guys later. After saying that, Zhuowen summoned Xiao Tong, Yun Chuyu, and the others onto the huge flame beast. He then gave the huge flame beast an order, and the huge flame beast let out a low roar. It turned into a blur and disappeared from the place. As for Hong Shan, Zhuowen held her slender waist. Without waiting for her to struggle, he sent her into the spirit ring. You really think you're smart. You clearly have a true god mount, but you actually let the group of women escape first. You're the one who stays behind to court death. I admire your spirit, Song Yan said with a cold smile. One of the 3 black-clothed men who were pouncing towards Zhuowen immediately changed direction and rushed towards the direction where the fire beast had escaped. Swish! Chapter 1954. Master Dragon unleashed his might. The eyes of the black-clothed man who had been cut in 2 were filled with shock. Just as he was about to struggle, the Thunderfire sword was extremely fast. It suddenly pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead and completely destroyed his soul. The Thunderfire sword itself was extraordinary. Plus, Xiao He had inherited all of the Thunderfire sword's inheritance, so he was extremely powerful. Plus, the man in black was caught off guard, so he was instantly killed by Xiao He. As expected of Master Long, The elegance of this sword strike really makes me admire you so much." After the Thunder Fire Sword killed the man in black, the Blood Immortal was brought out by the Thunder Fire Sword. At this moment, the Blood Immortal was following the Thunder Fire Sword with a flattering face. Her face was full of flattery, and she was praising things that even Zhuowen felt ashamed of. Xiao He sat on the hilt of the sword and waved his little claws. He said arrogantly, "What is this? A mere true god, just a piece of trash. If I, Master Dragon, wanted to attack, do you think he could survive? As for the other two, if you want to die, feel free to find this Lord Dragon. See if this Lord Dragon doesn't kill you. Master Dragon is mighty. His divine power is boundless. He is invincible and undefeatable. Empyrean gods and true gods are all trash." The Blood Immortal yelled at the side. Zhuowen stood on the side and rubbed his forehead. He felt a headache coming on as he looked at the two of them. Ever since Xiao He took the Blood Immortal in, the two of them were birds of a feather. They were getting along better and better. It was as if they regretted not having met earlier. Every time the two of them appeared, they would act cool. Zhuowen couldn't stand it anymore. The other two black-clothed men who were originally attacking Zhuo when all stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the Thunder Fire Sword that had instantly killed their companion. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, but there was even more anger. It was just a mere extreme, heavenly divine artifact. How could it be so arrogant? And the blood monster, next to the broken sword, said a series of flattering words. Even they couldn't stand it anymore. "Kill it." The two black-clothed men instantly came to an agreement and gave up on attacking Zhuowen. Instead, they turned to Thunderfire Sword and Blood Immortal. Xiao He, who was still acting cool, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the stance of the two men in black. After all, it was only a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact. The reason why it was able to kill that black-clothed man earlier was mainly because it had grasped the timing perfectly. Adding on the fact that it had taken the black-clothed man by surprise, it managed to kill that black-clothed man. If it was a head-on battle, Xiao He would not be able to kill a one-disaster true god so easily. Now that two more powerful true gods had joined forces to deal with it, Xiao He did not dare to accept the challenge. However, although Xiao He wanted to retreat, her aura was not weak at all. Two mere one-disaster real gods, in my eyes, are simply trash. You two trash still need this dragon grandpa to take action? After saying that, Xiao He immediately brought Blood Immortal behind Zhuowen and said with perfect articulation, "This man was trained by me. You two trash are not even a match for him. Bring it on. Motherf *Cur. This sword is too cheap. I must destroy it." The leader of the black-clothed men was furious. Without saying anything, he flew towards Zhuowen. It was obvious that he planned to kill Zhuowen and Xiao He together. Seeing the two black-clothed men flying towards him again, Zhuowen's gaze became serious, and he held the Telu sword in his right hand tightly. Although Zhuowen was in the later stage of the Heaven God realm, his power was far beyond his cultivation. The Telu sword could not keep up with his power. Zhuowen even realized that as he continued to use the Telu sword, there was a crack on the surface of the Telu sword. It was obvious that the Telu sword could not withstand his violent energy as he continued to use it. Zhuowen sighed softly. After returning from song-wrenching, he was planning to purchase a true god artifact, grade divine sword. Swoosh, swoosh. Then, the two black-clothed men flew in front of Zhuowen. The two of them split into two directions. They held true god weapons and attacked Zhuowen from both sides. The violent divine power turned into a terrifying whirlpool and trapped Zhuowen in the middle. It was as though it was going to squeeze Zhuowen into a meat patty. Zhuowen pointed with his right finger and performed Massacre Acheron Finger. The violent Acheron Finger flowed out. In the depth of the Acheron Finger, there were two huge yellow fingers. The patterns on the surface of the yellow fingers could be seen clearly. It was as though they were real fingers. Zhuowen stood on one of the massacre Akron finger. He held the Tilu sword in his hand and slashed out. The sword light was like rain as it fell in front of him. Moreover, the surface of the rain-like sword light was filled with purple intent. It was as though it was purple rain that was falling down. The two black-clothed men had serious gazes. They were in a sorry state when dealing with the purple rain. PFFF. The two massacre Akron finger landed on their chests. Although the two of them were on guard, they still spat out blood and their faces were pale. Zhuowen performed sword-piercing thistles. The thistles formed by sword shadows bound the two retreating men. Then, Zhuowen casually walked past the two men. The two sword lights quickly slashed through the two men's eyebrows. The two black-clothed men's divine souls were extinguished. They fell into midair and lost their lives. Song Yan's pupils shrank. He stared at Zhuowen and immediately retreated. Song Yan was not weak, but he was only a one-calamity true god. Even the three black-clothed men were instantly killed. How could he dare to face Zhuowen? You dare to kill our Song family? You have guts. Song Yan shouted as he quietly retreated. He had already secretly informed his father that it wouldn't be long before his father and the experts of the Song family arrived here, and this person was about to become a turtle in a jar. I still dare to kill you. Zhuowen stood in place without moving, the corners of his mouth filled with a mocking smile. Song Yan naturally saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. He immediately realized that something was wrong. With a whoosh, a black flame enveloped him. You're just trash. I'll destroy you in one move. Within the black flame, Xiao Hei's arrogant voice sounded. By the time the black flame faded, Song Yan had already turned into ashes. Zhuowen silently looked at Song Yan, who was already dead. There was no pity in his heart. Song Yan was a scum. It could be seen from the dozen or so female corpses in the basement. Zhuowen was sure that Song Yan had killed more than a dozen female cultivators. It was just that most of the female corpses should have been disposed of by Song Yan. Bastard, you dare to kill my son. Die, however, just after Xiao Hei killed Song Yan, the Song family's patriarch, Song Jiahao, and the Song family's upper echelons rushed over and saw the scene. Song Jiahao exploded on the spot and rushed towards the Thunderfire sword. When Xiao Hei saw Song Jiahao's terrifying aura, he was so scared that he hurriedly flew to Zhuowen's side and boasted shamelessly, "So what if I kill your son? You better keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, I'll chop you up too." Dragon Master, this seems to be a true god of three disasters. We shouldn't be his match, right? Blood Immortal said fearfully. Damn it. What's a true god of three disasters? Zhuowen, this brat, he was trained by me. I don't need to do anything. He can take care of this old thing. Xiao Hei was still boasting shamelessly. Good. You're just a sword spirit of a heavenly god artifact. How dare you be so arrogant? I'll pull out your sword spirit and burn it for 81 days. I'll let you suffer endless pain. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Song Jiahao was so angry that his beard was trembling. Just as he was about to ask the other higher-ups of the Song family to attack together and take down Zhuowen and Xiao Hei suddenly shouted, "Old thing, how shameless are you? Look at this brat next to me. He's just a late heavenly god. Look at those old guys next to you. They're all true gods of two disasters." Zhuowen naturally knew what Xiao Hei meant. He said calmly, "Old thing, I'm challenging you, true god of three disasters, as a late heavenly god. I'd like to see how many moves you, true god of three disasters, can take. Of course, if you think that you're not my match, you can ask them to attack together. I won't refuse anyone." The black-clothed man from Dazzling Light trading firm looked at the boastful man and soared with interest. However, he was secretly shaking his head. The young man was only a late heavenly god. No matter how powerful he was, how could he be Song Jiahao's match? Although he could avoid being besieged by such provocation, he would still die in the end. Song Jiahao naturally knew about Zhuowen and Xiaohei's motive. However, he didn't care at all. Be it besieging or fighting one-on-one, he would definitely die. In the face of absolute power, your little tricks are nothing but fleeting clouds. Song Jiahao sneered and took out a long saber. The saber was brimming with divine light. It was obviously a high-quality true god weapon. Old thing, you talk a lot. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you chattering like a woman? Xiaohei mocked mercilessly. Song Jiahao was furious. He raised his saber and slashed at Zhuowen. The saber light spread across like a bridge. At the same time, Song Jiahao's consciousness locked onto Zhuowen. The saber light followed Song Jiahao's consciousness and slashed at Zhuowen. Feeling Song Jiahao's powerful consciousness, Zhuowen was stunned and revealed a strange expression. Then the soul-absorbing divine needle flew out from Zhuowen's glabella. It was extremely fast and stabbed at Song Jiahao's consciousness. It followed Song Jiahao's consciousness and flew towards Song Jiahao's glabella at an extremely fast speed. As the soul-absorbing divine needle had been added with the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand, it had the terrifying power to devour souls. Its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Song Jiahao only felt a pain in his glabella. He was shocked to find that the power of his soul was being stripped out involuntarily. He was so frightened that he quickly stabilized his soul. But very quickly, a golden streak of light shot towards his glabella at an extremely fast speed. He was caught off guard and hurriedly sealed his soul. He didn't even dare to withdraw the divine sense that had shot out, for fear that the golden streak of light would take advantage of it and enter his soul. And it was also when Song Jiahao was stunned that Zhuowen had already arrived in front of Song Jiahao silently. At this moment, Zhuowen directly used the 4 great sword moves, piercing thistles and thorns, first appearance of sword light, sun in the sky, and time of the dark moon. 5th level, Dao meaning surged out and dyed the 4 great sword moves purple. Xiaohei acted according to the situation. Black flames surrounded him, and he slashed at Song Jiahao's waist mercilessly. Chapter 1955. Provoke and escape. Song Jiahao was caught off guard, and he was attacked by Zhuowen and Xiaohei. Song Jiahao's eyes widened in anger. His originally tightened spirit suddenly loosened as the soul-assimilating divine needle followed Song Jiahao's spirit and rushed into the center of his brows. Almost half of it had sunken. Ah! Song Jiahao screamed. He was true God, 3 disasters after all, and his spirit was extremely strong. He immediately blocked the soul-assimilating divine needle. However, the soul-assimilating divine needle was different from before. It was mixed with glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand, a rare and powerful material. Its attack on the spirit was much more terrifying than before. Even though Song Jiahao was true God, 3 disasters, and his spirit was extremely strong, his spirit was still greatly affected as he was caught off guard. Zhuowen also realized that Song Jiahao was struggling to block the soul-assimilating divine needle, and he probably couldn't spare any energy to deal with him. However, he also knew that Song Jiahao was different from the other true gods that he had met before. Even though Song Jiahao was just an ordinary true god, 3 disasters, it was still difficult for him to fight against such an existence with his current power. Hence, he had to take advantage of this great opportunity to severely injure Song Jiahao. After slashing out 4 sword moves, Zhuowen's heaven-devouring eye split open and released 10 purplish-black lightning instantly. Not only that, he used Massacre Finger of Acheron again. With the purple intent of the level 5 Tao will, he dyed the Acheron River into a purple river that filled the sky. Splash! The purplish-black lightning accompanied the purple river and instantly drowned Song Jiahao. Then, Song Jiahao's groan was heard. Bang! The soul-assimilating divine needle flew backward and was caught by Zhuowen. He knew that the soul-assimilating divine needle didn't completely enter Song Jiahao's glabella. However, the soul-assimilating divine needle definitely caused quite a bit of damage to Song Jiahao. Plus, the attack that Zhuowen and Xiao He released together was even more terrifying. Even though Song Jiahao was true god, 3 disasters, he probably wouldn't be unscathed after receiving the full power of the 2 of them. Bang! As the purple river receded, Song Jiahao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The complexions of the Song family's upper echelons and the black-clothed man from the Dazzling Light Trading Company froze. Before they could even react, Song Jiahao had been defeated just like that. Patriarch! The upper echelons of the Song family rushed toward Song Jiahao, who had fallen to the ground, and helped him up. Although Song Jiahao appeared to be in a sorry state, his injuries were not serious. This was because he was wearing an inner armor with astonishing defense. Although Zhuowen's attack was powerful, it was actually weakened by the inner armor. On the other hand, Song Jiahao's divine soul had suffered much more serious injuries than his external injuries. At this moment, Song Jiahao could still feel the chaos in his divine soul space. He knew very well that if the soul-assimilating divine needle really entered his spiritual space, his soul might be annihilated. Who exactly is this kid? Song Jiahao was shocked and angry. He stared at the soul-assimilating divine needle floating around Zhuowen with extreme fear. This thing was too terrifying. Not only could it devour divine sense, it could even affect him through the divine sense. Yo, old man, didn't you want to kill this dragon lord? Do you want to extract my sword spirit and burn it for 81 days? This dragon lord is right in front of you. Come on, this dragon lord is waiting. Xiao He stood at the sword hilt arrogantly. His posture made him look like he was asking for a beating. Let's go together and kill them. Song Jiahao roared angrily. He no longer cared about his chaotic divine soul. He took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen as fast as a shuttle. The 7 or 8 upper echelons of the Song clan followed closely behind him, forming a circle around Zhuowen. This dragon lord is not playing with you anymore. Trash like you is not fun at all. I'll let you go today. Xiao He continued to boast shamelessly. Then he wrapped around the blood immortal and turned into a black line that shot into the distance. Zhuowen naturally understood. He stepped onto the thunder fire sword and had no intention of staying. Real God, 3 disasters was indeed powerful. Zhuowen estimated that he was not his match yet. Hence, he did not want to be entangled with Song Jiahao anymore. Naturally, it was better to leave. However, Zhuowen knew that once his doppelganger reached the peak divine realm, Song Jiahao might not be his match. With the soul-assimilating divine needle's unexpected effect, he might be able to kill Song Jiahao. However, he could not do that now. Zhuowen had used his scheme to gain the upper hand. However, he still could not cause much harm to Song Jiahao. He knew that if he continued to be entangled with Song Jiahao, he would be asking for trouble. You still want to escape? Impossible. Song Jiahao was unable to restrain his anger. That broken sword spirit was truly too despicable. It clearly wanted to escape, yet it actually made the reason sound so dignified. It even insulted him as trash. Song Jiahao was unable to restrain his anger. That broken sword spirit was truly too despicable. He wanted nothing more than to chase after it and tear its mouth apart. Zhuowen felt that Song Jiahao's powerful soul consciousness was firmly locked on him. The distance between them was getting closer. Zhuowen knew how powerful real God, 3 disasters was. Song Jiahao's speed was much faster than the Thunderfire sword. Xiao He, enter my inner space, Zhuowen said, and put the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal into his inner space. Then his back began to protrude, and a pair of huge dragon wings spread out. On the surface of the dragon wings, 9 baby candle dragons were entangled. Boom! The dragon wings flapped, and a thunder-like sound was transmitted from the dragon wings. Then, Zhuowen's speed increased by tens or hundreds of times. In an instant, The distance between him and Song Jiahao increased. In the end, Song Jiahao's sole consciousness lost track of him. Song Jiahao stopped and stared blankly at the disappearing figure. Then he roared, "Bastard, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." The black-clothed man from the dazzling light trading firm was not far away. Apart from shock, he was also deep in thought. He knew that the candle dragon wings that Zhuowen had released were from the Jianghong trading firm's auction. It seemed that the person who had bid for the candle dragon wings and kidnapped Sequoia was this person. This person, the black-clothed man, seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned ugly. He knew why this person had appeared here. He was probably following the dazzling light trading firm's fleet. In a desolate desert, the giant flaming beast quietly landed. Its huge body shook, shaking off the several women on its body. The giant flaming beast was originally a wild and untamed exotic beast. The reason it was tamed by Zhuowen was because of Devour's powerful pressure. It hated other cultivators. Yun Qiu and Xiao Tong gently landed on the ground. The other women were in a sorry state. Their cultivations were lower than Yun Qiu and Xiao Tong's. "I wonder how Big Brother Zhua is doing?" Xiao Tong asked worriedly. Yun Qiu shook her head and said, "Junior sister, I think that Zhuowen is doomed." However, he was actually able to take out a true god-level exotic beast to help us escape. He is a man with a true temperament. Xiao Tong's face reddened, and she hurriedly said, "Senior sister, Big Brother Zhua and I are not like what you think. We have only known each other for a short time. Moreover, Big Brother Zhua saved me twice. Now he has saved me again. I owe him 3 lives." Yun Qiu seemed to be saying something when a rainbow suddenly swept across the sky. When the rainbow appeared, the giant flaming beast was extremely excited. It came to the rainbow's side and automatically lowered its body. "It's Big Brother Zhua." Xiao Tong's face was filled with surprise, while Yun Qiu revealed a look of surprise. The 3 people beside Song Yan were all first Calamity true gods, especially the black-clothed leader. He was most likely a powerful true god who had survived at least 2 thunder calamities. Yun Qiu did not believe that Zhuowen would be able to escape from the combined forces of the 3 true gods. "Zhuowen, how did you escape from the hands of these 3 true gods?" Yun Qiu also moved forward and asked in surprise. Zhuowen smiled and said, "My speed was relatively fast. I was lucky enough to escape." Hearing this, Yun Qiu frowned. She was clearly not satisfied with Zhuowen's explanation. However, she could do nothing about it. After all, this was Zhuowen's secret. She had no right to ask. "Benefactor, thank you for saving our lives." The other female cultivators all moved closer to Zhuowen. Their expressions were filled with excitement. In the basement, they were terrified, especially when they saw Song Yan torture the dozen or so female cultivators to death. It almost drove them crazy. In the end, they were still rescued by Zhuowen. They were extremely grateful to Zhuowen. "It's okay. I can't stand that scum Song Yan. It's only right that I save you." Zhuowen smiled. The 2 women expressed their gratitude again, then bid farewell to Zhuowen and left. "Why don't the 2 of you leave?" Zhuowen looked at Xiao Tong and Yun Qiu and asked. Xiao Tong shook her head and said, "Brother Zhua, you've helped me too many times. I can't just leave like this. Come with me to the Crepe Myrtle sect. The Crepe Myrtle sect clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. We will definitely repay you." Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Tong, this little girl, to be so grateful. "There's no need. You should leave first. I still have some matters to attend to at the Song family. Also, Brahma Fiend City is sealed. It won't be easy for you to return to Brahma Fiend City now." Zhuowen reminded. "What? Brahma Fiend City is sealed?" "The transporter is in Brahma Fiend City. If we can't enter Brahmafeen city, we won't be able to return to the Crepe Myrtle sect. Yun Chiyu said with some worry. Zhuowen glanced at Yun Chiyu. This woman was indeed beautiful. Even with a frown, she exuded a myriad of emotions. It was no wonder that Song Yan was so determined to obtain this woman. Brother Zhua, this is my contact jade token. After you're done with your matters, can you contact us? You've saved me too many times. I want to repay you. Xiao Tong stuffed a jade token into Zhuowen's hand. Zhuowen accepted the jade token without batting an eyelid. Immediately, he turned into a long rainbow and left the place. This time, he came to the Song family of Rinsong City. Saving Xiao Tong was one of his goals. However, his other goal was the Song family's mysterious yellow or vein. Chapter 1956. Seizing the Xianhuang or vein. When Zhuowen arrived at the Song family again, he immediately used the formless world to sneak into the Song family. At this moment, the entire Song Rinqing was in a state of panic. Although the security of the Song family was even tighter, Zhuowen realized that there were not many experts left in the Song family. The death of the young master of the Song family, Song Yan, was not a small matter. After Zhuowen left, Song Jiahao immediately led many cultivators out of the Song Rinqing to search for Zhuowen. This was also the reason why the number of experts in the Song family had decreased drastically. Great, this also gives me a chance to seize the Xianhuang or vein. Zhuowen did not expect Song Jiahao to bring all the experts of the Song family away. He was relieved. With most of the experts of the Song family gone, there would be less obstacles for him to seize the Xianhuang or vein. Zhuowen summoned Hong Shan from his spirit ring and said, "Bring me to the Xianhuang or vein." Hong Shan frowned and said seriously, "I'm afraid it won't be easy. The Xianhuang or vein has always been guarded by the Song family's arcane masters. The formations there are complicated and the restrictions are terrifying. Unless you have the permission of the Song family's higher-ups, you won't be able to break in." "Then I'll force my way in," Zhuowen said calmly. Did you not understand what I said?" Hong Shan could not help but yell. Zhuowen grabbed Sequoia's hand and said, "You're an arcane master yourself, aren't you? Although your disguise is very good, your seduction art is not just a seduction art. It is a seduction art that uses restrictions. You can fool others, but you can't fool me." Hong Shan stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. She was indeed an arcane master. In the Jiang Hong trading firm, there were only a few people who knew that. Only the higher-ups of the Jiang Hong trading firm knew that. Seeing the shock on Hong Shan's face, Zhuowen knew that he had guessed correctly. Although he was also an arcanist, his cultivation level was just too low. He was only a heavenly saint master. He had sensed something when Sequoia had used her charm technique many times before, but he was uncertain. Seeing Zhuowen's expression, Hong Shan knew that she had been tricked. She looked a little annoyed, but she quickly recovered and said, "Zhuowen, since you want to snatch the black-yellow mineral vein, how should we divide it?" "I'll take 80% and you'll take 20%. In addition, I won't restrain you and set you free," Zhuowen said calmly. Hong Shan was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "Deal. Release the shackles on my body. I'll take you to the black-yellow or vein." Zhuowen looked deeply at Sequoia and released the shackles. At the same time, Zhuowen was also on guard against Sequoia. After knowing that Sequoia was an arcane master, Zhuowen knew that she wasn't simple. If not for the fact that Sequoia was defenseless against him, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to imprison her so easily. "Let's go." After releasing the shackles, Sequoia calmly turned into a fiery red shadow and shot toward the back of the Song family. Zhuowen followed closely behind her. The back mountain of the Song family was heavily guarded. The surface of the mountain was filled with colorful lights. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful restriction in the mountain. The two figures quickly passed through the heavily guarded checkpoint and arrived at the mountain pass. "I need some time to break the formation," Protect me, Sequoia said as she took out the formation flags and began to deduce how to break the formation. Zhuowen naturally didn't dare to disturb Sequoia. Instead, he used all life formless and completely concealed their auras. Sequoia's movements were skillful. She held the formation flags in her hand, and they revolved around her with great familiarity. Under Sequoia's control, the restriction in front of them loosened. It was clear that Sequoia's method of breaking the formation was effective. This entrance can only last for an hour. After we enter, we have to take away the Xianhuang mine within that hour. If we can't, we have to leave within that hour. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the arcane god master here, said the arcane god master. Sequoia's expression was extremely serious as she continued. Once discovered, the arcane master will definitely activate the formation here. This formation isn't like the one in Song Yan's basement. It should be the arcane master's painstaking work. Once activated, even the three disasters' true gods might be trapped in this formation. Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Sequoia into the formation. As soon as they entered the formation, Zhuowen's powerful consciousness scanned the entire mountain like a radar. After being tempered by the universe quenching stone, his consciousness penetrative power was much stronger than other cultivators. The entire mountain was like nothing to him. It's over there. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he took the lead. Sequoia was still searching with her consciousness. Seeing Zhuowen suddenly rush out, she had no choice but to follow. When they reached the center of the mountain, Zhuowen punched out and created a huge hole. Then, dense Xianhuang qi surged out, causing Zhuowen to be pleasantly surprised. After summoning the Thunderfire Sword, Zhuowen immediately had Xiaohe do the hard work of drilling into the mountain. Although Xiaohe was cursing and was extremely unwilling, her body was very obedient. She continued to dive into the depths of the mountain according to Zhuowen's instructions. When they reached the deepest part of the mountain, Zhuowen and Sequoia were both stunned. Then their eyes lit up, because their divine consciousness had thoroughly explored the mysterious yellow mineral vein. There were 2 mineral veins. One was tens of thousands of feet long, and the other was tens of thousands of feet long. Zhuowen didn't hesitate to choose the 10,000 feet long vein. He said to Sequoia, "According to our agreement, I want this 10,000 feet long vein. You can go and take the 10,000 feet long vein." After saying that, Zhuowen pounced towards the 10,000 feet tall mineral vein without any further explanation. Although Sequoia was a little unwilling, they had already made an agreement. Moreover, time was of the essence, so she didn't say anything and went toward the 10,000 feet long vein. The dense Xianhuang qi made Zhuowen feel relaxed and happy. He looked at Sequoia from the corner of his eyes and found that she wasn't paying attention to him. With a wave of his sleeve, a deep black hole appeared. The black hole had a terrifying suction force. The 10,000 feet long vein was instantly sucked into Zhuowen's body. On the other side, Sequoia summoned the array flag. Her hands formed a complicated seal, and a sealing force spread to the 10,000 feet long vein. She planned to seal the 10,000 feet long vein and put it into her spirit ring. After putting away the vein, Zhuowen suddenly noticed that there was a strange force emerging from the bottom of the mountain. Zhuowen was very familiar with this force. It was the star power of a planet. Does this Xianhuang vein lead to the deep underground of the Brahma Fiend star? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that this Brahma Fiend star had an owner. Normally, the star power of a planet with an owner couldn't be absorbed by a heavenly god. However, Zhuowen was different. His Devour clone had a powerful devouring ability. It could even devour a planet, let alone the star power of a planet with an owner. The reason why Devour needed to devour a planet was to devour the star power of the planet. However, the planet was just suffering from an unexpected disaster. Devouring a planet was an arrogant act, and it would be hard to avoid being discovered. After taking over Devour's body, Zhuowen had considered this situation. He was a human, not devour. Normally, there would be mortals living in a planet with life. Thus, he couldn't devour a planet to obtain star power. If there was a way to obtain star power without devouring planets, it would definitely be the best of both worlds for Zhuan. I don't need to devour a planet. If I go deep into the planet, I can use Devour's devouring power to devour a part of the star power of the planet. It won't affect the mortals on the planet, and my Devour clone won't be discovered. The more Zhuan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Eventually, he punched the ground, since this place led to the deep underground of the Brahma Fiend star. He wanted to see if he could absorb the star power of this planet. Moreover, Zhuan had a feeling that the Brahma Fiend star wasn't simple. The star power of this planet was much more abundant than the other life planets. If he absorbed the star power of this planet, perhaps he could reach the peak of heavenly god realm. Zhuan controlled the thunder flame, soared to go deeper into the ground. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Hongshan had retrieved the 1,000-jiang mineral vein. When she saw Zhuan going deeper into the ground, she couldn't help but ask him in a low voice. Zhuan turned around to look at Hongshan and said in a low voice, "Miss Hongshan, let's make a deal. Today, I have something to do in the depths of this place. You can leave on your own. However, before you leave, you have to erase the traces of me going deep into the ground. How about that? I know you want the fire spirit juice and the black-yellow mineral vein. I'll give you another 3,000-jiang mineral vein and a barrel of fire spirit juice as a reward. How about that?" Hongshan was bewildered. Inwardly, she was shocked by Zhuan's wealth. After pondering for a while, she said, "I'll do this deal." Nodding, Zhuan took out the 3,000-jiang mineral vein and a barrel of fire spirit juice and gave them to Hongshan. Then, he urged the thunder flame, soared to go deeper. After a period of contact, Zhuan could see that Hongshan was a trustworthy person. She wouldn't take the things without doing anything. Of course, even if Hongshan reneged on the deal, after Zhuan advanced to the peak heavenly god realm, he would directly barge into the Jianghong Trading Company and let Hongshan suffer his wrath. After putting away the black-yellow mineral vein and fire spirit juice, Hongshan looked at the figure going deep into the ground. After hesitating for a while, she finally took out the array flag and erased all traces of Zhuan going deep into the ground. Hongshan always felt that Zhuan was very mysterious. Moreover, his strength was a little abnormally strong. After thinking for a long time, she finally decided not to provoke Zhuan. After erasing all traces, Hongshan left the back mountain. She took out a flying ship, a true god weapon, and quickly left Songren City. Not good. Someone touched the black-yellow mineral vein. Not long after Hongshan left, Song Jiahao, who was originally searching for Zhuan outside, was notified by the arcane god master of the Song family. He hurriedly returned to the Song family. Not long after Song Jiahao entered the back mountain, he came out again. However, his face was very ugly and even a little pale. The black-yellow mineral vein that the Song family controlled had been completely dug out. Not a single bit was left. This was the foundation of the Song family. It was silently taken away just like that. Chapter 1957. Peak Heavenly God, Realm the Thunder Fire Sword was extremely fast. In about half a day, it brought Zhuan deep underground. What appeared in front of Zhuan was an incomparably huge sea of lava. However, with his powerful spiritual sense, Zhuan found a palm-sized crystal in the deepest part of the sea of lava. He knew that this was the star core. Zhuan plunged into the sea of lava and rapidly approached the star core. After arriving a few hundred meters away from the star core, Zhuan stopped. Dense stellar energy was being transmitted from the star core. The Brahma Fiend star wasn't simple. Zhuan didn't dare to take the star core. Once he did, the Brahma Fiend star would be greatly affected. At that time, he would provoke public anger. Even the void sky experts hidden on this planet might come out. Zhuan wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Zhuowen sat cross-legged a few hundred meters away from the star core. The heaven-devouring eye between his eyebrows slowly opened and began to devour the stellar energy emerging from the star core. Zhuowen's absorption speed was very slow and gentle. He was afraid that if he absorbed too quickly, he would be discovered by those void sky old monsters. In fact, when Zhuowen had entered the depths of the underground, he had already discovered that there was a spying formation here. Moreover, this formation wasn't weak. Therefore, he had been circulating the all-life formless at all times to prevent himself from being discovered by the spying formation. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen had stayed here for a year. The density of the stellar energy in the Brahma Fiend Star's star core had exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. After absorbing for more than a year, he discovered that the stellar energy in the star core had only decreased by about 5%. Thinking of this, Zhuowen began to absorb the stellar energy without restraint. As for the spying formation in the depths of the underground, Zhuowen had already figured it out. Moreover, other than circulating the all-life formless, Zhuowen also had his main body observe the surrounding spying formation. His original body improved very quickly as he continued to learn. He actually managed to become a celestial Saint Master from a heavenly Saint Master. Of course, the main reason for this was because his original body had squandered the fire spirit essence to increase his comprehension ability. Now, even though the spying formation deep underground couldn't be broken yet, with the interference of the formless world and the devouring curse seal, it was difficult to detect Zhuowen's presence. This continued for another half a year. At this moment, Zhuowen was absorbing astral power without restraint. In just half a year, he had absorbed 20% of the astral power in the star core. A deep, beastly roar came from Zhuowen's body, and an incomparably berserk aura erupted from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen knew that Devour's clone had reached the peak of heavenly god realm. Opening his eyes, Zhuowen put away his original body and activated formless existence to the extreme. Then he suddenly drilled out of the magma ocean and plunged underground. Zhuowen's original body had reached the peak of demigod realm. However, as he had yet to refine a planet, he hadn't broken through to the heavenly god realm yet. If I refine one of the stars in Devour's body, will I be able to become a heavenly god realm expert? Zhuowen pondered. In the end, he decided to let his original body refine the star. The star in Devour's body had been refined by Devour, so it was much milder than ordinary stars. Even so, its temperature was still terrifying. Fortunately, his original body had cultivated the indestructible art of heaven and earth in the past 1.5 years. Relying on the heaven and earth mineral vein, his original body had cultivated the indestructible art of heaven and earth to the 3rd level, 1000 June. After all, his original body had a human body and was much smaller than Devour. Although he had cultivated the indestructible art of heaven and earth to the 3rd level, 1000 June, he hadn't used much heaven and earth energy. He had only used 1% of the indestructible art of heaven and earth. At this moment, the body of his original body was extremely terrifying. Although he was a demigod, he didn't suffer much damage when he got close to the star. After his original body sat on the star, Zhuowen used Devour's devouring power to surround his original body to prevent the terrifying energy from escaping from the star. Then he let his original body refine the star. Songrin City was especially lively today. Many cultivators stood on both sides of the street, looking up to see what was going on. At the end of the street, near the city gate of the Song family, 2 big crosses were erected. 2 women were tied to the crosses. One of the women was delicate and refined, and she was quite pleasing to the eye. The other woman attracted the attention of many cultivators. She was too beautiful. Her facial features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. People wanted to pinch her, but they were afraid that they would break her. Many guards of the Song family stood in front of the city gate. Song Jiahao, the head of the Song family, was sitting in an armchair. His cold eyes stared at the two Tide Women and asked, "Your god power is sealed. You're like mortals. You've been tied up here for 10 days and 10 nights. Can you endure it? If you don't want to suffer, tell us where that Juoan is." Xiao Tong pursed her lips and said coldly, "I'm sorry, but we don't know that Juoan. Even if you ask us a few times, we'll still give you the same answer." Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes were cold. She didn't say anything. After Zhuowen returned to the Song family, the two of them waited in a small town near Songrin City for 3 months. When they found that Zhuowen didn't come looking for them, they returned to Fansha City. They planned to ask around about Zhuowen. Later, they found out that the lockdown of Fansha City had been cancelled. It was said that the Jianghong Trading Company's Hongshan had returned. Yun Chuyu and Xiao Tong naturally knew Hongshan. They also knew that Hongshan had been kidnapped by Zhuowen. When they found out that Hongshan had returned to the Jianghong Trading Company, they knew that something might have happened to Zhuowen. However, when they found Hongshan, they were told that Zhuowen was still in the Song family. As for what he was doing in the Song family, they didn't say. Therefore, the two women returned to the Song family and stayed in Songrin City for a long time. However, there was still no news of Zhuowen. That was until 10 days ago when they were discovered by the subordinates of the Song family in Songrin City. They were recognized and captured by the Song family and hung on the city gate. My patience is limited. Song Jiahao stretched out his right hand and condensed his divine power into a thick whip. He mercilessly swung it at Xiao Tong's body. Pa! A mark appeared on Xiao Tong's clothes on her abdomen. Blood seeped out of her exposed skin. However, Xiao Tong was extremely stubborn. She endured the pain and didn't say a word. I love stubborn women the most. Song Jiahao laughed sinisterly. He swung his right hand again and again. In an instant, more than a dozen whip marks appeared on Xiao Tong's body. Even her clothes became messy. Song Jiahao, you're too presumptuous. We are disciples of the Crepe Myrtle sect. Aren't you afraid that the Crepe Myrtle sect will find trouble with you? Yun Chiyu couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but scold him angrily. Song Jiahao laughed and swung his right hand at Yun Chiyu. He laughed and said, Crepe Myrtle sect? If the Crepe Myrtle sect was still the powerful Crepe Myrtle sect of the past, I might be afraid. Unfortunately, the current Crepe Myrtle sect has been reduced to a second-grade galaxy. Even the life of their sect master is at stake. Why should I care about them? Song Jiahao's tone showed that he didn't care about the Crepe Myrtle sect at all. This caused Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes to fill with grief and indignation. She felt a little depressed. Just as Song Jiahao said, the glory of the Crepe Myrtle sect was long gone. They were in a precarious situation. Even the Song family didn't care about the Crepe Myrtle sect. Song Jiahao also saw the depression in Yun Chuyu's eyes. His expression became even more smug. He swung his right hand, and the whip was aimed at Yun Chuyu's chest. Yun Chuyu was indeed very beautiful, especially after the depression in her eyes. There was a kind of delicate and pitiful charm to her. This made Song Jiahao feel an exuberant pleasure of abuse. A trace of lust even rose in his heart. Therefore, he did not hesitate to hit Yun Chuyu's chest. Yun Chuyu also saw Song Jiahao's intention. A trace of humiliation flashed in her beautiful eyes. She closed her beautiful eyes, intending to accept this humiliation. She knew very well that in her current state, she could not resist. Even if she cursed, it would be useless. Therefore, she simply closed her eyes. However, the moment the whip formed from divine power reached her body, it collapsed with a loud bang. Rumble! The ground under Song Jiahao's feet shattered. A black shadow suddenly rushed out, and a flash of sword light quickly slashed toward him. The armchair that Song Jiahao was sitting on was shattered into pieces. Song Jiahao was also caught off guard. Divine power spewed out from his hands to meet the incoming flash of sword light. Swoosh! Unfortunately, This flash of sword light was too swift and fierce. The moment Song Jiahao came into contact with the flash of sword light, he was shattered into pieces. Then, a flash of golden light shot toward Song Jiahao's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Song Jiahao saw that this golden light was a thin needle. He was very familiar with this thin needle. It was the soul-absorbing divine needle that Zhuowen had released back then. "It's you, Zhuowen!" Song Jiahao had only just uttered these words when the golden light was extremely fast. It had already completely sunk into the space between his brows, completely shattering his spirit. Thump! Song Jiahao had only just uttered these words before he completely became a lifeless corpse. The moment he killed Song Jiahao, the black shadow stomped his right foot. The flash of sword light whistled. Yun Qiu and Xiao Tong, who were originally tied to the cross, felt their bodies become light. Then they were embraced by a large, gentle hand. "Don't struggle. I'll take you out of here." Just as the two women were about to struggle, they heard this low voice. They immediately recognized the owner of this voice. It was Zhuowen. The two women revealed a look of joy. However, the two women's beautiful faces quickly turned red. After all, they were carried by Zhuowen on both sides of their waists. Needless to say, that posture was extremely embarrassing. However, although the two women were embarrassed, they also knew that this was a special situation. Thus, they allowed Zhuowen to carry them. Zhuowen carried the two women and immediately spread the torch dragon wings. In an instant, they disappeared from Songren City. As soon as Zhuowen left, the entire Songren City was in chaos. This was because the head of the Song family, Song Jiahao, was dead. Moreover, he was instantly killed by a man who suddenly rushed out from the depths of the ground. This man's name was Zhuowen. Perhaps, in the next period of time, Zhuowen's name would be known by everyone in Songren City. Everyone would know about him. In the depths of a dense forest, Zhuowen stopped and put the two women down. Then, his hands landed on the backs of the two women. With a surge of divine power, he released the shackles on the two women. After regaining their freedom, Xiao Tong and Yun Qiu bowed to Zhuowen. However, the two women lowered their heads slightly. Their cheeks were bright red, and they did not dare to look at Zhuowen. Chapter 1958. Wu Han and Luo Pengfei, brother Zhua, "We're just worried about you, so." Xiao Tong said submissively. Yun Qiu's beautiful eyes were calm as she remained silent. Zhuowen nodded. Even if Xiao Tong did not say anything, Zhuowen knew that the two women had stayed because of him. "Let's go. Let's go to Brahma Fiend City and leave Brahma Fiend Planet through the teleportation array," Zhuowen said solemnly. Xiao Tong nodded meekly, but Yun Qiu suddenly said, "Zhuowen, are you really at the peak of the heavenly god realm?" Zhuowen was startled and looked at Yun Qiu in surprise. He nodded and said, "Yes, I am at the peak of the heavenly god realm. What's wrong?" Yun Qiu bit her lower lip and looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. The scene of Zhuowen killing Song Jiahao with just a few moves was still vivid in her mind. Although she was also at the peak of the heavenly god realm, she could barely fight against an ordinary one-disaster true god. However, this young man in front of her had killed a three-disasters true god. This was too abnormal. Moreover, in the 1 year that she had spent in Songrenqing, Yun Qiu had heard many things about Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen had not escaped from Song Yan's hands. Instead, after killing 4 true gods, including Song Yan, he had openly left right under Song Jiahao's nose. Thinking about Zhuowen's terrifying strength, Yun Qiu could only feel her heart beating wildly. She knew that with Zhuowen's help, perhaps their crepe myrtle sect could really rise again. After all, Zhuowen was still so young and his realm was not very high. Can you join our crepe myrtle sect?" Yun Qiu asked expectantly. Zhuowen glanced at Yun Qiu. He knew what Yun Qiu was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't plan on joining any force. I only have one goal, and that is to go to Waning Crepe." Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes focused, but she was not discouraged. She continued, I heard junior sister Xiao say that you want to go to Waning Crepe for the sun moon grass, right? This thing is extremely rare. Even if you go in, you may not be able to find the sun moon grass. But in our crepe myrtle sect long ago, there was a heaven's pride that obtained a stock of sun and moon grass in the waning moons, and there were records of the location where he obtained the sun and moon grass. Zhuo Wen's expression changed, then somewhat excitedly asked, Your crepe myrtle sect has records of the location of the sun and moon grass. But soon Zhuo Wen calmed down. He looked at Yun Qiyu and continued, Let's change the conditions. I don't want to become a disciple of your crepe myrtle sect. There are too many restrictions, and I don't like it. Yun Qiyu gritted her teeth and said, You can become a guest elder of our crepe myrtle sect. We will not restrict you. After some time, the great Brahma domain will hold a galactic tournament to determine the grade of the galaxy. The sect leader of our crepe myrtle sect is seriously injured, and it is impossible for him to recover before the galactic tournament. Moreover, in the past thousands of years, the crepe myrtle sect has not produced any outstanding genius. In order to maintain the status of a second-grade galaxy, I need your help. Zhuo Wen nodded. It seemed that Yun Qiyu had invited him to join the crepe myrtle sect because of this matter. It seemed that Yun Qiyu had thought that Zhuo Wen had the ability to kill true God 3 disasters, which was why she had invited him so strongly. Besides, Zhuo Wen really did need the records of the location of the sun and moon grass. After all, Waning Crepe Myrtle sect was an unfamiliar place to him, and it was full of dangers. In addition, the sun and moon grass was extremely rare, and whether he could find it was still unknown. If there were records of the location of the sun and moon grass, his chances of obtaining the sun and moon grass would be greatly increased. It is said that in order to use the transmission array in the core star field of the Daffin domain, one must be a member of a force in the star field or a cultivator who has settled down in the star field. Is that true? Zhuo Wen asked again. That is true, but ultimately it is because the disciples of the forces in the star field all have the corresponding transmission tokens. Back in the day, the Crepe Myrtle sect was also one of the 100 great sects in the star field, and the sect also had such transmission tokens, but there are not many left. If you can help the Crepe Myrtle sect this time, I am willing to give you the remaining transmission tokens in the Crepe Myrtle sect, Yun Qiyu said hurriedly. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's gaze turned solemn. He nodded and agreed to Yun Qiyu's request. After all, he was a newcomer and did not know much about the Daffin domain. Although the Crepe Myrtle sect had declined, it was once one of the 100 great sects in the core star field of the Daffin domain, so it definitely knew more than him. Joining the Crepe Myrtle sect was not a bad thing. Moreover, he was only a guest elder and not a disciple of the Crepe Myrtle sect. He was not bound by the Crepe Myrtle sect, so he could still accept this. Seeing Zhuo Wen nod, Yun Qiyu smiled. Zhuo Wen could not help but be stunned. Zhuo Wen, thank you. When I return to the Crepe Myrtle sect this time, I will report your matter to the sect leader. I think the sect leader will agree with my suggestion. Yun Qiyu also saw the stunned look in Zhuo Wen's eyes. She was very clear about her own charm. Generally, other male cultivators would be stunned when they saw her. She had long been used to such expressions. However, when Zhuo Wen looked stunned, she was secretly delighted. After all, Zhuo Wen was different from other ordinary cultivators. She had never seen a peak heavenly god who could kill an ordinary, true god of 3 disasters. Even the monstrous geniuses of the 10 most powerful sects in the Daffin domain might not necessarily be able to do so. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Yun Qiyu naturally did not think highly of ordinary cultivators, but in her heart, Zhuo Wen had already been classified as a monstrous genius of the 10 great sections. In addition, she had a good impression of Zhuo Wen. Naturally, she was secretly delighted that Zhuo Wen was stunned by her beauty. Zhuo Wen came back to his senses and nodded. Let's return to Brahma Fiend City first. Although Yun Chiu was beautiful, Zhuowen was only stunned and admiring her. He did not have any improper thoughts. After all, his heart was not here. As he spoke, Zhuowen led Yun Chiu and Xiao Tong away from this place. After entering Brahma Fiend City, Zhuowen's group of 3 walked straight to the teleportation array. However, they met an uninvited guest at the teleportation array. Hong Shan. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the red-robed lady standing beside the teleportation array. However, Zhuowen's main attention was focused on the green-robed elder beside Hong Shan. This elder was about 70 years old. He was full of energy, and his face was glowing. The aura on his body was as vast as the sea. This person was definitely a void sky expert, the owner of the Jianghong Trading Company, Wu Han. Yun Chiu said with a pale face. Xiao Tong's expression was also extremely ugly. They did not expect that the void sky expert of the Jianghong Trading Company, Wu Han, would come. This time, they would not be able to leave. Hong Shan chuckled and slowly walked in front of Zhuowen. She sized up Zhuowen and said, "Little man, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to say goodbye to me before you leave?" Zhuowen said coldly, "Miss Hong Shan, we don't seem to be that close, right? Moreover, I have given you a lot of fire spirit juice and black yellow, or vein. I think we don't owe each other anything." Seeing Zhuowen's cold attitude, Hong Shan's beautiful eyes froze, and her heart felt empty. She then looked at Yun Chiu and Xiao Tong, who were standing beside Zhuowen, and said with a smile, "Now that I have 2 beauties by my side, this little man—" Hong Shan wanted to continue, but was immediately interrupted by Zhuowen. "What do you want to say? Just say it. I am in a hurry." Hong Shan's delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes reddened. She said angrily, "You don't want to talk to me?" As she spoke, Hong Shan walked to the old man's side in a fit of pique and ignored Zhuowen. Wu Han glanced at Hong Shan and shook his head helplessly. This was the first time he saw Hong Shan in such a sorry state in front of a man. "You are Zhuowen, right? As for the matter of you kidnapping my granddaughter, I will not hold it against you. This time, I am here on behalf of the Jianghong Trading Company to invite you to join our company. As long as you join our Jianghong Trading Company, you will immediately receive the treatment of an elder," Wu Han said with a smile. Zhuowen was startled. Just as he was about to refuse, loud laughter suddenly rang out. A group of people walked over from behind Zhuowen. The leader of the group was a robust, middle-aged man. Zhuowen was familiar with the black-clothed man beside the middle-aged man. He was the leader of the group that led the convoy out of Fan Sha City. "Wu Han, you are really unkind. You actually secretly recruited people behind my back." The middle-aged man walked with a majestic gait and came in front of Zhuowen. He looked at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. "Luo Pengfei, what do you mean by coming uninvited?" Wu Han snorted coldly. Zhuowen sized up the middle-aged man in front of him. The moment he saw the black-clothed man, he had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. He was the owner of the Dazzling Light Trading Company, Luo Pengfei. "Not bad. It seems like your cultivation has improved since a year ago." "Zhuowen, I am the owner of the Dazzling Light Trading Company, Luo Pengfei. I wonder if you are willing to join our Dazzling Light Trading Company? In order to express my sincerity, these things will be our meeting gift for joining our trading company." As he spoke, Luo Pengfei took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen casually looked through it and realized that there was a total of 50 million godstones, a stock of level 6 divine medicine, a dozen stocks of level 5 divine medicine, and an upper-grade true god weapon, level divine sword. Wu Han's divine sense was extremely powerful. The instant Zhuowen opened the storage pouch, he also noticed the contents of the storage pouch. He cursed in his heart and hurriedly took out the storage pouch he had prepared beforehand. He smiled and said, "Zhuowen, in order to express our Jianghong trading firm sincerity, This is a welcome gift for joining our Jianghong trading firm. Zhuo Wen took Wu Han's storage bag and discovered that there were actually 80 million divine stones inside. Not only that, there were 2 stocks of level 6 divine herbs, 20 stocks of level 5 divine herbs, and 2 high-grade True God level divine swords. Regardless of whether it was Wu Han or Luo Pengfei, the meeting gifts that the 2 of them gave were extremely valuable. Even an ordinary True God, 3 disasters, might not be able to take out so many things as a gift. However, the 2 of them were void sky experts and owners of trading companies. Naturally, they were rich and overbearing. They didn't feel the pinch at all. Regardless of whether it was Wu Han or Luo Pengfei, they knew from Hong Shan and the black-clothed man that Zhuo Wen had injured the Song family head, Song Jiahao, a year ago when he was in the late heaven god stage. They immediately realized how monstrous Zhuo Wen was. They definitely had to rope in such a genius. In the future, it would be extremely beneficial for the trading company's development. Chapter 1959. Crepe Myrtle sect, whether it was Wu Han or Luo Pengfei. Their understanding of Zhuo Wen's battle prowess was the same as it was a year and a half ago. If they knew that Zhuo Wen had killed Song Jiahao not long ago, what kind of expression would they have? Zhuo Wen didn't care much about divine stones. He had a pool of fire spirit juice on him, and its value was immeasurable. If he lacked divine stones, he only needed to sell some of the fire spirit juice to get a large amount of divine stones. As for divine herbs, Zhuo Wen didn't lack them either. The Qiyun celestial soil was very effective. Zhuo Wen already had 2 withered level 7 divine herbs that had been revived. A mere level 6 divine herb wasn't enough to catch his eye. As for a True God artifact, there was no need to talk about it. Zhuo Wen could totally use divine stones to purchase it. To him, it did not have much attraction at all. However, Wu Han and Luo Pengfei were void sky experts, so Zhuo Wen could not give them any face. He thought for a while, then cupped his hands at the 2 of them. Seniors, I'm undisciplined by nature and don't want to be tied down. So, please take back these 2 items. After putting away the storage pouches, Wu Han and Luo Pengfei frowned. They didn't expect Zhuo Wen and Luo Pengfei to reject them. Haha, since you don't want to, I won't force you. After saying that, Wu Han brought Hong Shan out of the teleportation formation in a very straightforward manner. Luo Pengfei glanced at Zhuo Wen indifferently, then also left the transportation array as if nothing had happened. Zhuo Wen frowned, but didn't think too much about it. He said to Xiao Tong and Yun Qiu, "Let's go." After handing over a certain amount of divine stones, the 3 of them stepped into the transportation array. This transportation array was controlled by the Arcana Masters guarding the array. Moreover, the fee was based on the distance. The Ziwei Galaxy was quite far from the Brahmaphene star, but it cost Zhuo Wen 10,000 divine stones. When Zhuo Wen opened his eyes, he found that what appeared in front of him was a pitch-black starry sky. This starry sky was incomparably dark, and there were not many stars in the surroundings. It was dark and cold. This is the Emperor Star System. Zhuo Wen looked around and found that there was no star system around. Oh no, this isn't the Ziwei Galaxy. It's still the Borderlands. Yun Qiu pointed at a dot of light in the distance. That dot of light was the Brahmaphene star. Zhuo Wen's heart trembled, and he immediately summoned Yun Qiu and Xiao Tong into his spirit ring. Then he unfurled his torch dragon wings and turned into a purple shadow that flew into the distant starry sky. Not long after Zhuo Wen disappeared, a terrifying hand suddenly smashed down, and the space where Zhuo Wen was just moments ago instantly distorted and collapsed. Looking at the terrifying hand behind him, Zhuo Wen's expression became extremely unsightly. This power was definitely not the power of a true god, but the power of a void god. Zhuo Wen immediately understood the reason. It was likely that the teleportation array was not faulty. Instead, someone had tampered with the teleportation array. Only Wu Han of the Jianghong trading firm and Luo Pengfei of the Dazzling Light trading firm were capable of tampering with the teleportation array. Bang! The moment the hand behind him grabbed out, the starry sky above Zhouwen's head split open, and another terrifying hand grabbed out. The aura of this hand was completely different from the aura of the first hand. It was obviously not the same person. At this moment, Zhouwen's heart sank. He was afraid that he had encountered the worst possible situation. Luo Pengfei and Wu Han were very likely to join forces to deal with him. Two great void sky experts had actually joined forces to deal with a junior like him. Zhouwen was a little angry in his heart. He knew that it was very likely that Hong Shan had said something to Wu Han that made Wu Han suspect that he still had a lot of fire spirit juice on him. The fire spirit juice had the effect of temporarily increasing one's comprehension ability, and it was also extremely attractive to void sky experts. Even a void sky expert would not be able to resist a pool of fire spirit juice. These two old men and that bitch Hong Shan, Zhouwen's eyes were filled with fire. He stretched his torch dragon wings to the extreme, and at the same time he added the power of Tao intent to the torch dragon wings. After receiving the power of Tao intent, the torch dragon shadow on the wings seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and its speed suddenly increased by a lot. Bang! Zhouwen narrowly escaped the pursuit of the big hand, but the strong wind formed by the big hand streaking across the starry sky heavily bombarded his chest, causing him to feel as if he had been electrocuted. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He actually dodged it? A surprised voice came from the void, and then the two big hands swept over together and chased after Zhouwen. Left with no other choice, Zhouwen unleashed his 5th level Tao intent. A dense purple Tao intent circled around his body before finally condensing on the wings behind his back, dyeing the torch dragon wings purple. Zhouwen's speed suddenly increased by 5 times, and the two big hands that were originally close to Zhouwen were actually shaken off by him. This kid really has a secret. He can actually refine the remnant wings of the torch dragon to this extent. Also, what kind of power is this purple intent? I have never seen this purple intent power in the great Brahma domain. Another voice came from the starry sky, but it was full of greed. Although Zhouwen used the 5th level Tao intent and increased his speed to the extreme, the two divine senses that swept over from the starry sky firmly locked onto him. If he didn't get rid of these two divine senses, Zhouwen wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking of this, Zhouwen immediately released the soul-assimilating divine needle. The divine senses that were originally locked onto Zhouwen were all swallowed by the soul-assimilating divine needle. However, Zhouwen also knew the strength of the two great void sky experts. So he didn't let the soul-assimilating divine needle follow the divine senses to stab towards the owner of the divine senses. Instead, he controlled the soul-assimilating divine needle to absorb all the divine senses that surrounded him. What? Is this divine needle refined from the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sand? It actually swallowed the divine senses? At this moment, the voice in the starry sky came again, but the voice was extremely surprised. After the divine senses were completely swallowed by the soul-assimilating divine needle, Zhouwen instantly disappeared on the spot, like a purple shadow. Zhouwen practically constantly urged the torch dragon wings, and he didn't dare to stop at all. After flying for about another half a month, he realized that he had completely shaken off the two void sky experts, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Wu Han Luo Pengfei, since you've completely fallen out with me, don't blame me, Zhouwen, for returning to your Brahma star in the future. Zhouwen muttered in a low voice, and then he found Yun Qiu and Xiao Tong. Big brother Zhua, did we successfully escape? Xiao Tong asked. Zhouwen nodded, and then he looked around. He noticed that the surroundings were still pitch black, and he said helplessly, although we've shaken off Luo Pengfei and Wu Han, I think I'm lost. Yun Qiu looked around, then took out a jade slip, opened it, and said, we should be here. Although we're still in the borderlands, we're not far from the border. However, how are you so fast? It's only been half a month, and you've already arrived at the border? The borderlands around the Brahma star were extremely wide, and it would take more than 10 years to leave the border with a star disk. However, Zhuowen had arrived in just half a month, so it was no wonder that Yun Qiyu was so surprised. Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly, then casually made up a story about him having a spaceship at the level of a true god weapon. Yun Qiyu tactfully didn't ask any more questions. The closest place to here should be the Harg Galaxy. It's a first-grade galaxy, and there's also a teleportation array inside. After we enter this galaxy, we should be able to teleport back to the Emperor Star. Yun Qiyu said calmly. Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He summoned the Flame Beast and brought the three of them to the Harg Galaxy on the star map. 2 months later, the Flame Beast entered the Harg Galaxy as scheduled. The moment the Flame Beast entered the Harg Galaxy, it attracted the attention of Harg Galaxy's ruler, Harg. After learning that Zhuowen and the other two were disciples of the Crepe Myrtle sect, Harg was extremely enthusiastic. He even waived the cost of using the teleportation array. The white light of the teleportation array faded, and Zhuowen opened his eyes once again. He found that what appeared before him was a huge continent with countless buildings standing tall on it. Around the continent were countless stars twinkling. It was obvious that this continent was located in the center of the galaxy. Brother Zhua, this continent is the Crepe Myrtle sect, and this galaxy is the Emperor Star System. Returning to her old home, Xiao Tong was in a good mood. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents, and even Yun Qiyu couldn't help but smile. Senior Sister Yin, Senior Sister Xiao, you're finally back. A woman with a bit of baby fat stood outside the teleportation array, looking at Xiao Tong and Yun Qiyu in surprise. Huai Tong, how's the sect leader? Yun Qiyu smiled as she looked at the chubby woman in front of her. Unexpectedly, the woman's eyes immediately turned red. She sobbed and said, "The Great Elder and the others said that the sect leader is about to die. They also said that the sect leader's promotion ceremony will be held in a few days." What? Did the Great Elder say that? Or did the other elders agree? And who was promoted to sect leader? Yun Qiyu's pretty face changed slightly. The other 3 elders agreed as well. The one who was promoted to sect leader this time is the Great Elder's son, Zhao Yang. Huai Tong stammered. Outrageous. The sect leader isn't dead yet, and this Zhao Yin is too presumptuous. He actually dares to openly hold a sect leader's promotion ceremony. Does he not respect the sect leader at all? No, I have to go see the sect leader. As she spoke, Yun Qiyu hurriedly left the place. Senior sister, don't go. The sect leader's hall has already been sealed off by the Great Elder. He said that the sect leader only wants peace and quiet, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Otherwise, he will be punished according to the sect rules. Huai Tong hurriedly said. Big Brother Zhua, that first elder has always coveted our sect master's position. However, our sect master didn't do anything to the first elder on account of the fact that he's a veteran of 2 generations and is close to the previous sect master. This time the sect leader was seriously injured outside due to an accident, and now the Great Elder wants to mess around. The sect leader is only seriously injured and not dead, and the Great Elder wants to promote a new sect leader. He's basically treating our sect leader like a dead person. Senior Sister Yin won't be able to gain anything by going to the sect leader's hall this time. Let's go together.